The blood mine. The giant minotaur seized Wang Hao in one massive hand, its 5 fingers slowly closing. Wang Hao's legs kicked wildly, his face turning purple. "Let me go?" "Shouta, that bastard." He ran off. "Go after him." His voice was shrill, choked with sobs. "The Wang family is rich. We have mana stones. I'll give you everything. Please don't kill me." The giant minotaur looked down at him, its eyes empty of feeling. The death throes of an insect. Worthless. The claw kept tightening. Wang Hao's bones let out a teeth-grinding crunch. Ah, The air rippled. The giant minotaur froze mid-motion and turned. Teleportation light burst outward, and a colossal skeletal beast suddenly appeared. I stood atop it, my black trench coat snapping in the wind, my staff steady in my grip. I glanced at the giant minotaur, but paid it no mind. My gaze swept quickly across the mine. Corpses everywhere, and in the distance, the wyvern had been ripped in half, sprawled across the hillside. Still here. I let out a breath and raised my staff. Behind me, light flashed again and again as the skeletal legion formed ranks. Shield guards raised bone shields at the front, spearmen close behind them. Dark knights reined in their mounts on both flanks ready to charge. Archers in the rear drew their bows halfway, and skeletal mages fixed their gazes forward. The demons had been butchering the various races in scattered groups. Only when the legion descended did they stop. The giant minotaur stared at this army that had appeared out of nowhere, twin streams of bloody, hot breath snorting from its nostrils. More insects. With a careless flick, it hurled Wang Hao away. Bam! Wang Hao smashed into the rock wall, stone chips flying, then slid down the cliff face and collapsed limp on the ground. Bloody foam bubbling at the corner of his mouth, his eyes rolled back. Alive or dead, no telling. Insects. A cold, crisp voice came from the other side. Ice blue light flared, and Su Shuangning stood in midair. Silver-gray light armor, long hair bound back, a slender sword at her waist glinting cold. Beside her, the elven sword saint stood solemn with a silver blade. Behind them was the reorganized Su family coalition. Minotaurs shouldering double-bladed battle axes, orcs gripping iron shields and spiked clubs, elven archers with arrows nocked, dwarven gunners hoisting their firearms, mages with magic crackling at the tips of their staves. Over 2,000 strong, dozens of races, arrayed in grim formation. She hadn't been idle these past days. Leveraging her status as an intermediate lord and the resources of the planar battlefield, she'd forged the scattered survivors into an army through sheer will. "I didn't expect you to show up here." Su Shuangning rested a hand on her sword hilt, her tone frigid. "Looks like your wounds are worse than I thought." The giant minotaur swept its gaze over both armies, threw back its head, and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha, cough, cough." Halfway through, black blood spurted from the gash in its neck, and the laughter dissolved into coughing. It didn't care. It slammed its 2 fists together, the muffled boom deafening. A pile of bones, a pile of rotten meat. No matter how many insects there are, they can't bite a bull to death. It roared at the demon legion. "Crush them, you little runts." "Rower." The surviving demons charged out, screaming. "Kill." I let the single word fall from my lips, calm and cold. Bone shields rose in unison, advancing steadily. On both flanks, the Death Knights spurred their mounts forward, undead warhorses shrieking as black flames burst beneath their hooves. The Su family coalition surged in at the same moment. Minotaurs stamped the ground with massive hooves, their ranks solid as a wall. Orc iron shields slammed against iron shields, and their maces landed with heavy, dull thuds. From the rear, arrows rained down in volleys while fireballs and ice spikes crashed into the demon horde. The 2 armies collided with a thunderous roar. Spears punched through chests, maces shattered skulls, flesh and blood flew everywhere, severed limbs tumbling through the air. The Death Knights charged back and forth through the enemy, their hooves grinding every living thing to pulp. But the great bull demon paid none of it any mind. It barreled straight toward me. One punch smashed 3 bone shields to pieces. A spinning elbow sent 4 skeleton swordsmen flying. Skeletons couldn't stop it at all. At that instant, a stunning figure dropped down in front of it, her voice both seductive and ice cold. "This way's closed." The bull demon's eyes went wide, a legendary tier being, the abyssal succubus, Lilith. You? You betrayed the abyss. You talk too much. Her whip lashed out, tearing through the air, and struck the gash on its neck. Crack! Black blood and shredded flesh sprayed out. The bull demon howled in agony and staggered back. The elven sword saint struck from the side, her silver blade aiming for that same old wound. Squelch! Black blood gushed. A succubus and an elf, closing in from both sides. Lilith's whip landed with pinpoint accuracy on the old injuries. Thigh, lower back, neck. Dark violet energy searing each strike, cutting off its regeneration. The sword saint moved like lightning, her blade seeking out the seams in its carapace. Knees, elbows, armpits, every stroke opening a new gap. The bull demon fell back again and again, arms flailing wildly but hitting neither of them. Wrath! It suddenly lowered its head, horns aimed at Lilith, and charged in a fury. Lilith beat her bat wings once and shot straight up. The horns grazed her feet and plowed into the skeleton ranks, crushing dozens of them. She'd already dropped behind it, whip snapping out, crack. A bloody welt exploded across its back. The bull demon spun and drove a fist at her, the blow trailing a blood-red shockwave straight at her face. Violet light burst in front of Lilith. Boom. She was blasted backward, but the energy absorbed most of the force, and she steadied herself. Roar. The bull demon threw back its head and bellowed, black aura swelling as its wounds shrank closed. It had gone berserk. Su Shuangning flickered into motion, her rapier blazing with icy blue light as her whole body dissolved into an afterimage, thrusting for its throat. The elven sword saint struck at the same moment, silver blade piercing its chest. Squelch! The rapier plunged into the gash on its neck, frost pouring into its body through the wound. The bull demon roared, black aura erupting from within, and Su Shuangning was knocked back. Black blood gushed from its neck, but it didn't fall. Instead, it stood even taller. The shell was mostly shattered, its right leg pierced through, 2 holes gouged into its neck. Yet black mist poured from the wounds, growing thicker, its aura surging wildly, black blood pooling beneath its feet. It lifted its head and swept its gaze across every enemy. The elven sword saint, Lilith, Su Shuangning, and me, standing atop the skeletal behemoth, having yet to lift a finger. I'll remember all of you. Black blood filled its mouth as it bared its teeth in a grin. Not one of you gets away. Su Shuangning gripped her sword. Lilith spread her wings and gathered power. The sword saint held his blade at the ready. It was about to make a desperate stand. But then bloodlight exploded in a burst. A crimson mist sprayed from every wound, instantly cloaking its entire body. Blood shield technique. Lilith cried out in alarm, snapping her whip forward. The tip pierced through the mist and cracked against the ground. The bloody mist dispersed. Where it had stood, only a pool of bubbling black blood remained. I leapt down from the skeletal behemoth's back. It escaped. An escape bought with the price of burning its essence blood. Lilith withdrew her whip, disgust in her voice. Teleported back to its life altar. It'll be laid up for half a year at least. Su Shuangning sheathed her sword and walked to my side, chest heaving, sweat beading at her temples. I couldn't finish it off. My abilities weren't enough. That's plenty. Don't be modest, Miss Su, I said. Lilith said it was a legendary 2-star. If a being like that hadn't already been gravely wounded, then you, the Sword Saint, and Lilith combined would only have fought it to a standstill. This outcome is more than reasonable. I looked at Lilith. Do you know where its life altar is? I can find it. Good. There's still time. I glanced across the group. Pick up the pace. Clear out the rest of the demons first. With the great bull demon gone, the battle instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. The demons scattered and fled, leaving nothing but corpses across the ground. But my attention was no longer on the battlefield. I climbed the slope and came to stand before the wyvern that had been torn in two. The fighting ended, and the others began clearing the field. Su Qingxue jogged over, glanced at the dragon corpse, and fought down the surge in her stomach. You're not going to want that thing, are you? If I didn't want it, why would I have risked my neck dealing with the great bull demon? I walked up to the dragon's carcass, waved my hand, and it vanished. All right. She nodded. It is a dragon corpse. After all, every part of it's a treasure. Then her tone shifted. Wang Hao is over there. still barely breathing. He's still alive? I froze for a moment, then headed straight in the direction she'd pointed. Beneath the collapsed rock face, Wang Hao lay among the rubble, his face caked with blood, his clothes shredded into rags, an utterly wretched sight. He looked up and saw me, and his whole body went rigid. His lips trembled, but only a hoarse rasp of air escaped his throat. I looked him over. His right arm was broken, hanging limp. 3 claw marks scored his left leg, so deep the bone showed. His chest was a mass of charred black. Li, he forced out with all his strength. Liang, save me. I said nothing. Save me. His voice was faint as a mosquito's whine. I shook my head. I was no saint. Save a man who'd once tried to kill me? Not kicking him while he was down was already more mercy than he deserved. Wang Hao's eyes darted toward the other lords. Who? Who will save me? The Wang family will pay, handsomely. No one moved. Every gaze slid away. Saving him now meant making an enemy of me, and my undead legion could go toe-to-toe with the entire allied force. Who would dare? Wang Hao opened his mouth. His throat let out a wet gurgle. His head lolled to the side, and the last breath left him. Dead. No different from a stray dog dying in a ditch. Bury him. I turned and walked toward Su Shuangning. She leaned against the rock wall, sword cradled in her arms, several junior lords beside her. Temporary officers of the allied army, it seemed. The battlefield's cleared, she said. How do we split it? I scanned the crowd and gave a slight nod. This time, I owe you all my thanks. Without you, we couldn't have driven the demons off, I said. So I won't take a single piece of the spoils. Whatever demon corpses you don't want, I'll clean up the rest. The lords exchanged glances. Brotherly, the dwarf lord bellowed. What are you saying? Your skeleton legion took the heaviest losses. We all saw it. Skeletons that die can be summoned again, I said. A few corpses are plenty for me. Cheers erupted through the mine at once. Brother Lee's a stand-up guy. Damn, now that's a real lord. Fighting alongside Brother Lee, worth it. I raised a hand for quiet. One more thing. Any servant corpses you don't need, you can sell to me. I'll pay in mana or... Done. You can have all the common demon corpses. If Brother Lee's being this generous, we can't be stingy either. The officers nodded their agreement one after another. Once the discussion ended, the crowd dispersed to tally the spoils. I didn't linger. I returned to the depths of the mine shaft and teleported back to the Scourge Domain. The Scourge Domain. I walked straight to the flesh furnace. Dark red liquid churned within it. The 125 units of flesh essence left over from forging the abomination last time flowed slowly along the bottom of the furnace. With a thought, 2 sections of dragon corpse floated to the altar, scales and fragments of severed wings drifting up along with them. The furnace trembled, red light sweeping over the remains. Flesh furnace. Dragon remains detected. Dragon blood concentration, moderate. Forgeable target, bone dragon, epic, 9-star. Cost, dragon remains ×1, flesh essence ×8, 000, mana ×50. Not enough essence. But the skeletons had already hauled the demon corpses right beside it. With a thought, every corpse flew into the furnace. Flesh decomposition beginning. Flesh essence ×100 acquired. Obtained flesh essence ×100. Obtained flesh essence ×50. The prompts kept popping up. Ding. Flesh decomposition complete. Current flesh essence, 8,525 units. The corners of my mouth lifted. Without hesitation. Forge. The furnace shook violently. The dark red liquid surged, swallowing the dragon bones. Glurp. The bones floated in the liquid as the essence congealed into a viscous fluid, wrapping around them layer by layer. Crack, crack. The bones reassembled. The spine stretched taller vertebra by vertebra, bone spikes piercing outward, skeletal wings snapping open. A 10-meter wingspan, its shadow blanketing the ground. The skeletons all raised their heads in unison. The dragon's head slowly lifted from the flesh, and deep within its eye sockets, purple flames blazed to life. Roar, a soundless roar. The aura of death spread outward. Every skeleton couldn't help but retreat, and even Ward grew wary. The bone dragon stood at the center of the furnace, wings slightly spread, tail lowered, spinal spikes gleaming with a cold light. Level 1. Just level 1. Yet with the dragon's majesty stacked on top of the death aura, this double pressure kept every undead in the calamity domain from daring to approach. Forging complete. Bone Dragon, unnamed. Quality, Epic 9-star. Level 1. Health, 3000. Attack, 500. Defense, 250. Skills. Undead Breath. Exhales an undead breath, dealing wide area shadow damage with extra suppression against living creatures. Bone Smash. Sweeps with bone tail or wing, dealing physical damage. Death Pressure, passive, reduces the attack power of surrounding enemies by 10%. Traits. Dragonbone Frame, physical damage reduced by 20%. Dragon Blood Burst, activates Dragon Blood to instantly boost to legendary 1-star for 10 minutes. Description: forged from dragon bones and flesh essence. Retains the dragon's skeletal structure and part of its majesty. The undead breath inflicts additional soul suppression on living creatures. Its true dragon bloodline can evolve into a frost dragon. 3000 health. And this is only level 1. A bone dragon, indeed. The key was Dragon Blood Burst. Activate the dragon blood and jump straight to legendary 1-star. Only 10 minutes, sure, but at the critical moment, that was the trump card that could turn the tide. I fixed my eyes on the last line of the description. True dragon bloodline. Can evolve into a frost dragon. Looks like I need to look into the Zhao family more carefully. Buying it outright would be ideal, of course. Either way, this would take some long-term planning. At the very least, I wouldn't have to walk anymore. I beckoned, and the bone dragon flapped down to land before me, docile as a dog. From now on, your name is Blackwing. I swung up onto its back. Let's go. The skeletal wings spread, catching a fierce gust, and we shot into the sky. The blood-red mine pit. The lords were cleaning up the battlefield. Demon corpses were piled into small mountains, obsidian scattered across the ground. Some hauled bodies, some. Count. The sky went dark. Everyone looked up. A bone dragon dove down from the gray heavens. Its wingspan stretched 10 meters, blotting out half the pit. Deep purple flames burned in its eye sockets, and the pressure of death bore down like a rising tide. The lords froze in place. Servants' legs buckled, and they collapsed to their knees in droves. What is that? A bone dragon. An undead lord. It's Liang's bone dragon. I sat astride the dragon's spine, looking down at them from on high. Su Qingxue was bandaging an elf when she glanced up. The bandage slipped from her fingers to the ground. She murmured, "This aura. It's more than epic tier, isn't it?" Su Shuangning leaned against the rock wall, cradling her sword. She showed no panic, only watched quietly, a glint stirring in her eyes. She recognized that skeleton, the wyvern I'd slain. A knowing smile curved at the corner of her lips. The bone dragon descended slowly, its wings whipping up dust and sand. I leapt down. The moment my feet touched the ground, several lords crowded around. Brotherly, a middle-aged man wrung his hands. "Those demon corpses, would you be interested? They're just taking up space for us. Take as many as you want." Yes, they're all yours." I looked around. Fawning smiles, bent backs, eager eyes. Corpses piled into mountains, and no one dared claim them. "I'll take the demon corpses." I glanced at the servant bodies nearby. Are they for sale too? For sale? Of course. Take them all. Forget the demon, or just consider it a token of friendship. I knew full well what this was all about, the sheer shock of the bone dragon. Lilith was legendary tier. The bone dragon was only epic 9-star. But the intimidation a dragon's form commanded was irreplaceable. "I'll pay for the demon, I said flatly. "At market price." The lords blinked, then their smiles grew wider still. "Brotherly, you're generous." Su Shuangning stood off to the side with her sword. "You've got a sense of the bigger picture." "I don't like being in anyone's debt," I said with a smile. "Good habit." She looked me over again, reassessing. Just then, ding, planar battlefield announcement. Demon kill leaderboard now open. Demon concentration detected in the world tree root remnant zone. Those who clear them will receive rich rewards. First place, intermediate lord core ×1. Top 3, soul essence ×20. Top 10, soul essence ×10, stackable. All region title for First Nation zone. Demon hunter, permanent plus 10% kill experience. Hunting bonus, plus 15% damage to demons, minus 10% damage taken from demons, plus 20% kill experience. The surrounding lords all changed color at once. Only Su Shuangming wore a look of confusion. She shouldn't have been here, so she couldn't receive the announcement. Time to get to work. It's moving. I passed the message along to her. She stared at the void panel. An intermediate lord core? That's essential for promotion to intermediate rank. Looks like the abyssal will pissed off the blue star will, and now it's striking back. My eyes narrowed. Either way, that core is mine. Su Qingxue froze. You're only level 16. Liang, Su Shuangming cut in suddenly. You've already got a half plane, haven't you? I looked at her, vanishing in an instant, appearing just as quickly. A massive dragon corpse dismissed with a wave of the hand. Only a half plane could do that. Miss Su really is sharp. She watched me in silence, her expression unreadable. A novice lord with a half plane. Countless intermediate lords fought and died on the battlefield just to find one. And I already had it. Not only that, I could move freely through hordes of demons, had subdued a legendary succubus, and built an epic tier undead legion within days. She'd already made up her mind. This was a man worth investing in. Liang. Her tone softened a bit. You're about Shue's age, right? I nodded. You can call me sister, just like she does, Su Shuangming said suddenly. Su Qingshue's eyes went wide. Her sister never offered that to anyone. If you don't mind, that is, Su Shuangming added. I could see what she was after. An intermediate lord befriending a novice one. She was betting on potential. But it cost me nothing. Sure. The corner of her mouth lifted. Then let your sister ask you. Where did your half-plane come from? Don't ask about that. I shook my head. Just luck. It won't help you. She nodded, resigned, and drew a deep breath. Next time you get a half-plane, help me out. Anything at all. I won't let you come up short. I nodded. Deal. I still had over 90 plane fragments left to collect. A half-plane with incomplete elements was immature and useless to me anyway. Better to concentrate my resources on my own plane. Su Qingshue's eyes lit up. Now that's decisive. Little brother, that core, big sister's got it covered for you. I raised my hand. A dark violet figure stepped out from the void. Lilith. Master. She bowed slightly, and as she lifted her gaze, it drifted, almost carelessly, over Su Qingxue, the remnant root of the tree of life. Do you know where it is? I do. She straightened up, the corner of her mouth curving. I'll lead the way. Before she'd even finished, her arm had already wrapped around mine. Master, I want to ride the dragon. Can't you fly? I can. Her voice went syrupy, but I've never ridden a dragon before. Su Qingxue felt a pang of irritation in her chest. I want to ride too. No room, I said, shaking my head. Lilith's eyes glinted. She let out a soft laugh and stepped back, her dark violet bat wings unfurling. Then, I'll fly myself. Master, you ride with the Lord here. She shot into the air with a giggle, a smug glint in her eyes. Su Qingshue's face turned bright red. I'd already leapt onto Blackwing's back. I glanced back. Are you getting on or not? She gritted her teeth, sprang up, and settled in front of me. Blackwing beat its wings. Whoosh! Wind slammed into our faces. The dragon's back tilted, and Su Qingxue cried out, pitching forward. Ah! Her hand grabbed at empty air, and she tumbled straight into my arms. I caught her waist with one hand. Hold on. She went rigid, her face pressed against my chest, then hastily straightened up, dropping her head, not daring to look at me. Thank you. Her voice was barely a whisper. I said nothing. Blackwing cut through the sky, speeding toward the roots of the World Tree. 7 days later. The World Tree's roots, Eastern District. Holy light came down. Demon corpses littered the ground. Serena sheathed her sword and stepped back behind me. Dozens of ragged elves lay prostrate on the ground. Thank you, my lord, for saving us. The demons had kept them pinned like livestock, and more than half had died. Had I not come, none would have survived. Come with me. Yes. The elves rose, overjoyed. I collected all the demon corpses, opened a portal, and sent the elves into the realm of calamity. My domain was short on labor. Su Qingxue sighed. She'd once been an elf lord, but with no plane of her own, she couldn't take in her own kind. I glanced at the rankings. 5th place, 3,102 points. finally cracked the top 5. The journey had eaten up a lot of time. The other lords had banded together, pouring everything into cultivating a single champion. If not for Lilith knowing the way, even the top 5 would have been out of reach. Lilith landed, folding her bat wings. Master, Talos' life altar is just ahead. Ahead, massive roots twisted together to form a cavern. The entrance was wide as a palace gate, and dark red light flickered between the tangled roots. Ward scouted out. Yes. Ward raised his hand, magic gathering, and an eye of reconnaissance slipped through the gaps in the roots, probing deeper. A moment later, Master found it. The altar's inside, with a dozen or so demons on patrol. Talos is hiding in the deepest chamber, very weak. Good. Strike while he's down. I turned to Su Qingxue. You guard the entrance. Watch for a demon counterattack. Be careful, all of you. I slashed my hand down hard. Graka and Bowser, the 2 destruction knights, charged in first. Their massive bone swords swept across. Thwack. 2 patrolling demons were cut clean in half at the waist. Destruction knights were already the bane of demons, and with the blue star buff, they were ferocious beyond measure. Even Epic Tier couldn't stop them. Bowser cut in from the flank, his war hammer smashing down. Boom. A demon burst into pulp. Enemy attack. It's the undead. Quick, alert the commander. The demon guard panicked. Serena had already charged in. Her holy sword swept across, and 3 heads flew into the air. Before the Elf Blade Master and Lilith could even move, the guards had been cut down. With Ward's scouting eye guiding the way, no one got lost in the sprawling maze of tree roots, and we soon reached the altar. It was a 3-meter obelisk, carved from top to bottom with abyssal runes. Light flowed through the runes, congealing into lines of blood that poured into the thing before it. The Minotaur, Tauros, sat cross-legged. His 5-meter frame was now hunched over. The wound on the side of his neck hadn't healed. A black and red crust of dried blood covered half his face. He sensed movement and forced his eyes open. The instant he saw me, fury ignited in his gaze. Undead Lord, you dare come looking for me again? Tauros lurched to his feet. Today, you're not walking out of here. Wrath. He roared at the ceiling, dark red bloodlust erupting from his entire body. His wound split open, blood spraying everywhere. A dying counterattack. All of you now, I ordered. Lilith, the Elf Blade Master, and Su Shuangning charged at the same moment. Boom. Tauros took a single step forward, cracking the ground, his curved horns thrusting straight ahead, more than 10 times faster than before. Graka and Balls blocked in front of the horns, their massive bone swords crashing down from above. Clang. Their skeletal wings shattered, both riders staggering back a dozen steps before slamming hard into the tree roots. Rah! Tauros swung his horn sideways. The Elf Blade Master advanced instead of retreating, her silver sword aura slashing across. Clang. Blade met horn head-on, cleaving a gap in the bloodlust. The Elf Blade Master's feet plowed 2 deep furrows into the ground, but she didn't give an inch. Deceitful elf. Tauros smashed his horns down again. Lilith cut in from the flank, her whip of dark purple energy lashing out. Crack. The whip coiled around his horn, and she yanked with all her strength. Tauros's body lurched to one side. Su Shuangning rushed in from the other flank, frost sword aura erupting, ice blue light stabbing straight into his ribs. SHFF. The blade sank in, frost spreading fast. Rah! His bloodlust surged, shattering the frost. Su Shuangning fell back 3 steps. Now, I darted forward 2 steps and focused. Mind blast. BZZT. Tauros's whole body convulsed. His eyes rolled back, and for an instant he was dazed. Now's the time. Lilith's demonic energy exploded outward, 3 chains firing at once. One binding his left arm, one his right, one his neck. The Elf Blade Master's silver blade came down again. Clang. Sparks scattered. Su Shuangning's frost aura stabbed again and again. SHFF, SHFF, SHFF. 3 streaks of light drove into his back. Rah! Tauros thrashed wildly. The chains pulled taut. Get the hell off me. The altar suddenly shook, dark red light gushing out and pouring into his body. His bloodlust skyrocketed, the chains creaking under the strain. His eyes burned crimson, his power gathering to the point of detonation. Kill it. I shouted. Lilith's chains snapped tight. The elf blade master's silver blade pierced his throat. Su Shuangning. Sword energy pierced straight through the heart. Roar. Talos let out one final roar, his life force draining away fast as his massive body crashed to the ground. The legendary tier aura dissipated rapidly. Master, destroy his life altar, quick, Lilith shouted. Otherwise he can return to the abyss and be reborn. I walked toward the obelisk, hovering in midair with runes flowing across its surface. Shatter. I raised my hand. Dark purple psychic energy condensed into a spike and drove into the altar's core. Crack. The obelisk's face split open. Dark red light gushed out. Boom. The altar exploded into fragments, scattering across the ground. Slain giant Minotaur Talos. Gained 48,000 EXP. Level increased to 17. Psychic power +2. Currently 36.1 points. Mana cap increased. Summon limit raised to 371. Loot. Abyssal crystal ×10. Demon blood ×10. Abyssal scale armor, epic, ×1. Giant Minotaur bloodline ×2. Kill leaderboard updated. First place. Liang, China. Kills, 3,702. Taking down big monsters still gives the most points, I said with a grin. Just then, a rift tore open in the sky above. A terrifying pressure swept over us. That's the aura of an abyss lord. Lilith's face went white, and she instinctively shrank behind me. A hoarse roar exploded from deep within the rift. Talos is dead. You killed my legion commander. The ground shook violently. Dark red light poured out of the rift, condensing into a phantom nearly 10 meters tall, covered head to toe in dark red scales, two curved horns jutting from its forehead, its face twisted into a snarl. It lowered its head, locking onto me with a deadly stare. A filthy lich lord, and you dare to kill my legion commander. I looked up at the massive phantom and dug at my ear, bored. Why do you talk so much? Insolence. The phantom swelled abruptly. I am Malarx, Lord of the Abyss, ruler of the 1,337th layer. My legions can flatten your entire world. Come on, then, I said, shrugging. If you could actually come, you'd already be here. You bark all you want at me, but in front of the blue stars, you're not worth a damn. You're courting death. The rift spread wildly with his fury, but before it could widen much, it snapped back shut. His figure grew smaller and smaller, fainter and fainter. Getting worked up? I scoffed. Guess you're being punished. Lich Lord, I've memorized your aura. The voice grew weaker still. The moment the seal breaks, you'll be the first one I kill. I'll rip out your soul and burn it in the fires of the abyss for 10,000 years. Remember the name, Malarx. You can't escape. Before the words even finished, the rift sealed completely, and the dark red light was entirely. I dissipated. The cave fell silent again. Lilith slumped to the ground, patting her chest. Master, that scared me to death. That abyssal lord is terrifying and holds grudges. I wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her up. The abyssal lord represented destruction, unwelcome wherever it went, its comings and goings between worlds bound by their own price. Come on, let's keep hunting demons. Don't let anyone catch up to us. The words had barely left my mouth when my brow furrowed. I turned toward the depths of the cave. An abnormal energy fluctuation was spreading. Master, Lilith's bat wings tightened involuntarily. The tangled tree roots slowly parted, revealing a faintly glowing opening. A thought crossed my mind, and I stored the giant bull demon's corpse into the calamity domain. Let's go take a look. We followed the passage for about 15 minutes. Ahead lay a curtain of emerald light, roughly 5 meters high and 3 meters wide, its jade green patterns rippling slowly like water. Beyond the curtain lay what seemed to be a vast space, warm and gentle green light spilling through, utterly different from an abyssal rift. I immediately activated Lord's detection. Abnormal energy source detected. Energy type, force of nature. Warning, an ancient seal exists in this area. Creatures without natural affinity cannot enter. My gaze sharpened. The Talos altar had been destroyed, the seal was loosening, and the core energy was leaking out. Brocka stepped toward the curtain first. Boom. The emerald light erupted violently, a tremendous force flinging him 30 meters back, his bone greatsword flying from his grip. He struggled to his feet, shaking his head. Master, this energy is rejecting me. The undead can't get in. Ward reached out to touch it, hiss. His ghostly blue undead flame was instantly extinguished, his fingertips scorched black. He stepped back 3 paces. Just as I thought, no good. Lilith gave it a try too. Sizzle. Her dark violet demonic aura ignited, white smoke rising from the back of her hand. She yanked her hand back sharply, curling her lip, letting the demonic energy slowly repair the burn. The force of nature scorched demons even more fiercely. The undead can't enter. Demons can't enter. I stared at that green light. Who can? The elf sword saint stepped forward, extending his hand toward it. The emerald light not only didn't reject him, it gently gathered toward his palm. Pure-blooded elves. Su Xuanning tried as well, but was pushed back 2 steps. Looks like I can't get in either. Ward thought for a moment and looked toward Serena. A celestial being, with holy energy, perhaps it won't reject her. Serena, go try it. Yes, Commander. She pressed her hand against the curtain. The green light rippled faintly, neither rejecting nor burning her. Su Xuanning and I exchanged a glance. Send those 2 in. Serena and the elf sword saint stepped in together. The green light enveloped them, and their figures vanished. After about half an hour, the curtain rippled, and the 2 of them walked out. Say, Lena reported immediately. The core zone has been fully scouted. At the center is the surviving core of the Tree of Life, still operational and nurturing. We found these. She waved her hand, and a cluster of glowing orbs materialized before everyone. 5 emerald seeds. Seed of nature quality, legendary level, 1 growable. Once planted, it can grow into a branch of the Tree of Life, producing natural energy and improving land quality. Growth period, 30 days. After maturing, it yields 1 nature essence every 7 days. Requires a nature affinity being to plant. A seed nurtured for 10,000 years by the core of the Tree of Life. The most precious sacred relic of the elven race. A scepter set with gleaming gems. Scepter of nature quality, legendary level, 1 growable. Nature type spell power plus 80%, casting speed plus 50%. Can unleash wrath of nature once per day. The wielder can sense all life within a 10-mile radius and communicate with plants. Restricted to those of elven bloodline. A pale blue crystal. Soul essence quality, legendary single use. Absorbs the soul energy accumulated by the Tree of Life over 10,000 years, granting massive experience and boosting your level. A milky white sphere. Spirit essence quality, legendary single use. Permanently increases willpower by 10 points after use. A piece of emerald timber. World tree heartwood quality, legendary material. The primordial wood from the core of the Tree of Life. Can be used to forge legendary tier or higher equipment, or serve as a core power source for a demiplane. The supreme material of elven legend, found once in an Aeon. Su Xuangning's eyes went wide, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Half of these were sacred relics of the elven race. Meanwhile, the Lord Chat channel had blown up. The demon kill rankings just updated. First place, Liang, Huagua, 3,702 kills. Liang? Who's that? He was 10th yesterday, now suddenly first. 3,702. Second place is only 3,455. How the hell did this guy do it? Haha, you don't know, do you? He's from our Ha city. An F-rank talent topping the charts? Is this a joke? The messages scrolled faster and faster. Lords from every nation repeating the same name. Liang. An undead lord who shot to the top of the rankings in just a few days, catching everyone off guard. The Bald Eagle Lord channel. Did you dig up any intel on Liang? Third Lord Academy, ranked B grade. F-rank undead summoning talent. First place in the ladder trial. An F-rank talent charging to the top of the rankings? A brief silence. Keep watching him. If he's Huagua's rising star, that's all the more reason we can't let him grow. You mean? Find a chance to take care of him. On a planar battlefield, dead men aren't unusual. Hashtag the island camp. Somewhere on the island, 3 men sat around a campfire. The short one in the middle wore round-framed glasses, a sinister smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Onizuka. 3 demon-masked warriors hovered beside him, ghostly light flickering behind their masks. Leong. Onizuka stared at the ranking on his wristband. The undead lord of Huagua. The burly man on the left scoffed. Over 3,000 points in a few days with an F-rank talent? Must be some clan brat riding on family connections. The tall, thin man on the right pushed up his glasses. Data doesn't lie. This guy might be stronger than we think. So what if he is? Onizuka rose to his feet. Our target is the world tree's remaining root. The Su family's alliance is stationed there. The Su family? Those elf lords. The burly man grinned. Elves are strong at range, weak up close, the thin man analyzed. Our demon-masked warriors are the perfect counter. Besides, Onizuka sneered, that family is named Su, not Li. There's no connection between the two houses. Why would this Liang help the Su family? Even among Huagua's lords, they're not exactly united. The thin man opened his mouth to say something, then thought better of it. Onizuka clapped his hands. Move out. We wipe out the Su family first, then deal with Liang. Are the demon-masked warriors enough? The burly man asked. No. Onizuka drew a pitch-black command banner from his storage space. The family gave me this, the demon formation banner. It can summon 12 demon-masked war gods. Demon-masked war gods? Epic quality. The thin man sucked in a sharp breath. A handful of elf archers from the Su family. What could they possibly do to stop them? Onizuka sneered. Once the war gods close in, they won't even be able to draw their bows. The burly man rubbed his hands together, a wicked gleam in his eyes. Once we take out the Su family, I'm going to savor those elves nice and slow. Meanwhile, Su Shuangning stared at the seed of nature and the staff of nature, desire practically spilling out of her eyes. I saw it plain as day, but I just smiled and said nothing, waiting for her to speak. She drew a deep breath and looked away. This seed isn't a true world tree seed, but it can nurture a branch of the tree of life. Its vitality is incredibly strong, and it's easy to keep alive. You've got elves living in your dimensional fragment. One seed would be enough. She paused, a pleading note entering her voice. The remaining 4, could you give them to me? The Su family is bound to the elves by blood. These mean everything to me. In exchange, the Su family will compensate you. There's no need for that, sister. I shook my head. Without you and the elf sword saint, I never could have cut down that old bull. I picked up the staff of nature and the world tree core and held them out. I don't have any use for these 2 either. Do you want them? I do. Her eyes brimmed with eagerness. Give them to me, little brother. I handed them over without hesitation. Thank you, sweet little brother. Her face lit up with joy. The Su family won't forget this kindness. Feelings. You flatter me. I waved my hand casually, sweeping the soul essence and spirit essence into my palm. These 2 I'll take. Of course, she nodded. I don't want anything the giant minotaur dropped either. It's all yours. Then I won't hold back. To me, the giant minotaur's drops were far more valuable. Abyss crystals were used to upgrade buildings, and demon blood was a special material for crafting potions and runes. Abyssal scale armor. Type. Armor quality. Epic defense plus 120. Abyssal shield. Automatically triggers a shield upon fatal damage, absorbing 500 damage. Cooldown, 24 hours. Demon resistance. Reduces demonic damage by 25%. Scale recoil. Melee attackers take 20% recoil damage. Forged from the scales of an abyssal behemoth. Utterly indestructible. Good stuff. I picked up the 2 vials of dark golden liquid. Giant Minotaur Bloodline. Type. Bloodline material quality. Epic. Inject into the Lord's altar to unlock a new unit. Minotaur skeleton. A new unit. My eyes lit up. Su Shuangning gripped the nature scepter. Emerald light burst forth, resonating with her bloodline. This power feels incredible. Emerald light swirled in her eyes. It really is an elven sacred artifact. I didn't spare it another glance. I picked up the pale blue crystal, about the size of a thumb, its inner light flowing softly. Use. The soul essence shattered in my palm, transforming into pale blue light that surged into my body. A torrent of energy erupted from my chest. Soul essence used. Absorbing 10,000 years soul energy. Level increased to level 18. Level 23. Mental power plus 2, currently 48.1. Summon limit raised to 491. Massive experience. I said, the corner of my mouth curling up. The Legion could now reach 500 units. The number didn't sound like much, but if they were all rare units, it would be enough to go toe-to-toe with a demon army. I'd taken another step toward a true undead Legion. I still had one spirit essence in hand, an egg-sized, milky white sphere with silver veins slowly flowing across its surface. Use. The sphere shattered, and silver light poured into my brain. It was as if a door deep within my mind had been pushed open. Mental power permanently plus 10. Currently 58.1. Summon limit 591. An invisible pressure exploded from within my body. The ghostly blue flames in Ward's eyes shrank violently, and he nearly dropped his bone staff. Master, you've grown stronger again. Graka the Doom Knight dropped to one knee. Unable to control himself, his head bowed low. Serena's expression turned grave as she stared at me intently. Lilith stood at the very back, her dark purple eyes opening slightly, the corners of her lips lifting. Master, how surprising. Su Shuangning studied me anew. Her eyes had changed. She could feel it. My psychic power was closing in on the mid-tier Lord threshold. I suppressed the pressure building inside me. Mid-tier Lord Core. It's coming soon. I glanced at the demon kill rankings. First place, 3,702 points. Second, 3,655. Closing in fast. I had to stay on top and claim that core. Give me a second, I said suddenly. Su Shuangning blinked. My level jumped too fast. The Legion needs to catch up. Before I'd even finished, I flickered and vanished from where I stood. The Calamity Domain. The Undead Altar. I placed 2 vials of giant bull demon blood at the center of the altar. Infuse. Dark liquid poured out, devoured hungrily by the runes. The altar shuddered violently, its silver runes shifting to dark gold. Undead Altar has unlocked a new unit. Bull Demon Skeleton. Bull Demon Skeleton, iRare. HP 200/ATK 45/Def 35. Skills. Bull Charge, 2x collision damage plus knockback. War Stomp, AoE damage plus 2 stun. Berserker Roar, ATK plus 30%. Traits. Brute Force, plus 10 physical damage. Thick Bone, 15% physical damage reduction. Additional cost per unit, 100 elite corpses. Brutal cost. I shook my head, but it was exactly what my Legion lacked most: a heavy front line, a battlefield tank. Summon Bull Demon Skeletons. Fill the front. Dark gold light surged out, and the bones in the corpse pile reassembled. One by one, towering 2-meter skeletons rose up, their frames like iron pillars, curved horns crowning their heads, 3-meter bone clubs slung over their shoulders, dark red runes flowing across the surface. Summoned Bull Demon Skeleton times 60. Consumed 6,000 corpses. 6,000 corpses gone in a blink, and the Legion still wasn't even half full. I had to save corpses for daily use. I had no choice. Switched to Skeleton Swordsmen and Archers. Summoned Elite Skeleton Swordsmen times 150. Archers times 145. Shield Guards times 30. Spearmen times 30. Current summons, 591/591. Full roster. I stared at the panel, brow furrowing slightly. 591 units. Sounds like a lot, but elites made up the bulk. The ones that could actually go toe-to-toe with a demon general were only the epics: Graka, Balls, Ward, Serena, and Blackwing the Bone Dragon, plus the Plague Lich and the Flesh-Stitched Behemoth. Barely a dozen in all. Elites were cannon fodder, rares were the main force, epics were the core. The Bull Demon Skeletons could break formations with their charge, control the field with their stomp, and boost damage with their roar, able to deal and take punishment alike. They filled the exact gap between my ranged units and my chargers. The only problem, there were too few of them. If the entire Legion were made of rares, only then could I talk about steamrolling. Looks like I've got to keep hunting. The march of conquest couldn't stop. I flickered back to the life. Before the tree's withered roots, Su Shuangning stood waiting. All right, let's go. She didn't move. Her gaze lingered on the massive, blackened stump in the distance. Her expression complex. This world tree's remains have been corrupted by demonic power. It's been fighting back with its own strength, but it won't last much longer. She sighed softly. There's no telling how long it can hold on. I looked at the charred roots. If we wipe out all the demons, there might still be a chance. She turned to me. Otherwise, this plane will fall into the abyss and become just another layer of that endless pit. Su Shuangning smiled bitterly. Clear out the demons. Even a great lord would struggle to pull that off. Who's to say what the future holds? Neither of us spoke. This plane was rich in resources. If not for the demonic invasion, it could have grown into a major plane, a hub for lords to trade. But now, the demons had destroyed everything. BZZT, her communicator buzzed. It was Su Qingshue's voice, coming in fragments. The island nation's coalition army is here. An entire army. We're surrounded. Outside the tree of life's withered roots, at the valley camp. Su Qingxue stood among the ruins, scanning the surroundings. The hillsides were packed. Demon-masked warriors, shadow assassins, spellcasters, demon-blooded soldiers. A dark, seething mass too vast to count. On the opposite ridge, over 100 lords looked down from above. 4, maybe 5,000 coalition troops from the island nation. Behind her, fewer than 800 battered survivors remained. Every elven archer was wounded. The huntresses were caked in blood. They'd just fought off a demon raid, hadn't even caught their breath, and now this. Su Qingxue tightened her grip on her sword hilt. The Onizuka clan. Front and center stood a short man with round glasses and a sinister grin. 3 demon masks hovered at his side. Onizuka Ichiro. To his left, a burly man shouldered a massive hammer. To his right, a tall, thin figure clutched a talisman. Su Qingxue raised her hand, amplifying her voice with magic. Onizuka clan. We are the Su family from Ha City, China. We have no quarrel with you. Surrounding us like this. What's the meaning of it? Onizuka Ichiro sneered, his voice amplified as well. No quarrel? This territory was claimed by the Onizuka long ago. The world tree's roots are our turf. You've seized the roots, killed our demons, and you still say there's no bad blood. Your turf. Su Qingxue snapped. This is unclaimed land. First come, first served. There wasn't a single one of your markings here. First come, first served? Onizuka Ichiro scoffed. That's the kind of logic I used back when my fist wasn't big enough. Now, my fist is plenty big, so this belongs to the Onizuka. I'm warning you, don't push it. Leave now, and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, the Su family won't let this go. Miss Su, take a good look at your situation. He laughed. Out here, strength is everything. The Su family's reach doesn't extend this far. Su Qing. Shui took a deep breath, glanced at the message on her wrist, and forced down her anger. We can negotiate any terms. Fighting won't do anyone any good. Ichiro Onizuka held up 3 fingers. 3 million mana stones. Hand them over, and I'll pretend this never happened. Are you insane? Su Qingshue's voice cracked. This is a conquest trial. Where am I supposed to get 3 million? Behind her, the lords erupted. 3 million? The little runce lost his mind. We don't have that many mana stones. Faces went pale. Fists clenched. Curses hissed through gritted teeth. 3 million. You'd be better off just robbing us. That's exactly what I'm doing. Ichiro smiled, perfectly at ease. You think I'm negotiating? I'm informing you. The veins on Su Qingshue's sword hand bulged. You're this ruthless. Every Lord Alliance will spit on your name. You'll get what's coming to you. Ichiro took a step forward. Coming to me? And who's going to punish me? You? Or those elves of yours? The burly man hefted his hammer and stepped up. Boss, quit wasting words. The tall, thin one pushed up his glasses. Just take them out. Ichiro raised a hand for silence, his gaze sweeping over the female lords behind Su Qingxue. On top of the 3 million mana stones, bring me a few of the pretty ones, too. Have them keep us company for a few days. Serve us well, and I might consider letting the rest of you go. The coalition boiled over. You bastard. Shameless. This is too far. What, not willing? Ichiro's smile turned colder. Then make it 5 million, and 10 female lords. Animal. He never came here to negotiate. Ichiro ignored the shouting and scanned the crowd. I'll give you one chance. Anyone who doesn't want to die with the Su family, step forward. Become a servant of House Onizuka, and I'll spare your life. A few seconds of silence. In your dreams. Kill us if you dare. Island dogs, not a chance. Not one of them backed down. Ichiro's face went blank. I'll count to 3. 3, 2, 1. If I die, I'm dragging you down with me. Su Qingxue drew her sword. You people don't get the right to reason with me. Ichiro raised his hand. All forces attack. 4 or 5,000 coalition troops poured down the hillside like a black tide. At the front, ghost-masked warriors with half-transparent bodies floated forward, charging straight at the Su family line. The elven archers loosed a volley, thwip, thwip, thwip. The arrows passed clean through and buried themselves in the dirt. Not one found its mark. They're immune to ranged physical attacks. Fall back, Su Qingxue shouted. The archer corps retreated fast. At that exact moment, ghostly figures flickered along the flanks, short blades glinting with an eerie green light. SHK. An archer's throat burst with blood. Black shapes surged up from the ground one after another. 4, 5 archers dropped in an instant. Assassins. Assassins on the flank. The formation shattered into chaos. The ground shook again. 7 or 8 armored trolls slammed their stone pillars into the line. 10 feet tall, wrapped in iron-gray hide, they were monsters of raw strength. Boom. Frontline soldiers were sent flying, bones shattering. A stone pillar swept across, hurling 3 more men into their comrades behind. The line broke open like a burst dam. Blades, arrows, and spells poured in from every direction. The front rank fell, the back rank filled in, but there was no end to the killing, no end at all. Caught in a 3-way pincer, the 800 survivors had no way to fight back. Screams rose all around, blood staining the hillside red. Su Qingxue trembled from head to toe, not from fear, but from rage. She watched, helpless, as her archers dropped one by one, as her warriors were pounded into pulp by the trolls, and there was nothing she could do. Yue scanned the battlefield, her face dark. The demon-masked samurai bore down from the front. Assassins locked down both flanks, and the demon-blooded soldiers just kept coming. The circle tightened. My queen, fall back. Yue threw her blade across to shield her. I'm not leaving. Stay alive, and you can still take revenge. Yue spun and drove back an assassin with a single stroke. Archers, cover the queen. 2 elven mages swung their staffs, and a wall of ice erupted from the ground, cutting off the pursuit for a moment. But with enemies on every side, where could they run? Boom! An armored troll's pillar knocked 3 men flat. The brute roared with laughter. Where do you think you're going? Demon-blooded cavalry charged from both flanks, iron hooves crushing the valley, sealing off the retreat in an instant. Yue dragged Su Qingxue back to the bottom of the valley. Sheer cliffs on 3 sides, the enemy on the 4th. Nowhere left to run. Onizuka Ichiro stood atop the slope, looking down on them all. Lady Su, why run? It's too late for regrets now. What is it you want? To kill you. All of you. 2 words, spoken with an airy calm. Not a single survivor. He pushed up his glasses. Though I won't waste the corpses. So many lords among you. All excellent material. Every one of you will become raw stock for my flesh puppets. His gaze settled on Su Qingxue's face. Especially you. Such a beautiful face. Refined into a flesh puppet, it'll be lovely indeed. A chill ran through her whole body. Flesh puppets. Just the name told her how horrifying they were. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Onizuka waved his hand. The armored trolls and demon-masked samurai closed in together. And in that very moment, roar! A massive dragon's cry exploded across the heavens, ringing in everyone's ears, sending a jolt of panic straight through their hearts. Roar! The dragon's roar tore the sky apart. Everyone looked up. The heavens had gone black. My bone dragon had come. Its skeletal wings blotted out the sky. A bone body dozens of meters long, every single bone carved with dark purple runes. Spines bristled along its ridge, and its 5-clawed talons hooked like scythes. I stood on its back, my black coat snapping in the wind. Dive! The wind from its wings crashed down, sending gravel flying, dust swirling. Comic. A skeleton dragon? Kazuka Ichiro narrowed his eyes, not yet grasping what was happening. Too slow. The skeleton dragon swept overhead, jaws gaping, black mist churning between its teeth. The breath of the undead erupted forth. The pitch-black breath swept across the island nation's minions. The Oni-masked samurai didn't even have time to scream. Their semi-transparent bodies twisted and dissolved in the dragon's breath. Shadow assassins burst from the darkness. only to be swallowed whole, nothing left behind. In a single breath, dozens of minions were reduced to ash. A burly man charged forward, hefting a massive hammer, and tore open a dark red scroll. Boom! The sky split open, and a winged demon plunged out. Wingspan of 5 meters, iron gray scales, crimson flames spewing from its mouth. Wingfiend Blaze Epic 3-star level 35. Cost me 100,000 mana stones, the burly man grinned. Air to air, more than enough to tear that bony dragon apart. The Wingfiend surged upward. Before it could even get close, the skeleton dragon's massive claw reached out. Crunch! The Wingfiend was seized, and the breath of the undead sprayed at point-blank range. Scales melted, flesh vaporized, leaving only a skeleton. The dragon flicked its claw, and the bones smashed to the ground at the burly man's feet, shattering into powder. The grin froze on his face. I looked down from above at the island nation's lords scattered across the hillside. Graka, Bowser. Here, 2 destruction knights stood suspended in the air. Kill. One word. Colossal bone swords crashed down. Boom. Boom. Several island nation lords were cut down on the spot. Blood splattered across the face of the tall, lanky man, and the talisman slipped from his hand to the ground. More destruction knights came flying from behind the skeleton dragon, plunging into the crowd, cutting them down at will. A demon-blooded soldier was cleaved in half at the waist, his upper body flying off and slamming down at the lanky man's feet. Kazuka Ichiro went rigid. Epic tier? This many. Every single one was no weaker than that burly man of his own. His fingers began to go cold. Fear is contagious. On the hillside, some men's legs were trembling, others' hands slick with sweat. This is a conspiracy by the Sioux family. Run, run for it. I watched them scatter and retreat. Once people start falling back, they can never stop. Blackwing, the skeleton dragon dove, its breath of the undead spraying toward the fleeing crowd. Dozens of lords screamed as they crumbled to ash. A single thought, my mental force locked onto 3 of them. Psychic strike. Hum. The 3 lords screamed in unison, clutching their heads as they dropped to their knees, blood streaming from their noses. Their minions instantly lost control, their formations collapsing into chaos. The skeleton archers drew their bows. Wish, wish, wish. Arrows rained down, and the 3 men were riddled like pincushions. A pack of useless trash. Every one of you, stand your ground. Kazuka Ichiro roared. No one listened. A flash of golden light. Serena descended from the sky, her holy sword slashing horizontally, cleaving an iron-armored troll in 2. She didn't stop. One stroke split apart the Oni-masked samurai swarming moon shadow. Then she pulled. Su Qingxue collapsed to the ground as holy light rained down. She shielded Su Qingxue behind her, sword held horizontally before them. The commander sent me to save you. Su Qingxue bit her lip. Thank you. Onizuka Ichiro pushed up his glasses, his expression darkening. An epic tier angel? Just how many cards does this kid have left? Rumble. The ground trembled. Behind the bone dragon, a black tide surged. Dark nights. The thunder of skeletal warhorses' hooves, black armor glinting cold. At the very front stood a minotaur skeleton over 2 meters tall, hefting a 3-meter bone club, its runes glowing dark red, each step shaking the earth. Behind the knights, an endless mass of skeleton archers drew their bows toward the hillside. 400 or 500 of them. Onizuka Ichiro's eyes went wide, his voice quivering. This is way more than any ordinary lord should command. The intel was completely wrong. For the first time, despair crossed his face. Lord Ichiro, let's retreat. The tall, skinny man's legs went weak. We can't win. But Onizuka Ichiro didn't run. He stared me down, his face twisted with resentment. He'd prepared for so long, brought so many people. How could he lose to some green kid? Gritting his teeth, he pulled a scroll from his storage space. Dark crimson base, blood-red runes. He tore it open. Boom. Blood-red light shot skyward. A crack split the ground, and dark red mist poured out. A massive figure rose from the fissure. The blood-red form coalesced. 3 meters tall, covered in blood patterns, with curved horns sprouting from its head, wielding a blood-red great axe. Its aura alone was suffocating. Vampire Archduke, Bloodmark Legendary 1-star level 45 danger rating, 6-star. Skills, Blood Frenzy, Bloodmark Domain, Vampire Command. Onizuka Ichiro shook all over, screaming in ecstasy. Legendary tier. Bloodmark, kill for me. Shut up, you ugly blue star lord. Bloodmark's voice was cold. I know what to do. The Bloodmark domain unfolded. Dark red light enveloped the entire battlefield, and every island nation minion's power surged. Demon soldiers swelled in size, their attacks doubling. The Oni-masked warriors reformed, stronger than before. Hold nothing back. Onizuka Ichiro roared. Bring out every last trump card. The lords tore open their scrolls one after another. Common minions became elites, elites rose to rare. The reinforced island nation army launched a frenzied counterattack. The Archduke Bloodmark stepped forward, blood axe sweeping across. Boom. Graka's skeletal greatsword blocked it, sent staggering back dozens of steps. Ball's heavy sword struck its flank, clang, and bounced off, without leaving a mark. Bloodmark's backhanded elbow sent Graka flying. The bone dragon dove, exhaling its undead breath. Blood light erupted across Bloodmark's body, taking the dragon's breath head-on. Dragon claws raked down, it swung its axe out, and the two forces locked. Bang! Crimson energy exploded, the dragon. The claw was forced back, but it couldn't advance a single step either. Weren't you so cocky just now? Kazuka Ichiro sneered. I know you're Leon, but so what? The blood rune can only exist for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough to kill you 10 times over. In his eyes, my bone dragon, knight, and angel were all being suppressed by the blood rune. I looked at him and smiled faintly. You spoke too soon. I raised my hand. Whoosh, a dark purple figure descended from the sky. Lilith. Her bat wings spread wide as she cracked her energy whip, wrapping it around the blood rune's massive axe. Crack. Dark, purple energy exploded, halting the blood rune for an instant. She flashed through the shadows again, circling behind it, landing 3 consecutive lashes. You want to die? The blood rune roared, abandoning its other targets to spin around and chase her. Lilith's wounds hadn't healed, so she avoided a direct clash, weaving across the battlefield with her shadow steps. At that moment, cling, the clouds split apart, and a beam of silver-white sword light came crashing down. The Elven Sword Saint, Su Shuangning's legendary tier minion. One slash came down. The blood rune raised its axe to block. Clang. The massive axe fractured. Its expression shifted. Legendary tier, swordsmanship. The Sword Saint didn't answer. Second strike, third strike, fourth strike, shing, shing, shing. The blood rune stumbled back several steps, its axe covered in cracks. The base of its thumbs split open, blood gushing out. Lilith's shadow whip wrapped around its right arm. The blade sliced through, flesh peeling away. The blood rune roared, blood frenzy. Dark red light exploded from within its body, the blood marks spreading across its entire frame, muscles swelling. The whip shattered under the surge of blood energy, and Lilith was blasted away. Die! It brought the axe down with all its might. Boom! The axe's force tore open the ground, sending debris soaring skyward. The Sword Saint sidestepped, silver armor grazing past the axe blade, driving a strike into its shoulder at the same time. The blood rune spun with another axe swing, forcing the Sword Saint back. In that split second, my eyes went wide. Mental shock. An invisible force stabbed directly into its mind. The blood rune's body froze, its movements halting. Lilith's shadow whip lashed out, wrapping around the massive axe. The Sword Saint thrust forward. Shing! The silver-white longsword pierced through the blood rune's chest, the tip emerging from its back. Arg! The dark red body collapsed, flesh dissolving into mist. The blood rune's domain shattered. The demon soldiers shrank, the ghost-masked warriors turned insubstantial, and all enhancement effects faded away completely. Slain Blood Race Archduke, Blood Rune, Legendary 1-star, level 45, gained 40,000 EXP. Loot. Blood Race Archduke's Blood ×1, Legendary Tier Lord Skills Stone ×1, Abyss Crystal ×10, Blood Sacrifice Scroll, Fragment, ×1. Kazuka Ichiro's eyes went wide, his whole body trembling. Impossible. Archduke Blood Rune is dead. The lords were all stunned. Legendary Tier. Wasn't he dominating the fight just a moment ago? How did he die in the blink of an eye? No matter how strong you are, Once someone's got your weakness figured out, you're nothing but a target waiting to be slaughtered. Graka, Bowser, I said coldly. Leave no one alive. Both knights struck at once. The skeletal greatsword swept across, and one lord was cut clean in half. Bowser shot to the front, gripping two heads. Bang! They burst instantly. Vaughn led the skeleton legion to seal off the valley's exit. Not even a fly could get out. A one-sided massacre. The island lords trampled each other, corpses carpeting the valley, blood running like a river. Help! He has a legendary tier servant too. Onizuka Ichiro's face went dead white. The battle was lost. He didn't hesitate for a second. He turned and ran, abandoning his family's vassals, his demon blood soldiers, his Oni-masked warriors, all of them. At the same time, he tore open an acceleration scroll, and his figure suddenly surged forward. I sneered. Black Wing. Boom. A massive shadow descended from above, blotting out the entire sky. Onizuka Ichiro paled and violently kicked up his speed. But he hadn't gotten far before the Blackwing Bone Dragon's form barred the way ahead, its hollow dragon eyes locked dead on him. Roar! The dragon's might crushed down, and Onizuka Ichiro splat flat against the ground. He struggled up, spun around, still trying to flee. But behind him lay the ruin of his shattered army, soldiers butchered, blood staining the valley. His lips trembled, his whole body shaking like a leaf. It's all a misunderstanding. He took a step back. We were just passing through. Another step back. It was Toshi's idea. It's got nothing to do with me. Before he even finished, he bolted. Swish. A shadow flashed, and a bone shadow assassin blocked his path. Two daggers crossed, cold light flashing in his eyes. He whipped his head around. Another assassin stood on the other side. Surrounded. No way out. Onizuka Ichiro's face turned ashen, his back soaked through. He dropped to his knees. Thud, slamming his forehead against the ground, hard enough to draw blood. Don't kill me. If you kill me, the Onizuka family will never let you go, he screamed. I'm the legitimate heir. My family has a grand lord. Kill me, and he'll come for you himself, and not one of you will escape. A grand lord. I smiled faintly. Any great family that could carve out a place on Blue Star. Which one didn't have a grand lord behind it? If I were afraid of a single grand lord, I'd have no business walking this path at all. Stop struggling. Today you die. Wait. He kowtowed again hard. I can be a prisoner. My family will ransom me. 5 million. No, 10 million mana stones. I didn't move. Intelligence. Every stronghold the Onizuka family holds on the planar battlefield. The locations of every mana stone vein. I'll tell you all of it. And the details on the other island lords too. Who has how many troops? How many mana stones? I know it all. I still didn't move. His voice broke into a different pitch. I know the weakness of the Abyss Lord. The Lord Core is yours too. I'll swear a blood oath. I'll be your dog. Do whatever you say. Enough. I raised a hand to cut him off. I never keep a dog that's bitten someone. I've got 100,000 mana stones in my ring, scrolls, potions, all yours. Trembling, he yanked off his spatial ring and thrust it high into the air. Kill you, and it's all mine anyway. He froze. Black Wing. Do it. Roar. The bone dragon dove, its claws slamming down. His skull shattered, brains splattering everywhere. I leapt off the dragon's back, pocketed the spatial ring, and tossed the corpse into storage. Just more material. A faint glow lingered on the ring's surface. Ichiro Onizuka's spiritual imprint. I poured my mental energy in, and with a sharp crack, the imprint broke. The internal space was massive, over 100 cubic meters, and items flooded into view like a rising tide. Mana stones piled up like mountains, dozens of scrolls, hundreds of potions, countless pieces of gear and materials. In one corner, a dark red treasure chest sat quietly. I pulled it out and opened it, a single scroll. I unrolled it. Flesh puppet forging technique. Type, external avatar. Quality, legendary 9-star. Effect, forge an external avatar puppet with independent combat capability. It can gain experience on its own, even when the master is absent, transmitting that experience to the master in sync. It can also take one fatal blow in the master's place. Materials required, Lord Flesh Essence ×1, Lord Corpses ×50, Elite Servant Corpses ×1, 000. Mana stones times 50, 000. Restriction, each lord can forge only one. Quality is tied to the materials used. An external avatar takes a death blow for me. Auto grinds experience. My breath caught. This was basically another me. An extra life in a critical moment, and I could work 2 jobs at once. I'd grind demons in the dark wasteland while the puppet farmed zombies in Silent Hill. Double the experience. No wonder Ichiro Onizuka had it locked away in a treasure chest. Ward. Ward materialized at the call. Master. Pick up the pace. Wipe out every island nation lord. Don't leave a single corpse behind. His bone staff tapped the ground. As you command. He turned and melted into the shadows. In the valley, the slaughter raged on. Dark knights trampled through on iron hooves. Bull demon skeletons rolled over the battlefield like a torrent of steel. The island nation lords were already scared out of their minds, unable to mount even the faintest resistance. Those who turned to flee were run through by assassins bursting from the shadows. Those who dropped to their knees begging were beheaded by a skeleton's merciless blade. Those who tried to break out were pinned dead by an epic skeleton archer's arrow. The Destruction Knight swung its massive bone sword, leaving a mist of blood in its wake. A total, one-sided massacre. Not one of them escaped the valley. The Lord chat channel, Island Nation sector, had blown up. Why is my friend's list going gray? Mine too. 3 went gray at the same time. Another one just went gray. It's still changing. Didn't the Onizuka family send dozens? Onizuka Ichiro's portrait, it's gray. What? Even the heir is dead? He's a junior lord. He had thousands of people around him. 32 of them. 18 went gray, and it's still climbing. It's over. The Onizuka patriarch is going to lose his mind. Who the hell started this? The war was winding down. Su Shuangning went off to mop up the lords who'd slipped through the net. I didn't wait. I gathered all the materials and headed straight back to the Calamity Domain. I pulled out the scroll and walked to an open patch of ground. Activated it. Dark red light surged out of the scroll, condensing and stacking on the ground. Stone grew out of nothing. A sarcophagus rose up slowly. The coffin was entirely dark red, covered in dense blood-veined patterns. Set into the center of the lid was a fist-sized crimson crystal, faintly pulsing. The blood veins spread across the coffin walls, all of them running toward that crystal, dark light flowing slowly through the grooves. At the 4 corners, bone pillars burned with dim, ghostly flames that flickered in and out. A cold, sinister aura spread through the air. The materials were ready. 50 lord corpses were laid out in neat rows, flanked by over 1,000 servant corpses, and 50,000 demon stones piled high. I sliced open my palm and let the blood drip into the sarcophagus. The coffin flared to life. Flesh essence and remains were devoured, bones reassembled, flesh remolded. Dark red mist churned, thick, violent, and cold. The light drew inward. In front of the coffin stood a figure, the exact same build as mine, skin dark red, cracks spreading across it, eyes deep red without pupils, blood mist coiling around its body. Lord Puppet, Blood Nightmare. Quality, Epic 1-star. Level, synced with host. Combat power, 80% of host/health, 60% of host/spirit, 20% of host. Skills, Blood Nightmare, Step Blood Nightmare, Ambush Blood, Nightmare Blade. Traits, immune to shadow damage, 30% physical damage reduction. Attacks carry Blood Nightmare Corrosion. Can fight independently and gain experience on its own. Can take 1 fatal blow in the master's place. Experience is transmitted back to the master. Blood Nightmare. It looked at me in silence. The spiritual bond was already formed, an invisible thread linking us together, allowing remote commands, minds connected. I tossed it the large space ring, then opened the Calamity Gate. With a single thought, I established a passage that connected directly to Silent Hill. Gray-white mist poured out, the cold cutting to the bone. Take a squad of skeleton mages and archers in. Only kill the small monsters. If you run into anything big, run. Blood Nightmare nodded and led the team into the mist. Silent Hill. A gray, overcast sky, ruined streets, rusted barbed wire. In the distance, a few hunched figures. The blood wraith drifted at the street corner. It raised a hand. The skeleton mage lifted its staff, and a volley of death bolts fired out. 222. Several zombies burst apart and dropped to the ground. Killed acid zombie times 4. Obtained corpse times 4. More zombies crawled out of the buildings on both sides of the street. Some spat acid. Others had bone spikes on their backs and could fire from range. All low-tier monsters. The blood wraith pushed forward. Kill. Collect the corpses. Kill again. Every body went into the ring. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A shadow 3 stories tall loomed out of the fog, its whole body sheathed in rust-colored plating, its head a massive iron cage burning with flames. Pyramid head quality, epic 1 star, LV, 30, danger 5 star. Strength type, extremely dangerous. Run. The blood wraith turned and left, the mage and archer close behind. Pyramid head didn't give chase, slowly sinking back into the fog. The blood wraith took a detour and kept mopping up the small fry. The corpses piled higher and higher. Acid zombies could summon acid skeletons, and bone spike zombies could summon skeleton archers. All good material. The Dark Wasteland. Gained 120 EXP. Gained 85 EXP. Gained 200 EXP. I leaned back against a rock, eyes closed, resting. Through the mental bond, the experience poured in one line after another. The blood wraith was having a field day out there, and every bit of EXP synced straight back to me. Sweet. The corner of my mouth curved up. The puppet kills monsters out there. The EXP funnels to me. The materials go into the warehouse. I rest here, cashing in on both ends. The truly rare things in this world. Once you get your hands on them, nobody's willing to let go. Kozuka Ichiro clung to it until his death, and so will I. Coming back to myself, I started tallying up the Blood Rune Archduke's drops. For items laid out neatly. Legendary Lord Skills Stone times 1. Can be used to learn one of the Blood Rune Archduke's exclusive skills. I grabbed it without hesitation and focused my will. The skill stone shattered, and a beam of dark red light surged into my body. Blood Rune Battle Array. Quality, Legendary/Type, Lord Aura. Effect, forms a Blood Rune field centered on the self. Within the field, allied attack plus 10%, defense plus 20%, health regen plus 20%. Range, 2 kilometer radius. Cost, 10 mana per minute. I sucked in a sharp breath. Offense and defense in 2 kilometers, covering more than half a battlefield. The only problem was the brutal mana drain. Quick mental math. Spirit 58.1, max mana 581, 10 per minute. At full mana, it could last nearly an hour. On a battlefield, you can't burn everything on an aura. You have to keep some in reserve, so realistically about 40-some minutes. Good enough. Looks like Spirit is something I'll have to stack to death. Now for the other 3. Abyss Crystal times 10, used to raise building levels. Blood Sacrifice Scroll, Fragment, times 1, epic tier. Can temporarily summon a single vampire unit to fight for 30 minutes. One-time use only. The Onizuka family once used the complete version to summon Grand Duke Bloodmark. This is only a fragment, so its power is greatly diminished. Useless to me. I'll give it to Su Qingxua later. It's worth some coin. Last item. Blood of the Vampire Grand Duke times 1. Quality, Legendary. Effect, repairs a damaged foundation, gradually restoring it to peak condition within 3 days. Restriction, vampire/demon type only. Dark red. Thick, faintly pulsing, as if it were alive. I couldn't use it. Drinking it might trigger some kind of mutation. But someone else could. I turned. Not far off, Lilith's striking figure stood tall, idly toying with the whip in her hand. In that fight against Su Shuangning, she'd taken my full force strike head-on. Her foundation was damaged, her power cut down by more than half. She still hadn't recovered. Lilith. She lifted her head, her dark violet eyes carrying a lazy, seductive charm. Master, what do you need from little old me? Her voice was soft and melting, the tail end curling upward, the natural intonation of a succubus. I tossed the vial of blood over. Drink it. She caught it on reflex, glanced down, and her pupils shrank sharply. Blood of the Vampire Grand Duke. Legendary quality. It could repair the very foundation of her power. Hemmaster is generous indeed. Her slender fingers stroked the vial as a meaningful curve tugged at the corner of her mouth. She knew exactly what this meant. For a demon with a damaged foundation, it was an elixir of life itself. Without it, She'd need at least another month to recover. You recovering benefits all of us, I said flatly. Enough talk. Drink. Then this humble servant won't hold back. Her red lips parted, and she tilted her head back, swallowing it in one gulp. Boom. Blood-red light exploded within her. Crimson mist churned and roared, erupting from every part of her body. Her aura surged wildly, the pressure of a legendary being spreading in an instant. The surrounding skeletons all retreated in unison, and even Selena furrowed her brow. And this wasn't even her limit. Full absorption would take 3 more days. Lilith slowly rose to her feet, dark red mist dancing around her like flames. Her gaze swept over me, flashing with a hint of greed, like she was eyeing the plumpest, juiciest cut of meat. But the next moment, she pulled her gaze back, ran her tongue across her lips, put on a sweet, syrupy smile, and leaned in close to me. Master, I withdrew my arm. Do your job well. This is only the beginning. Of course, I'll be sure to serve you well. The greed in her eyes was completely unconcealed. Business first. I opened the Lord panel and flipped to the Demon Kill leaderboard. First place, West, White Eagle Alliance, 3,890 points. Second place, Liang, Huagua, 3,702 points. Damn it, we were in first place just a moment ago. Those useless clowns from the island nation dragged us down for half a day, and now they'd overtaken us. From now on, I'll kill every last one of them I see. The war was basically over. Su Qingxue walked over, her eyes burning. Liang, you saved me again. Cut the crap. I didn't even look up, just tossed her the vampire scroll fragment. Regroup the team and fill the gaps. I'm going to hunt demons. Before I even finished, I flipped onto the back of the bone dragon, Blackwing. Vault, assemble the skeleton legion. Blackwing shot into the sky. Behind me, Su Qingxue clutched the scroll fragment tightly, saying nothing more. Deep in the dark wilds, in the Spirit Vein Valley, I led my team forward, Selena at my side. Lilith was still recovering. Ever since we'd been overtaken on the leaderboard, I hadn't stopped for a moment, but the demons had been almost wiped out. Luckily, the hunting range had expanded. Half a day later, the Bone Shadow assassins scouting ahead sent word. A massive demon gathering had been spotted. I quickened my pace. Commander, Selena said suddenly, there are people ahead. A group of figures came walking toward us. A dozen or so Huagua lords, all wearing sour expressions. The one in the lead was a tall young man. He froze when he saw me, then hurried over. Brother, are you heading up front too? Don't bother. He sighed. The road ahead is blocked by the White Eagle Alliance Brotherhood. They've staked out a huge territory and won't let anyone through. A lord beside him fumed. So damn arrogant. Before we could even say a word, they flashed their summons and forced us to back off. The White Eagle Alliance Brotherhood is a major power on the plain battlefield. We can't afford to mess with them, the tall guy warned. They've got over 300 people, and none of them are pushovers. You go alone, you'll get burned. He glanced at Selena and hesitated. You've got an angel, sure, but they've got the numbers. Thanks for the concern. I nodded with a smile and kept walking. Hey, brother, why won't you listen? I waved goodbye without turning back. Not afraid. The tall guy froze, staring at my back, then gritted his teeth. Follow him. The other lords blinked. Huh. If something goes wrong, at least we can lend a hand. We're all from Huagua. That guy's got no followers, probably a solo player. The group exchanged glances, then jogged to catch up. I paid them no mind and kept moving. Behind me, more than a dozen people trotted along. Soon, a crowd blocked the road ahead. A dozen or so White Eagle Alliance lords. Their leader was a burly blonde man in fine leather armor, a broadsword at his waist, a row of summons behind him. Gray wolves, harpies, fire elementals. He lifted his chin and spoke in stiff Chinese. Stop. This place belongs to the Brotherhood. Go around. The faces of the Huagua lords behind me changed. You White Eagle Alliance again. How much territory are you gonna hog? Last time you camped here for 3 days and wouldn't let anyone touch a single demon. The tall guy clenched his fists but didn't dare step forward. The blonde bruiser gave them a once-over, a sneer curling his lips. He didn't even bother looking me in the eye. You deaf? Take a detour. I walked straight ahead. His expression darkened. I said this place belongs to our Brotherhood. Move. I frowned. The blonde bruiser sized me up, his gaze landing on Selena, and let out a scoff. You? A single angel? The demons here aren't worthy of your kill, so get lost. The tall guy hurried to my side and lowered his voice. Bro, let's just find another spot. It's not worth it. Either move. My eyes swept coldly across this pack of foreigners, or die. The whole place went silent for a beat. Ha! The blonde bruiser burst out laughing. You've got some nerve. He clapped his hands. 3 figures emerged from behind him. The first, a 3-meter rock giant, clad in gray armor, the ground trembling with every step. The second, a crimson flame warlord, fire churning around him, waves of heat rolling off. The third, a silver-white frost banshee, her translucent form drifting in midair, cold radiating outward. 3 epic tier minions. See that? The blonde bruiser planted his hands on his hips and cackled. 3 epics. What's your one little angel gonna do against that? 3 auras unleashed at once, the pressure crushing down like a tidal wave. The faces of the Chinese lords went pale. 3 epic tier minions. How are we supposed to fight that? Bro, just let it go. The tall guy's palms were drenched in sweat, but he planted himself at my side. What's there to be afraid of? Worst case, we go down swinging. A lord next to him grabbed his arm. Are you insane? All of us together couldn't take even one of them. The tall guy shook off his hand. Doesn't matter. I'm not gonna stand here and watch our own get pushed around. We're all Chinese. A few of the lords gritted their teeth and stepped forward too. Fine. Let's do it. I waved a hand. You're right. One Selena really can't handle 3 epic tier minions. The Chinese lords let out a breath of relief. Right. Let's find another spot. A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. Seeing me back down, the blonde bruiser got even cockier. That's more like it. You Chinese should just crawl away nice and quiet. Next time I see you, I'll kill you on sight. Laughter erupted behind him. Chinese are such cowards. Get lost already. Whoosh. I raised my hand. A violent ripple through space cut off all the laughter. The sky suddenly darkened as a massive shadow tore its way out of the void. Boom. The ground shattered, sending rubble flying for 100 meters in every direction. The colossal shadow of a black-winged bone dragon came crashing down. Roar! A sky-splitting dragon's roar. Swept through, cracking the ground. The Lord of the White Eagle Alliance staggered back again and again, his servants cowering behind him. The massive dragon head lowered, its ghostly green eyes locked on the blonde, muscular man. The whole place fell dead silent. The smile vanished completely from his face. A bone dragon, peak epic tier. I ignored his shock. My voice was ice cold. Leave no one alive. The bone dragon opened its jaws. Ghostly green dragon breath poured out. Boom. The rock giant was engulfed. Its stone armor melted, its skeleton collapsed, its 3-meter body reduced to ash. The flame warlord swung a wave of fire to resist, but the dragon breath rolled right over it. The flames snuffed out instantly, and his body charred black. The frost banshee shrieked and flew up to escape, but a single beat of the bone wings sent a hurricane slamming it back down, the dragon breath following close behind. 3 epic tears. 3 seconds. All wiped out. The blonde man slumped to the ground, trembling all over. You're Leon? I didn't answer. The bone dragon's tail swept across. Whoosh. He was sent flying, crashing into a distant stone pillar, and made no more sound. The remaining White Eagle Alliance lords broke down completely. Run. It's Leon. Undead Lord Leon. Alert the Alliance. They scattered in every direction. The bone dragon soared into the air, its breath sweeping across, and the fleeing lords fell one after another. The skeleton archers rained arrows to seal off their escape, and the dark knights trampled through on iron hooves. In less than a minute, over a dozen of them, not one got away. All annihilated. The lords from the Chinese faction stood frozen, unable to speak. The tall one's lips quivered. 3 epic tears, gone in 3 seconds. He's the #1 Leon on the rankings? The others were stunned. The undead lord. No wonder there are so many skeletons. The tall one drew a deep breath and stepped forward, cupping his fists in salute. I'm Qinyu, Lord of Jiangsheng in the Chinese faction. If we caused any offense earlier, please forgive us. Since it's you, we won't worry needlessly on your behalf. We'll take our leave now. I looked at him. His strength was ordinary, but he had genuinely spoken up for me just now. In this other realm, Chinese helping Chinese, that was the right thing to do. Wait. Yu froze, then turned around. You can clear out the demons on the outer edge. Move in groups, and don't go deep, I said. There might still be Brotherhood people inside. And even if there aren't, the Demon Legion commanders aren't something you can handle. You have to stay alive, everything else comes after that. Right. We won't go deep. Yu nodded repeatedly. We know our limits. Su Qingxue will be coming shortly, I added. If you're willing, join the Su family's coalition and clear them out together. Yu's eyes lit up. The Su family? That's perfect. Thank you, Leon. I nodded, turned, and headed inward. The bone dragon took to the air, black wings spreading, its roar shaking the heavens. Serena followed, right behind. Behind me, Yu watched a voice muttered behind me. So this is the #1 undead lord on the leaderboards. Move out. Clear the perimeter first, then wait for the Su family's coalition to link up with us. The bone dragon beat its wings and soared high. Riding on its back, I looked down at the ley line region below. Magma spewed from cracks in the earth, and the air was scorching. Elemental energy surged around the ley line. Right now, fire elements were active, and fire elemental crystals littered the ground everywhere, just as good as hard currency, like demon stones. The higher the quality, the more valuable. And this was only the outer edge. At the center, void rifts concealed even more precious void crystals. A place like this, I had to claim it. In the distance, a group clad in white battle armor was hunting demons. 4 epic tier flying mounts circled overhead, their lords seated on their backs. An eagle-headed griffin dove down and blocked my path. Halt. This is Brotherhood territory. I didn't stop. The bone dragon kept flying forward. I said, get lost. The other 3 mounts closed in. 4 epic tier flying servants and 5 lords trapped me midair. The blond man leading them planted his hands on his hips and looked down at me with a sneer. A Chinese? You people aren't welcome here. If you know what's good for you, scram. He patted his mount's neck. And if you don't, my baby here is hungry. The eagle-headed griffin shrieked, talons slashing. 4 epic tier auras bore down like an avalanche. Move. My voice was ice cold. I'm heading deeper to kill demons. The blond man burst out laughing. The demons down there aren't for the likes of you to kill. Our Brotherhood has over 1,000 members holding this ley line. And you think you'll take it with 1 man and 1 dragon? Dream on. The other lords joined in the jeering. Get lost, you Chinese scum. Leave now, or we'll shoot you down. I frowned. Move or die. The blond man froze for a second, then roared with laughter and clapped his hands. Boys, show him what we've got. The 4 mounts unleashed their auras at once, screeching and roaring, arcs of electricity crackling. Waste of time. Irritated, I raised my hand. Mental power surged. Summon. Space tore open. Graka, Bowser, and 7 Doom Knights. 9 figures lined up in the air, bone wings spread wide. Massive skeletal swords held at their sides, death energy roiling. The smile froze on the blond man's face. 9 epic tier, impossible. The 4 flying mounts kept backing away. Kill. SHK. Graka's greatsword swept across, cleaving the eagle-headed griffin and its rider clean in 2, blood spraying everywhere. Bowser slammed his blade down, and the winged lion shattered to pieces. The other 2 knights pounced on a mount each. The 2-headed serpent griffin was run through, and the thunder-winged falcon crumbled before it could even beat its wings. Within seconds, all 4 mounts and 5 lords were annihilated. Not one of them managed so much as a scream. Blood rained down. Below, the Brotherhood lords hunting demons sensed something was wrong and looked up one by one. 9 Doom Knights hovered side by side in the air, bone wings spread wide, death aura churning. A bone dragon circled at the center, and I stood on its back. The brothers up top have been killed. 9 epic tier. And a bone dragon. Run. I wasn't in the mood to waste time. Dark purple light burst open. Lilith appeared. Massive bat wings unfurled. Dark red mist swirling. Legendary tier pressure blanketing the entire area in an instant. The lords below went weak in the knees. Their minions trembled. It's Leon. The undead Lord Leon. #2 on the rankings. We're done for a run. Some collapsed with buckling legs. unable to even crawl back up. Some shoved their minions forward as shields and turned to flee. Some had hands shaking too hard to tear open a teleport scroll. Lilith tilted her head, her voice lazy. Master, kill them all. Kill. She charged into the battlefield, her dark purple energy whip sweeping across. Crack. An entire row of lords and their minions were shredded to pieces, severed limbs scattering across the ground. The Doom Knights dove down, massive bone, swords slashing horizontally. One lord raised his shield to block, cleaved in two, shield and all. Two others turned to run. Their heads were already flying. The bone dragon's breath erupted. With a thunderous roar, a cluster of lords was reduced to ash. The rest completely broke down. Monster. He's a monster. Don't kill me. I have thousands of mana stones. They're all yours. At the same time, I summoned the Skeleton Legion. Space tore open, and the army surged up from the ground. The Dark Knights charged first, lances impaling the frontline minions. The skeleton archers loosed volleys of arrows, blotting out the sky. Fleeing lords took arrows in the back, falling one after another. A minotaur skeleton rammed headlong into the crowd, smashing a dozen minions into bone dust. The skeleton mages spewed acid, and everywhere the green orbs passed, flesh dissolved. Soul EXP plus 12 demon kill points plus 12. Soul EXP plus 10. System notifications popped up like crazy. Demon hunters or position holders. Kill them all, leave none alive. I sat atop the bone dragon, watching coldly. The Skeleton Legion crushed everything, pushing toward the deepest part of the spirit vein. Demon corpses, lord corpses, minion corpses, all collected. I had Vord tally the spoils. Netherfire staff, epic, ×3. Shadow longbow, rare, ×2. Gleaming abyss battle armor, epic, ×1. Abyss crystal ×20. The gear piled up into a mountain. The staff quality isn't bad. Perfect for the skeleton mages. Vord's eyes lit up. Distribute them. Keep whatever suits you. Store the rest, and use them as materials. I opened the main panel. I flipped over to the Demon Kill leaderboard. Number 1. Leon, China, 4,120 points. Number 2. West, White Eagle Alliance, 3,890 points. I'm back. All the points those losers cost me, recovered. And I'd pulled ahead by over 200. But holding on to first place meant I couldn't afford to slack off. The Bone Dragon pressed forward, the Skeleton Legion right behind it. The deeper we went, the denser the demons got. Keep killing. Meanwhile, over in the White Eagle Alliance channel, all hell had broken loose. White Eagle Alliance, Brotherhood headquarters. Inside a massive tent, a blonde man sat in the seat of honor. West, leader of the Brotherhood, former number 1 on the leaderboard. Right now his face was livid. A lord came stumbling and scrambling through the entrance. Leon. That undead Lord Leon slaughtered our people. Everyone stationed on the outer edge of the spirit vein is gone. A bone dragon, a doom knight, and some legendary tier demon. Anyone who got in the way died. West shot to his feet and pulled up his panel. His expression darkened instantly. Number 1. Leon, China, 4,120 points. Number 2. West, White Eagle Alliance, 3,890 points. He passed me. He slammed his fist through the corner of the table. Damn Chinese. He drew a deep breath, eyes turning cold and dark. Send the word. Everyone, assemble. Let's see just how good this Leon really is. Spirit Vein region. The battlefield was a mess. Every Brotherhood lord in sight was wiped out. Not one had gotten away. Demon corpses blanketed the valley. I'd hit the jackpot on this one. The Brotherhood and the demons had gone at each other for hours, both sides beaten to a pulp, and then I swept in with my legion and harvested the whole thing. Over 50 lord corpses. Thousands of servant and demon corpses combined. All of it ready-made material. Collect. A single thought, and every corpse was absorbed into my dimensional space. Just as I was about to push deeper, a ripple came through the spiritual bond. Blood Nightmare was back, and it had brought quite a haul. At the same time, a surge of experience poured in. Experience synced. Lord Puppet Blood Nightmare has accumulated a massive number of monster kills. Level up to 24. Spirit plus 2, current 60.1. Summon cap, raised to 611. Blood Nightmare hadn't stopped for a second in Silent Hill. experience sinking the whole time. 20 more summon slots. Head back first. I recalled my legion and returned to the Scourge domain. Ward was already waiting at the entrance. Master, Blood Nightmare is waiting for you at the Silent Hill passage. A flicker of movement, and I appeared before the passage. Behind Blood Nightmare, the loot was piled sky-high. 4,000 or 5,000 elite zombie corpses, over 200 rare zombies, gear scattered all across the ground. Blood Nightmare, come here. He dropped to one knee. The voice was identical to mine, just colder. Master, good work. It was nothing. The zombies in Silent Hill never run out. He shook his head, but a lot of rare flying monsters showed up, along with an epic tier pyramid head. The flying ones gave me trouble. My eyes narrowed. Flying monsters. Blood wraiths can't fly, and I don't have many skeleton archers, so it made sense they couldn't handle airborne enemies. But that only made me excited. My legion was exactly short on flying units. Deal with the loot first. The blood wraith pulled a leather pouch from his chest. I opened it, and with a clatter, a pile of thumb-sized crystal shards spilled out. Pale blue, semi-transparent, giving off faint psychic ripples. I picked one up. A prompt popped up. Mind shard. Quality, rare. Effect, upon use, permanently plus 0.1 willpower. Effective below 100 willpower. My hand trembled. Every shard was plus 0.1. I looked down and counted 80 shards. That was plus 8.0 willpower total. I gripped the shards, my hands shaking slightly. Good stuff. I started handing out assignments. Lilith. She emerged from the shadows, a sweet, cloying smile on her lips. Master, you and the Blood Wraith head to Silent Hill. Take the Skeleton Archer core, wipe out every flying monster, and bring the corpses back. No problem. Her eyes lit up. The Blood Wraith dropped to one knee. As you command. The two of them left through the Lord's Passage. I turned to the Lich. Ward, the altar's yours. Convert every rare and epic tier corpse in the plane space, and extract the soul fire from the elites to use as materials. Yes, Master. He bowed and directed the skeletons into a flurry of activity. I took a deep breath, staring at the pile of pale blue shards in my hand, the corners of my mouth lifting. Now, time to focus on boosting my willpower. Use. With a single thought, the first shard melted into my mind. A cool, warm current spread down from the top of my head, like being soaked in warm water. My mind cleared, my thoughts sharpened, not a trace of pain. Willpower plus 0.1. Current, 60.2. Willpower plus 0.1. Current, 60.3. The numbers kept climbing. 60.4, 60.5, 60.6. With each shard absorbed, that warm current grew a little richer. The last shard. Willpower plus 0.1. Current, 68.1. Summoning cap increased. Current, 691. My eyes snapped open. Willpower had surged by 8 points. A summoning cap of 691, a full 100 more than before. Yes. I let out a low growl, fists clenched, my whole body trembling. My willpower spread outward. I closed my eyes, my consciousness expanding, taking in the entire Scourge domain. The eye of the ground. The rune lich traced runes with a bone stylus, magic swirling as spell scrolls unfurled one after another. In the plant garden, an elf pressed her palms together, spiritual light cascading down, buds bursting into bloom, fruits swelling ripe. By the stream, a few elf maidens played and laughed, their voices crisp and bright. In the forge, flames roared skyward, sparks scattering everywhere. Everything under my command. The feeling was exhilarating. Master. Ward walked over, looking a little concerned. It's nothing. I smiled and composed myself. How's the corpse conversion coming along? In progress. He stepped forward. All the epic tier demon corpses are being cultivated into Doom Knights. 8 expected. The Lord's epic servant corpses can yield 3 epic skeleton mages, for archers, and 3 assassins. Those 4 flying beasts from today can produce 4 epic flying mounts. Are the high-tier corpses all used up? Ward thought for a moment. Master, there are still 2 left in the warehouse, legendary tier corpses. Giant Bull Demon, Talos, 2-star legendary. Blood Clan Grand Duke, 1-star legendary. Ward paused. These 2, the altar can't convert. They're too powerful. The altar can't handle them. I nodded. Legendary tier corpses were indeed beyond what the current undead altar could process. Conversion was limited by the altar's level and the lord's rank. Cultivating a legendary tier servant required an intermediate lord, plus 50,000 ordinary corpses as offerings, along with special materials like abyss crystals and magic-infused blood essence. The materials weren't a problem. Abyss crystals were everywhere in the demon world. Blood essence could be harvested from magical beasts, and 50,000 corpses could be gathered in Silent Hill in just a few days. The only bottleneck was the intermediate lord requirement. I was still a novice lord, and intermediate was still some ways off. I needed to speed things up. Leave them for now. Talos and the Blood Clan Grand Duke weren't going anywhere. They could wait until I reached intermediate lord. The current results were already enough. 22 newly converted epic tier undead. 8 Doom Knights, 3 skeleton mages, 4 skeleton archers, 3 skeleton assassins, and 4 flying skeleton mounts. Once they were all summoned, combined with my existing forces, my high-end lineup would double or even triple. Light flickered across the altar as skeletons rose, one after another. I stood off to the side with my eyes closed, sensing the workings of the entire domain. An hour or so later, the Lord's portal lit up. Lilith and the Blood Wraith returned. A mountain of flying monster corpses piled up behind them. Membranous wings like a wyvern's, gray-brown skin, an eyeless head with only a fang-filled maw, sharp claws at the ends of its limbs, and bone spikes jutting from its wings. Sky Shrieker. Quality: Rare Level, 43. Skills: Bite, Claw Strike, Psychic Shriek, Dive. Silent. Classic flying monsters of the ridge. They nest in scrap heaps and can cause psychic interference with their piercing shrieks. Over 100 corpses, packed tightly together. Just looking at them got me excited. Experience flooded in. Gained 13,100 EXP. Gained Psychic Fragment times 10. I used them immediately. Psychic Power plus 0.1. Current, 68.2. Psychic Power plus 0.1. Current, 69.1. Summon limit increased. Current, 701. I began summoning over the corpses. With a single thought, psychic power surged out, wrapping around a corpse and reshaping its bones. A skeleton rose from the corpse, its spinal frame extended outward, forming a pair of pterosaur membrane wings with a span of over 3 meters, shimmering with magical light. Its head was long and narrow, filled with sharp teeth, and its limbs ended in razor-sharp bone claws. Wyvern Skeleton. Quality: Rare Level 1. Skills: Dive Bite, Bone Claw Rend, Death Shriek, Undead Wind. Traits: Wyvern Flight, Aerial Maneuvering. Transformed from a sky screecher, it excels at aerial dives and claw strikes. Its Death Shriek can cause psychic interference. A new unit, the Wyvern Skeleton, an aerial melee fighter. Dive Bite, Claw Strikes, Psychic Interference, plus magic attacks. Air units were already broken, and with this many skills, they were absolute killing machines. Keep going. One after another, wyvern skeletons rose from the ground, spread their bony wings, and lifted into the sky. Every remaining corpse was converted, filling out the rest of my forces. Ward's altar hadn't stopped either. Elite swordsmen, archers, and minotaur skeletons kept rising up. Half an hour later. Summoned. 701/701. Full roster. 50 wyvern skeletons circled above the blight domain, bone wings beating, claws gleaming cold. On the ground, dark knights, minotaur skeletons, archers, swordsmen, shield guards, and mages stood packed together. Graka and Balls led 15 Doom Knights in neat formation. 40 epic tier or higher combatants, 701 undead, plus Lilith. Even a mid-tier lord wouldn't command such a powerful army. This was the terror of an undead lord. But it still wasn't enough. I thought of the 2 legendary corpses in my warehouse. Once I reached mid-tier lord, I'd be able to handle any ordinary mid-tier lord with ease. Assemble. We continue hunting demons. Just then, the comm channel lit up. Su Qingshue's voice came through, urgent. Liang, there's a demon fortress up ahead. It's huge. My eyes narrowed. I'm on my way. Moments later, I returned to the dark wasteland, crossed a hill, and stood at its summit. My eyes narrowed. A massive fortress loomed in the center of the wasteland. Black walls, up to 30 meters tall, covered in dark red runes, radiating scorching heat. 3 walls, each rising higher than the last. The outermost layer swarmed with demon archers, at least 300 of them. On the open ground between the walls, demon soldiers stood in formation, all regulars. On the second layer, heavy overlords patrolled, every one of them rare grade or higher. At the highest point of the third layer, a massive figure sat upon a throne of bone, 6 arms, each gripping a weapon, its entire body burning with dark violet flames. Demon Legion Commander, Blaze Flame. Quality, Legendary 1-star level, 46 threat level, 7-star. Skills, Abyssal Inferno, 6-arm Skyrend, Legion Summon, Flame Hell, Ruin Flame Armor, Blaze Flame Roar, Lava Domain. One of the Legion commanders, the Abyss, stationed in the Dark Wilderness, commanding 5,000 demon elites and over 10,000 rabble troops. 8,000 elites, over 10,000 rabble. There wasn't a shred of fear in my eyes, only excitement. This clinched it. First place in points was as good as mine. After scouting the fortress, I returned to camp. Su Shuangning crossed her arms. 8,000 elites, over 10,000 rabble, plus a legendary 1-star Legion commander. So how do you plan to fight this? Su Qingxue looked at me too. There are too many of them. If we charge head-on, we'll lose a lot of ordinary soldiers. I considered this. Resources aren't infinite. Even with money, you can't just throw it around. The biggest difference between us and the demons, I paused, is that we have brains. Su Shuangning raised an eyebrow. Demons only know how to charge and destroy, really are mindless. My ladies, I'm still standing right here. Lilith put her hands on her hips and tilted her head, displeased. Throw out bait, split their forces, pick them off one group at a time. I raised my hand and pointed to the north and south of the fortress. Send squads to lure out the demons on the perimeter. Draw out a batch, kill a batch. And if they catch on? Su Qingxue asked. Let them. I don't believe demons can keep their cool. I said indifferently. Once it gets angry, it'll abandon the fortress's advantage and come out to fight. If only a few come out, we take them on. If a lot come out, we turn around and seize the fortress. Su Shuangning nodded. Those demons are the easiest to provoke. Even if the commander can hold back, the ordinary demons won't. Good idea. I'll go arrange it right now. Su Qingxue dashed off in a flash. Before long, Forbate squads set out toward the fortress from the north and south. The south, on the wilderness outside the fortress, demon patrol units were scattered everywhere. Demons rarely have discipline, especially the low-intelligence rabble, manic and chaotic, unable to stay in one place, preferring to wander. Positioned around the fortress's perimeter, they amounted to a loose barrier. The elven scouts crept in slowly, seized the moment, and drew their bows. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Cold arrows pierced through the necks of the patrolling demons. Several of them. The screams cut through the air as the scout fell, instantly alerting the nearby patrol. Enemies. A dark tide of demons came roaring in, the ground trembling beneath them. The scout turned and ran, demons hot on his heels, more and more patrols getting swept into the chase. They pursued him into the valley. Sheer cliffs rose on both sides, the passage so narrow that only 20 or 30 could stand abreast. Massive boulders loomed overhead, blotting out most of the sky. Don't let those insects escape. The demons surged into the valley floor with furious howls. In the blink of an eye, the scout vanished around a bend. They ground to a halt, glancing left and right. Where'd he go? The leading warlord frowned, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Any Chinese with half a brain knows a place like this is an ambush. I stood atop the cliff, looking down at them from above. Too bad these demons only think about killing. I shook my head and snapped my fingers. Make it quick. Leave none alive. On both sides of the valley, skeleton archers appeared in unison, bowstrings drawn taut. Thwip, thwip, thwip. A rain of arrows poured down from both flanks, blanketing the entire passage. Arrows. A demon looked up, dense volleys of arrows reflected in its widening pupils. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The front row went down screaming, bristling with arrows. The middle row raised shields to block. The back row spun to flee and collided into a tangled heap. Fall back. A cluster of demons charged for the valley mouth. The ground shook. Dark knights came thundering in through the entrance, iron hooves shattering the earth. The first few demons to reach them were sent flying, their bones cracking against the rock walls. The mouth of the valley was sealed shut. We can't get out. This way, climb the cliff face. Several demons threw themselves at the cliffs, scrambling upward hand over foot. Skeleton swordsmen leapt down from the top, blades slashing. The climbing demons lost their arms and plummeted, surrounded on all sides, with nowhere to run. No, don't come any closer. The demons crammed together at the bottom of the valley, shoving and trampling one another, shrieking in terror. The second volley of arrows came down, mowing them over in swaths. Experience gained, 3,200. Points plus 180. Experience gained, 2,800. Points plus 150. The same scene played out again and again across the region. The northern gorge, the southern boulder field. Every location followed the identical script. Bait draws out a group, ambushers cut them down. This script repeated for 3 full days. On the morning of the 4th day, beside the campfire, Su Shuangning flipped open the battle report. 3 days. We've cleared over 7,000 demons from the perimeter, and the patrols are basically wiped out. She closed the report and looked at me. This method really works. The Su family lords beside her nodded in agreement. 7,000 demons in 3 days, and not a single casualty on our side. Fighting under Lord Liang's command is such a relief. I smiled and nodded. This is only the beginning. I rose to my feet and gazed toward the fortress. The main course is still to come. Deep inside the demon fortress, in the recesses of the Great Hall, Legion Commander Blazeflame sat upon his throne of bone, fingers drumming irritably against the armrest. One eye snapped open. Something was wrong. 3 days without a single report from the perimeter patrols. Hurried footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. A messenger stumbled in and dropped to his knees. Legion Commander, we have a problem. Blazeflame's dark red gaze fell on him. Speak. The perimeter patrols, they vanished. Cold sweat beaded on the messenger's forehead. Half were left yesterday. Today, fewer than 3,000 remain. Every scout we sent out never came back. What? Blazeflame's voice turned sharp. He rose slowly from the throne, his massive frame casting a shadow across the firelight. Over 3 meters tall, covered in dark red scales, a pair of enormous bat wings unfurled behind him, veins of magma-like patterns coursing between them. Twin horns crowned his head, and sulphurous smoke billowed from his snout. Dark red flames spilled from his eyes. 3 days. His voice was low, yet it rattled the stone pillars. 7,000 men, gone for 3 whole days. And you're only telling me now? The messenger collapsed to the floor, trembling. Mercy, Legion Commander. I thought the patrols were merely delayed. Blazeflame clenched his fist at the empty air, and a whip of flame materialized. Crack! The whip lashed down, splitting the messenger's body in 2. The remains burst into dark red flame and were reduced to ash in under 2 seconds. No scream. Blazeflame withdrew the flaming whip, his crimson eyes sweeping across the hall. Every demon dropped to their knees in unison, not daring to breathe. A pack of useless wretches. His executioner's greatsword slammed into the floor, boom. The ground split open, magma surging up through the cracks. 7,000 of my men, just thrown away like garbage. Who did this? The temperature in the hall spiked, the air rippling with heat. The guards backed away, sweat evaporating the instant it formed. Calm your rage, Legion Commander. An aged voice spoke up. Zarin, a demon's pawn sorcerer in a dark red robe, stepped forward slowly, 2 eerie green eyes set into his wrinkled face. He bowed. The enemy's goal is to provoke us. Blazeflame fixed his gaze on him, the fire in his eyes burning hotter. The perimeter patrols took 3 full days to be wiped out. A few hundred on the first day, over 1,000 on the second, all of them gone by the third. Zarin said, the enemy could clearly have devoured them in one stroke, yet they deliberately took their time to bait us into striking first. Then I'll give them what they want. I'll march out there and crush these vermin. Whoever could consume 7,000 patrolmen is no ordinary foe. Charging out is exactly what they want. Blazeflame gritted his teeth, a low growl rumbling in his throat. Zarin was right. But were 7,000 lives to be thrown away for nothing? Boom. He smashed his fist through the throne's armrest. Investigate, he forced out hoarsely. Send the elites out of the city and find out where the enemy is. We don't even know who the enemy is. What kind of Legion commander does that make me? Yes, sir. A demon general took the order and departed. Zarin wanted to protest again, but in the end he only sighed and shut his mouth. An elite squad set out from the south gate. Leading them was Grum, an epic 3-star general, nearly 4 meters tall, dark red scales covering his arms, a bone blade slung over his shoulder, dried blood embedded in the cracks along its edge. To his left rear was the 4-armed General Daka, for blades in hand, and there was the tall, slender female General Sarah, wielding a dark violet staff. 3 generals, 300 elites, searching deep into the wastelands. The moon hid behind the clouds, and the wastes fell into pitch darkness. The last direction the patrol was in contact was the southern valley. Grum crouched down to examine the footprints. Dense tracks led into the valley. Not a single one came back out. Something did happen. He gripped his bone blade. Into the valley. The valley path was deep and dark. Broken demon horns scattered along both sides. No bodies, only dried blood. A brutal battle had been fought here. Grum's pupils suddenly contracted. At the mouth of the valley stood a woman. Dark violet hair fell to her waist. 2 black horns at her temples wreathed in thin violet flames, and behind her a pair of enormous bat wings spread half open, violet patterns swirling across the membranes. She tilted her head, her purplish-red eyes sweeping toward them, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. A legendary tier succubus? Grum's calves trembled beyond his control. He'd heard there was a legendary tier succubus among the Legion commanders, Lilith. But how could she be here? Little ones, you've come all this way. Lilith's voice was languid. What's the rush to leave? Commander, we all serve under Yin. We have no quarrel with you. Oh, what a coincidence. She laughed sweetly. This time, I've come precisely to kill him. Grum took a step back, a breath of death crawling up his spine. He didn't hesitate and pressed out the order in a low voice. Scatter and break out. Even if just one of us gets out, get word back to the fortress. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lilith vanished. The next instant, she appeared before him. Run? Of course you can run. She raised her hand, dark violet magic flashing at her fingertips. But can you actually get away? Charm. Dark violet magic burst outward, engulfing the entire valley. 300 elites and 2 lieutenant generals froze in place at once. Running postures locked, blade-raising arms suspended in midair, eyeballs twitching wildly, mouths open but unable to make a sound. It wasn't a binding of the flesh. It was a terror that crawled up from the depths of the soul, clutching their throats, gripping their hearts. Grum, 4 meters tall and able to tear through steel, couldn't move so much as a single finger now. Let me go? Demon stones, abyssal cry. Jing, it's all yours. No need, Lilith cut him off. My master, all I need is your death. She raised her hand, and an invisible hammer slammed into Grum's chest. Run. Even if it costs me an arm, I have to run. He fought desperately, the dark red runes across his body flaring to life. At that moment, from the darkness on both sides of the valley, 17 massive figures stepped forward in unison. Doom Knights, Graka and Balzer, leading the charge, had already torn into the formation, great swords crashing down. 3 elite demons were cleaved in half before they could even scream, blood and flesh bursting apart. Balzer swept his blade sideways, cutting another 5 demons clean through the waist. 15 Doom Knights smashed into the battle lines like killing machines. Wherever their blades swept, heads flew into the air. 40 Dark Knights followed close behind, lances thrusting out as one, skewering and flinging the charmed demons aside one after another. This wasn't a battle. It was a slaughter. Grum poured everything into his runes and broke free of the charm with a burst. But the moment he rose, Graka's greatsword was already coming down. His head flew off, and his headless body crashed to the ground. Daka broke loose and lunged 2 steps forward. Balzer's blade swept in from the side, severing all 4 arms and his head in a single stroke. Sarah raised her staff to gather magic, but Lilith drew a finger across her throat. Blood gushed out, and she crumpled limply to the ground. All 3 generals dead. Not one of the 300 elites survived. The valley floor was carpeted with corpses, blood running like a river. I stood outside the valley, watching it all unfold in silence. Lilith dragged the bodies of the 3 generals over. Master, it's done. Good. Clean up the battlefield. I glanced at the system prompt. Soul experience plus 68,000. Points plus 2,850. Generals really were worth a fortune. I absorbed all the corpses into the Scourge domain, a plan already forming in my mind. 3 epic grade bodies. Perfect timing. Now I could summon the 3rd Lich. Following my orders, Word placed Grum's body, the one seething with the deepest resentment, onto the undead altar. The runes lit up one by one, and dark green necromantic energy poured into the corpse. Bones twisted, muscles withered, and the skin faded to a dried, ashen gray. In the empty eye sockets, 2 clusters of ghostly green flame ignited. A new lich rose from the altar, wreathed in a faint green plague mist, rotting green slime still clinging to its face. A little disgusting. Master. It bowed low. I pulled up its information. Plague Lich. Quality. Epic 3-star level. 1. HP. 800 attack. 120. Magic. Defense. 50. Skills. Plague Mist area damage over time and slow. Rot Corpse Poison Blast detonates the mist for area damage and poisoning. Necrotic Resurrection consumes corpses to summon skeleton soldiers. Venom Nova releases a poison ring centered on itself, stacking Plague. Plague Spread the mist automatically spreads on contact with enemies. Traits. Hashtag translated text. Potion Craft Mastery. Potion Effectiveness plus 20%. Body of Plague. Immune to toxins and disease. Attacks inflict plague. A rune lich in the left hand. A plague lich in the right. With enough materials, I could grind my enemies to death just by hurling spell scrolls and potions at them. Vault. Take the last 2. Turn them into Doom Knights. The lich slots were full, so I'd have to settle for the next best thing. Soon enough, 2 Doom Knights strode out from the altar at the cost of 2 elite swordsman slots. When will I finally get the whole legion upgraded past epic tier? I shook my head. If any other low-ranking lord heard me say that, they'd probably drop dead from envy. Having 4 epic tier servants would make them elite among their peers, and here I was with over 40, still complaining it wasn't enough. Inside the demon fortress, the Great Hall, Blaze sat on his throne, silent. Grum's squad had been gone a full day now, not a single word. Hurried footsteps echoed outside. Zarin strode in, his face grim beyond words. Legion Commander, Grum's soul mark? It's shattered. Blaze's eyes snapped open. The demonic runes across his body flared to life, and the stone tiles beneath his feet exploded with a thunderous crack. Dead? Again. His roar sent the pillars trembling. 7,000 patrol troops devoured. Grum killed. Who is doing this? Dark red flames erupted from within him. Crack, crack, crack. 3 stone columns snapped clean through. Every guard dropped to the floor, shaking. Blaze charged for the hall doors. I'll go myself. I'll tear him apart. Zarin threw himself in the way, dropping to one knee. Legion Commander, please, calm yourself. Move. A backhand swept toward him. Zarin raised a shield, but the blow sent him flying into the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Still, he pulled himself up and planted himself in front once more. The enemy has gone to every length to bait us out. Human lords excel at exactly this. They've laid a trap, and they're just waiting for us to walk into it. Blaze panted, his runes pulsing between bright and dim. Those demons don't matter. Zarin stared him dead in the eyes. But you know better than anyone what lies beneath this fortress. That thing cannot be put at risk. If a human lord breaks through. He didn't finish. The fire in Blaze's eyes slowly died. His chest heaved violently, but at last his fist unclenched, and he sank back onto the throne. I know, he ground out, his voice hoarse. Send the order. Everyone falls back to the fortress. We hold it to the death. Zarin let out a breath of relief. Don't worry. They won't be strutting around for long. I'll send word to our lord right away and request reinforcements. At that very moment, a cold voice called out from beyond the fortress. Blaze, you cockroach, hiding in your hole. Up on the wall, a demon archer poked his head out. Out on the wasteland stood a lone figure, one hand tucked in his pocket, head tilted up toward the 3 tiers of the fortress wall. It was Leon. I hear you're quite the fighter? Fat lot of good that does. His voice amplified by magic. His voice bored into the ears of every demon inside the fortress. You send a pack of grunts out to die while you hide in your hole, like a coward? A volley of arrows shot out. Leon flicked his hand, and a blood-red shield unfurled, arrows pinging harmlessly off it. Those patrols? I killed them. His tone was flat, as if discussing something trivial. That Grum, too, still screaming your name when I twisted his head off. He advanced, step by step. The great Legion commander, watching me butcher his men one by one while he crouches in his den. The archers were stunned. No matter how hot-tempered a demon got, none dared curse the Legion commander. Yet this human stood at the gates hurling insults, and the commander still hadn't answered. You think you're strong? Leon stopped, tilted his head back. In front of me, you're nothing but an insect. One stomp and you're dead. Inside the great hall. The fire in Ember's eyes flared from dull red to searing white. Lowly human worm. The throne's armrest exploded into dust. I'll gut him myself. Zarin lunged to block his path. This is obviously a trap. Every word he's saying is deliberately. Crack. A fist slammed into his chest. Zarin flew backward, shattering a stone pillar. He dies today. Anyone who stops me dies too. Ember stormed out, his voice like churning magma. Warlord Legion, with me. Whoever stands in my way dies. The south gate crashed open. 2,000 elites poured out behind him, a scorched trail dragging across the ground in his wake. He rose, wings spread, his flaming whip and beheading greatsword raised at once. Out on the wastes, the moment Leon saw Ember burst forth, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he turned and ran. Worm, you think you can escape? Ember swooped low, his whip splitting the air as it lashed down. Crack. A burning gash tore open where Leon had just stood, but his figure was already 50 meters away. A faint glow flickered from the ring on his finger. Vermin, you can't get away. Ember's wings accelerated, hellfire blasting from his palms. Leon sprinted without looking back, ripping open teleportation scrolls one after another like they were worthless. Each time he landed, Ember closed a few meters, stone shrapnel flying past him. A blood shield unfurled behind him. Boom! Shattered by a single whip crack, but Leon reappeared even farther ahead. Soon he fled into a valley. Sheer cliffs rose on both sides, the passage winding and narrow. Ember plunged in without hesitation. Leon swept his hand, and the ground split open. 2 flesh abominations crawled out, their bloated bodies clogging the passage as they charged, howling and swinging their hooks and cleavers. Move! The whip coiled out, 2 sharp cracks, and the abominations were sliced in 2. Ember didn't even glance at them and kept coming. The passage reached its end. A dead end. Leon stopped, his back against the rock face. Ember closed in, step by step. Close now. Each step branded a burning footprint into the ground. His long whip coiled through the air, sealing off every route of escape. Run! His voice seethed with fury. Weren't you the one who killed my soldiers, my general? Weren't you the one who said you'd crush me like a bug? Go on, run, you insect. Leon said nothing. He just leaned against the rock wall, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. Still smiling. Crack! The whip lashed viciously across his chest. Leon was thrown backward, slamming into the cliff face as loose stones rained down. A charred whip mark ran across his chest, so deep the bone showed through. He struggled back to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If anything, the smile only grew wider. What are you smiling at? Fireflame roared. Leon braced his arms, slowly straightened up, and lifted his head to look at him. Blood still traced his lips, but there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. Because my mission is complete, he said, his voice hoarse yet remarkably steady. And next, my master is going to take your life. Fireflame froze. The next instant, the figure of Leon before him twisted and dissolved, as though he had never existed at all. High on the cliffs to the left of the valley, Lilith leaned against a withered tree, her dark violet hair streaming in the night wind. On the opposite side, Su Shuangning stood suspended in midair, her silver hair white as snow, a frost longsword gripped in her hand. The elven sword saint stood silently at her side. We've been waiting a long time. Su Shuangning swept her blade, and frost spread from its tip across half the cliff face. You've finally arrived. Fireflame's pupils shrank to points. In that moment, Soul's flames flared to life across the entire mountainside at once. Thousands of figures surged out from both walls of the valley, encircling Fireflame's legion, the Sioux clan's allied forces, along with my undead army. The servants of the various lords lined the cliffs in formation, and the 24 epic tier ruin knights were the most striking of all, their shadows nearly swallowing the entire valley. Fireflame's brow furrowed. A trap. It really was a trap. My demon's pawn mage had been right after all. You despicable pack of two-legged sheep. Fireflame bellowed, his eyes sweeping the surroundings. Where's that insect who cursed me? The one he expected never appeared. Are you looking for me? The voice came from directly overhead. Fireflame's head snapped up. The bone dragon's black wings spread wide, blotting out the sky. I sat astride its back, looking down at him from above. How can you be here? Fireflame's voice changed. You are not even wounded. No, you're not the one from before. As a legendary tier demon, he could sense it. The one he'd whipped moments ago truly hadn't been me. That had been Blood Fiend, my avatar. 2 lashes would have shredded an ordinary man into pulp. Only its life force, far beyond that of any human, could withstand it. By now I had already recalled Blood Fiend into my dimensional space, where the flesh acolytes were tending to its wounds. But I couldn't be bothered to explain. I raised my hand and pointed at him. Kill him. Insolence. Dark red flames erupted around Blaze Flame. His executioner's greatsword pointed skyward. You think worms like you can kill me? The bone dragon opened its jaws. A torrent of undead breath surged out, its rotting stench engulfing Blaze Flame. He crossed his arms, and a dark red shield flared to life. Boom. The dragon's breath slammed into the shield, sending Blaze Flame stumbling back 3 steps, the rock beneath his feet melting into magma. He wiped the ash from his face and grinned savagely. Is that all you've got? A mere lesser dragon thinks it can kill me? Before he could finish, a dark purple figure flickered into existence behind him. Lilith. And what if you add me to the mix? Lilith. You traitor. Blaze Flame snarled. You're a succubus of the abyss, and yet you'd help these worms against me? Aren't you afraid the abyssal will punish you? Lilith shrugged helplessly. Sorry. The rules of the void outrank the abyssal will. Her purple whip snapped into a coiling flourish in her hand. I serve only my master now. You've lost your mind. A piece of garbage like you, bowing to a blue star lord as your master. Enough talk. Lilith's figure blurred. Go die. Her flaming whip tore through the air, slashing down. Blaze Flame twisted aside and swept his greatsword across. Lilith's bat wings flared as she flipped midair, her purple whip lashing straight for his face. Crack. Sparks flew, and a bloody welt appeared across Blaze Flame's cheek. That's it. He grinned viciously, unleashing hellfire from his palm. The fire whip curled back around her purple whip and yanked hard. Lilith lurched forward but used the momentum to close in, driving a surge of purple energy straight into his chest. Bam! Dark purple light exploded outward. Blaze Flame grunted and staggered back 3 steps. Not bad. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Living up to your title as a Succubus Legion commander. Yet despite his words, there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. His fire whip transformed into a net of flames covering the sky. Lilith parried left and right, retreating 1 step. Then another, her breathing growing ragged. 3 more burns searing across her shoulder and thigh. At that moment, a silver flash of a blade came slashing from the left. The elven sword saint. Clang. Blaze Flame spun to block. The sword saint flipped his wrist, a second strike, a third, 5 consecutive slashes, each one aimed to kill. Blaze Flame retreated while blocking. Then it came from the right. Su Shuangning's frost sword energy swept across, and Blaze Flame couldn't dodge in time. His left leg was frozen solid. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spread from his ankle up to his knee, forcing him down onto 1 knee. With a roar, his hellfire erupted, his greatsword sweeping out to drive the sword saint back. Blaze Flame scrambled back several steps, gasping for breath. At this rate, he'd be worn down and killed sooner or later. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He gave up on the fight, wings beating furiously. Dark flame storm. Boom. Hellfire exploded from within him, blasting all three of his attackers away at once. Blaze Flame looked up, his eyes locked fixed on me atop the dragon's back. You despicable human war. Boy, all you can do is cower behind your servants. Come down here and face me like a real man. The roar echoed through the valley. I looked at him, the corner of my mouth curling up. Face you. My voice was quiet, yet it reached every demon's ears with perfect clarity. Sorry to disappoint, but our servants are the front line for us Blue Star lords. You Blue Star people know nothing but these dirty little tricks. Cowards. Shameless. I smiled. We call it intelligence. You know why the endless abyss has so many demons, yet you still can't rule the entire void? Because all you understand is killing and destruction. You don't have the first clue about intelligence. I shook my head, thinking, that's just too hard for your kind. Shut up. Veins bulged on Blaze's forehead. I am a legendary one-star flame demon. I could crush you with one hand. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. Then try. Blaze couldn't hold back any longer. Ignoring the storm of sword light around him, he lunged straight up toward the bone dragon in the sky. Die. His massive decapitating sword rose high, dark red demon fire coiling around the blade. 30 meters. 20 meters. The edge drew closer and closer. I didn't dodge. I just stared at him. My gaze turned ice cold. Mental strike. Hum. An invisible burst of mind force detonated. A dull thud echoed inside Blaze's skull, and his body suddenly seized up. He was legendary tier, dazed for less than half a second. But half a second was enough. Lilith's purple whip cracked down on his head. Crack. The sound of bone shattering rang out clearly. The sword saint capitalized, driving a blade clean through his back. SHK. Dark red blood sprayed everywhere. Blaze crashed to the ground with an agonized scream, slamming into the earth and sending debris flying, blood gushing from his wounds. A demon's vitality is stubborn. It didn't kill him on the spot. He struggled to rise, but several epic tier arrows were already bearing down on his skull. Flames erupted in an instant, blasting the arrows away, but he was running on fumes now. Su Shuangning's frost sword aura descended again. The sword saint's seventh strike thrust forward, and Lilith's purple whip came lashing down. All three attacks hammering into him at once. Legion Commander. Zarin appeared out of nowhere, a massive magic shield flaring up to cover Blaze. We have to go? Back to the fortress. If we don't leave now, we never will. Blaze gritted his teeth. His body was riddled with holes, yet he still glared up at the sky. Glared at the man who, from start to finish, hadn't moved more than a single finger. Next time, he forced out, his voice a hoarse rasp. Next time I'll definitely move. Zarin hauled him up, and the two vanished in an instant. Get back here. Lilith's whip snapped down and hit nothing but air. Damn it. She looked up at me. Master, what do we do? It's fine. I gazed toward that dark fortress. They won't get far. The corpses of 2,000 elite demons carpeted the entire valley. Su Shuangning swept her eyes across them. These bodies. Body. You don't want it. Of course I do. I raised my hand. The skeleton legion spread out to clear the battlefield. For efficiency, many of the Lord's minions pitched in as well. What's the situation over at the demon fortress? Scouts report that once Blaze Fire pulled back into the fortress, they activated a magic array, Su Shuangning said. What we're facing next is a fortress protected by a magical barrier. Good thing we didn't just charge in from the start, Su Qingxue said with relief. Otherwise we'd have lost half our forces, and once they activated the array, we'd have been completely stuck. A fortress guarded by a legion commander. There's no way it wouldn't have a few tricks up its sleeve. I thought for a moment. Signal all the mages to get ready. There's no clever way past a barrier. We just have to break through by force. Su Qingxue nodded and went to make arrangements. Something suddenly came to mind, and I looked over at Lilith, who was being tended to by the acolyte healers. Hey, don't you have an abyss castle too? Any treasures in there? Master. Lilith blinked, then latched onto me, trying to squeeze me for everything I've got. Half an hour later, Woad hurried over with a report. Master, the count is complete. 27 epic tier corpses, 212 rare tier, and 1,753 elite tier. Not bad. I walked up to the pile of corpses and waved my hand. Batch by batch, the bodies vanished. Su Shuangning glanced at me. Another wave of troops to spawn once we're back. I didn't answer. I vaulted onto the bone dragon. The whole army moved out. The demon fortress loomed with towering walls, a dark red barrier of light enveloping the entire city. Inside the shield, the demons on the walls were sparse. I'd cleared out most of them, leaving their defense stretched thin. If not for that shield, the allied forces would have stormed it long ago. All mages. I looked down over the whole battlefield from the dragon's back. Hit the shield with everything you've got. The skeleton mages raised their hands in unison, launching dozens of acid missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Green light streaked across the night sky and slammed madly into the barrier, sizzling as white smoke rose. The plague lich spread its arms, and a dark green mist crept along the barrier, leaving corroded black spots wherever it touched. The rune lich hurled scrolls frantically, one after another bursting in midair. Fire, frost, lightning, spells of every kind hammered the barrier. Hundreds of allied mages cast their spells at once. Any lord who could survive deep into the dark wastes had powerful minions of their own. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, earth spears, every kind of magic thundered down together. Cracks instantly exploded across the barrier's surface, spreading wildly. Crack, the barrier shattered, and the dark red dome collapsed. The demon archers on the walls cried out and stumbled back. The shields down. Loose arrows. A rain of arrows poured down from the walls. The skeletal behemoths and stone golems charged forward, pressing on through the hail of arrows. Arrows struck the skeletal behemoths, clattering against their bones, slammed against the stone golem, and bounced right off. These epic behemoths were built as the Lord's dedicated siege weapons. The demon archers loosed arrows in desperation, but nothing could stop their advance. Boom! Boom! The behemoths reached the wall, and their massive fists came down like hammers. Crash! The wall shuddered, debris flying. Another blow. Cracks spread up from the base. Another, and the wall came crashing down. High above, 50 wyvern skeletons dove from the sky. Death shriek. A fan of sound washed over the fortress. The demon archers clamped their hands over their ears, screaming, heads buzzing, unable to even keep a grip on their bows. The allied air forces swept in right behind them. Fireballs, venom, and bone spikes rained down, blasting the wall to pieces. There's something up there. Can't hit it. It's flying too high. Don't stick your head out, you'll die. I patted the bone dragon's neck. Blackwing, blow open the gate. The bone dragon dove, wings folding back, streaking straight for the gate. Breath of the undead. Black dragon fire erupted. Boom. The gate blew apart, and a gaping hole was torn through the first layer of wall. The demon guards behind it were swallowed by the dragon fire before they could even scream. All forces charge. The undead and the allied army poured in. Dark knights, skeleton swordsmen, and minotaur skeletons stormed through the gate, and the demons were instantly scattered and crushed, screams rising on every side. Run! We can't hold it. Where's the Legion commander? Deep within the fortress, in the Great Hall, Flameborn sat on his throne, wounds still weeping blood all over his body, the dark red blood from his severed arm pooling on the floor beneath him. His chest heaved violently, his hellfire flickering unsteadily. 2,000 elites, all gone. Zarin knelt below him, a whip mark across his face, the lingering mark of Lilith's final lash. Legion commander, don't panic. I've already called the Abyssal Council for aid. Reinforcements will arrive soon. When Zarin was silent for a moment. 2 or 3 days. Flameborn slammed his fist into the armrest. Crack. Shards of stone scattered. By the time reinforcements get here, those vermin will have picked our bones clean. As long as the shield holds, we can survive. Zarin stared into his eyes. They're only low-tier lords. They can't break through. Boom. A muffled thud came from outside the hall, and the entire chamber trembled faintly. Flameborn snapped his head up. Boom. 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 The thuds came one after another, growing denser and denser. The shield. Zarin's face went pale as he flew out of the hall. Outside, brilliant spells kept crashing against the barrier, its glow dimming more and more. It won't hold. Flameborn's gaze shifted abruptly, his hellfire reigniting. Then, we die together. Whoosh, he spread his arms wide, madly drawing in the flames around him. The fire from the lava fissures in the nearby mountains was all siphoned away. The hellfire on his body surged threefold, dark red flames. Flames coalesced into solid form, a body ravaged by wounds, clinging to life by devouring fire. Zarin shot forward, throwing up a shield. Legion Commander, I'll cover you. The remaining demons poured out from every corner of the fortress, hundreds of elites gathering around Yin Yin. In the sky beyond the fortress, I sat astride my bone dragon, looking down on it all. Desperate, struggling. I stared at the shield about to shatter, fingers tapping lightly against the dragon's bone. The instant the shield vanished, I raised my hand and pointed straight at Yin Yin. Leave none alive. Lilith and the elf sword saint struck first, closing in on Yin Yin. A purple whip coiled around Yin Yan's left arm and yanked hard, tearing the entire limb clean off. The elf sword saint's ice blue sword aura slashed at his right wing, blasting a bloody hole through it. Su Shuangning's frost sword aura froze Yin Yan's feet solid. From every direction, the attacks rained down at once. Yin Yin roared, demonic flames erupting as he tried to blast everyone back. Lilith clung to the whip, refusing to let go. The sword saint's second strike was already there, ice blue aura punching through his shoulder. SSSHK. Dark red blood sprayed wildly. Yin Yin screamed, his eyes filled with disbelief. A legendary tier being cornered and slaughtered like this. Zarin and the demon elites tried to help, but a dozen Doom Knights had them locked down. Doom Knights were born demon hunters, and their assault only doubled the pressure. Zarin suddenly raised his staff, dark violet mana surging into his body. Boom. A shockwave exploded outward, blasting several Doom Knights back. 9 dark violet rings of light detonated beneath his feet. I narrowed my eyes and scanned him. Zarin, demon-blooded mage. Quality, epic 9-star. Level, 42. Skills, Shadow Burst, Mana Storm, Doom Shield, Death Ray, Shadow Binding, Mana Drain. Epic 9-star. This mage had been hiding his true strength all along. Getting wounded alongside Yin Yin earlier, it was all an act. He's no ordinary mage. Su Shuangning's expression darkened. Zarin's eyes glowed with dark violet light. You forced me to use my full power. You should be proud. His staff pointed to the sky, dark violet mana gathering furiously. Mana Storm. Pillars of dark violet light plunged down from above, smashing toward my legion. Fall back, I barked. The Doom Knights spread their wings and retreated fast. The pillars slammed into the ground, blasting out a massive crater. Too late. Zarin sneered, sweeping his staff across. 3 death rays shot out. Clang, clang, clang. 3 Doom Knights raised their swords to block, driven back several steps. But I was faster. Surround and kill him. 27 Doom Knights abandoned their opponents and lunged at Zarin all at once. 27 black shadows tore through the air. Zarin's face changed abruptly. 3 more death rays fired, striking the knights. But the Doom Knights didn't dodge or flinch. They took the hits head-on and pressed forward. Block. Luca's greatsword crashed down. Zarin raised his staff to block and was knocked back. Balzer lunged from the flank, his greatsword sweeping across in a horizontal arc. A dark violet shield flickered into being, crack, shattered. The remaining Destruction Knights swarmed in, greatswords hacking down from every direction. Too many. He'd just repelled 3 when 5 more piled on. SHK. A greatsword severed his right arm, blood spraying. Another punched through his left chest, freezing his body in place. Then Serena appeared in a burst of light, her holy sword flashing past. 1 clean stroke, and his head was gone. Epic 9-star unit slain. Zarin, the demon-blooded mage. EXP plus 80,000. Points plus 3,000. Obtained, demon-blooded robe, epic, shadow staff, epic, abyss crystal times 20. Yin Yin whipped around, saw Zarin's corpse, and his eyes went wide. Zarin, blood seeped from his wounds, his hellfire flickering weaker and weaker. He lifted his gaze to me, hovering in the sky, his expression full of bitter defiance. Thousands of years roaming the abyss, only to die at the hands of some low-tier lord. I won't accept this. Lilith exploded forward in an instant, Her whip wreathed in blinding light, slamming into him. Bam! Yin Yin flew backward and crashed into the stone wall above the great hall's entrance. A volley of arrows nailed him in midair, pinning him to the wall for good. I'll remember you, human. Before the words faded, the hellfire went out, and the flame demon toppled to the ground with a thunderous crash. Legendary unit slain. Flame Demon Yin Yin. EXP plus 120,000. Points plus 5,000. Level increased to 25. Spirit plus 2, currently 71.1. Summon limit increased to 721. Level 25. After 20, leveling up had gotten slower and slower. The notifications kept coming. Obtained. Lord Class Change Tome. Hellfire Mage. Legendary. Obtained. Hellfire Forge Blueprint. Legendary Structure. Obtained. Firebed Aura Skill Stone. Lord Skill. Obtained. Flame Demon Heart. Legendary Material. ×1. Abyss Crystal ×50. I picked up the Golden Tome. Lord Class Change Tome. Hellfire Mage. Effect. Grants a second Lord Class. Hellfire Mage. Unlocks Flame Control, greatly boosting fire resistance and attack. Quality. Legendary. A second class. Only mid-tier lords had these, and this one started at legendary rank. Good stuff. Too bad I couldn't use it yet. But at least it gave me another option down the road. I looked at the blueprint next. Hellfire Forge Blueprint. Effect. Once built, can enhance and upgrade equipment. Compatible with all classes. Build requirements. Mana Stone ×10, 000. Obsidian ×10, Abyss Crystal ×10. A legendary drop. Everything I've summoned. Not a single one has been a dud. Now for the skill stones. Fire Pit Aura. Effect. All units under your command gain plus 30% fire resistance. Range. 2,000 meter radius, centered on the Lord. I pulled up my panel and glanced over it. Mana Shield, Slow, Mental Shock, plus the Blood Rune battle formation I'd taken from the Vampire Archduke, and now another aura. My mana drain was only going to keep climbing. Looked like I'd need to find something to raise my mana cap. Use. Lord Skill acquired. Fire Pit Aura. I gathered up the spoils and turned my gaze to the two corpses. Blaze Flame, legendary tier, but he required an intermediate rank Lord to convert. Useless to me for now. Zarin was different. Epic 9-star, just a hair short of legendary. With my current strength, I could convert him directly. And he was a caster. Once he became undead, he'd be an epic 9-star mage. More useful than a legendary. I pulled him straight into the Scourge domain. With Blaze Flame's fall, the Demon Fortress's army collapsed for good. Word. Master. Clean up the battlefield. Get all the corpses organized. Then take some men and search the entire fortress. Yes. With a thought, I returned to the Scourge domain, laid Zarin's corpse in the center of the altar, and poured in mana. Dark red runes flared to life, and threads of death force wound around the body. Boom. The altar's light surged, bones cracked, muscle withered, and a dark red glow bled out from within. Just then, Word's voice sounded in my mind. Master, there's an anomaly here at the fortress. I frowned and shifted my presence back to the fortress. What anomaly? There's a stone wall behind the great hall, covered in dark red runes, with mana flowing through it. Follow me. We arrived quickly. Runes blanketed the stone wall, faintly shifting. I stepped forward, and before I'd even gotten within 3 meters, the dark red runes blazed up, and an invisible force shoved me back. A ward. I narrowed my eyes and raised a hand toward the wall. The instant my palm touched the rune's range, a powerful repelling force flung it away again. The runes on the wall shifted slowly, as if alive. I drew back my rebuffed hand. This was no ordinary stone wall. Master, this looks like a hidden door, a gateway to some mysterious place, Lilith said, leaning in to examine the runes. An abyssal seal, legendary tier at the least. There might be treasure behind it. I nodded. A fortress like this standing here, it has to be guarding something. Word extended a bone claw, green light gathering at his fingertips as he probed. 3 wards, an outer magma shield, a middle mental seal, and an inner spatial distortion. Can you break it? Let's find out. Lilith gritted her teeth. Dark purple mana. #chapter translation. Power surged into the rune. Simultaneously, Ward's green necromantic light poured in. The two forces intertwined. The rune flared bright, then dimmed. I frowned, suddenly thinking of someone. Onrit, a rune lich obsessed with magic arrays, with deep expertise. I raised my hand, and a gray-white skeleton walked out from the portal, bone fragments dangling from its waist. Bonerit greets my master. I pointed at the stone wall. Take a look at this. Bonerit stepped forward, pressing its bony claw against the surface. The runes along its ribs glowed with an eerie blue light. A fascinating ward. Legendary tier. Can you break it? I'll need some time to study it. Good. Work fast. Bonerit and Ward stood side by side, beginning to search for the array's magical nodes. At that moment, Su Qingxue came up from behind. Liang, we've spotted a lord party at the rear. How many? 30 or 40. Sneaking this way. Not very strong. Only a dozen or so at epic tier. My gaze turned cold. The Brotherhood. Lilith, come with me. Let's clear out these flies. I strode out the main gate, and with a single thought, my bone dragon's black wings beat as it swept toward me. I leapt onto its back, pulled Su Qingxue into my arms, and burst out from the fortress. High above, a party was cutting through the ruins, creeping toward the fortress. Signal the coalition. Surround them. Su Qingxue opened her wristband and relayed the order. The coalition lords moved to intercept at once. Blackwing, swing around behind them. The bone dragon surged upward, curving toward the enemy's rear. Below, the lords were still creeping forward. Suddenly, the shrill whistle of arrows tore through the air overhead. One lord looked up, pupils shrinking sharply, a sky full of raining arrows. Ambush. Raise shields. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Arrows fell like locusts. The 5 or 6 in the front row didn't even have time to scream before they and their summons were shot into pincushions. They're behind us, too. A second volley struck from the rear, dropping another 7 or 8. Their formation collapsed instantly. Ahead, dark knights charged out from the ruins, iron hooves shaking the earth. Lances pierced through. One lord was skewered along with his shield like a gourd on a stick. Another turned to flee and was rammed flying by a warhorse. Skeletal swordsmen flanked around, bone blades slashing. SHHK? A head rolled to the ground. The surviving lords finally made out the figure in the sky. A bone dragon. It's the undead lord, Liang. The one ranked number 1 run. The formation shattered completely, everyone scattering in panic. The skeletal behemoth crashed down, blocking their escape. Skeletal swordsmen lined up in front. Dark knights closed in from behind, and archers on both flanks drew their bowstrings taut. The encirclement was complete. Nowhere to run. One lord dropped to his knees with a thud. I surrender. I have money. Spare me. I wasn't in a merciful mood, and the march of my skeletal legion wouldn't stop either. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow rain fell again, and the 3 kneeling men were pierced on the spot. The remaining lord completely lost it. I'll take him down with me. Summon every last minion. A flaming behemoth, a stone golem, and a wind elemental all appeared at once. But against overwhelming power, none of it meant a thing. The battle held no suspense whatsoever. Every lord was cut down, not one escaped. I leaped down from the dragon's back and dug a Brotherhood emblem out of one of the corpses. Looting in the chaos? Such petty scheming was pointless. These people were just too weak. Surely not all the Brotherhood had to offer. Clean up the battlefield. Back in the Great Hall, Ward, Bonerit, and Lilith were still studying the stone wall. How's it going? A bit tough, Master. Ward looked helpless. A legendary tier, triple nesting. Can't crack it anytime soon, Bonerit added. I gazed at their backs, and a name suddenly came to mind. Zarin. Keep at it. In a flash, I returned to the Scourge domain. At the center of the altar, Zarin's corpse floated in midair, wrapped in an eerie green glow, his bones reassembling. I raised my hand and channeled magic into the altar. The glow flared, humming loudly. Crack, crack. A moment later, a skeleton stepped out of the light. Deep purple flames flickered in its eye sockets, and a bone staff rested in its left hand. It knelt on one knee. Zarin, greeting my master. I opened the panel. Necromancer, Zarin. Quality, Epic 9-star. Level 5. Skills. Shadow Burst AoE damage, 10-second cooldown. Mana Storm damage over time, 30-second cooldown. Shadow Shield. The more mana, the stronger the shield, 1,200-second cooldown. Death Ray pierces targets, 20-second cooldown. Shadow Bind immobilizes target for 3 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Traits. Mana Draw Killing, an enemy restores plus 10 mana. Shadow Affinity Shadow Type, spell damage plus 30%. Excellent. An epic 9-star mage, for high damage shadow skills, plus crowd control. Used well, he'd be no worse than a legendary tier. I took out the 2 pieces of gear Zarin had dropped when he died. These are yours. I'm returning them now. Zarin took them, his eerie green flames flickering violently. Thank you for granting me this gear, master. He draped on the robe and took up the staff. The eerie green flames suddenly surged, and the very air around him began to warp. I narrowed my eyes slightly. His aura had at least doubled. There's a hidden door beneath the fortress, sealed by a triple ward, I said. Do you know what it is? Zarin looked up at me and nodded. The Abyssal Triple Seal. Flameborn used it to guard the most important thing of all. Can you break it? He pondered for a moment. I can. There are 9 magic nodes where the 3 rings intersect. Destroy them in order, and the seal breaks. Let's go. With a single thought, I brought him back to the hidden door. Ward, Bonerit, and Lilith all turned at once. Zarin stepped forward, his staff tapping the center of the stone wall. Dark red runes flashed into view, dense and countless. His mind moved fast. The staff struck point after point. 3 left, 4 up, Lilith. 1 right, 7 up, Ward. 3 right, 2 down, Bonerit. The 4 of them darted across the array. Crack. The 3 rings shattered, and the 9 nodes exploded one after another. Boom. The stone wall collapsed, revealing a staircase leading down. What's in there? Zarin shook his head. No idea. The Abyss Lord only told us to guard it. Said it was important. Down we go. A scorching wave of heat surged up from below. The staircase was deep, hundreds of steps, with dark red flame crystals set into the stone walls on either side, lighting the passage. The deeper we went, the hotter it got. Su Shuangning unleashed the icy blue aura around her, and the temperature plunged. At the bottom of the stairs stood a massive gate of flame, carved with a humanoid figure of fire encircling a spherical core. Ward and Zarin channeled energy into it simultaneously, and the runes grew brighter and brighter. Boom. The gate blasted open. 3 puppets charged out. Metal bodies 3 meters tall, crimson cores burning in their chests, flames erupting from their joints. Boom, boom, boom. Serena's wings flared. Holy light slash. A gold-white blade of light swept across, cutting a puppet clean in half, its core exploding. Graka charged in right after, hoisting his greatsword high and slamming it down. Boom. The puppet was driven into the ground, its shell shattering. Serena swept along the flank, her blade piercing straight through the core of the last puppet. Crack. Its head flew off. 5 more surged out from behind the gate. Epic tier puppets might pose a threat to an ordinary lord, but to my team, they were just materials. Lilith and the Sword Saint didn't even lift a finger. Serena and Graka cleared them out. I stepped over the wreckage and passed through the corridor. The space ahead opened up wide. An enormous underground chamber, 200 meters across. Intense fire elements rushed at us, the air so hot it seemed to burn. So much energy. Su Qingxue paused mid-step. Su Shuangning's frost kept spreading, shielding everyone from the heat. The walls were embedded with blazing flame crystals, fire elements drifting through the air, so thick they were visible to the naked eye. This was the power of a spirit vein. Large quantity of free-floating pure planar energy, fire, detected, can be absorbed directly and converted into soul experience. Absorb. I glanced at Su Qingxue and Su Shuangning. They'd received the same prompt. Absorb. Everyone closed their eyes. Golden light burst out from my body. Level increased to 26. Spirit plus 2.0, currently 73.1. Summon capacity increased to 741. Golden light exploded again. Level up to 27. Spirit plus 2.0, currently 75.1. Summon capacity increased to 761. I opened my eyes. 2 levels in a row. 1 step closer to Intermediate Lord. 5 levels. I jumped 5 levels in one shot. Su Qingshue's voice actually cracked. This pure energy is insane. It converts directly into soul experience. I've never even heard of that. This place isn't ordinary. I stepped forward. At the center stood a black rock altar, plain and unadorned, surrounded by churning lava. Glub, glub, bubbles rose from the magma, burst, and rose again. Dead center on the altar floated a pumpkin-sized ball of fiery red light, crimson gold radiance swirling within. Energy pulsed outward in wave after wave, radiating extreme heat. Any closer, and my soles would melt. I raised my hand, meaning to reclaim it straight into my calamity domain. Unhatched plain elemental sacred spirit. Fire, detected. Quality, legendary. Description, a primordial element condensed at the birth of a plane, containing the complete law of fire. The purest embryo of elemental life. 1. Absorb. Spirit permanently plus 20. Gain skill flame control. 2. Hatch. Inject mana to hatch and form a contract, gaining a legendary fire elemental sacred spirit servant. 3. Sacrifice. Receive a random legendary reward. I barely hesitated. Hatch. I sliced my fingertip. A drop of blood flew into the light ball as I poured in a massive amount of mana. The instant the blood fused in, crimson gold light exploded, swallowing the entire altar. I squinted and stepped back. Within the light, the ball began to change. Contracting, expanding, contracting again. A humanoid outline emerged. Petite, barely 5'2". Long crimson hair fell to her waist, the tips burning with gold-red flame. A gown of condensed fire wrapped her body, its hem fluttering. Flame patterns coiled around her ankles and wrists. Her eyelids trembled, then slowly opened. A pair of crimson gold eyes, flames dancing inside them. She looked down at her own hands, spread her fingertips, and a cluster of fire leapt in her palm. Then she looked up at me. Are you my master? Hatching successful. Obtained legendary servant. Fire elemental sacred spirit, nameable. Quality, legendary 1-star. Level, 30. HP, 4500 attack, 650 speed, extremely fast. Skills, blazing control passive, fire damage plus 50%. Flame form transform into fire, immune to physical attacks, 30 seconds. Flame burst compressed fireball, 300% damage. Inferno storm. Hashtag translation. Sweeping strike. Sweep across the battlefield, dealing 200% area damage. Flame shield absorbs damage and burns nearby enemies. Scorching aura. Passive. Increases allied fire damage by 20%. Summon. Fire elemental bear. Summons a legendary fire bear for 30 minutes. Meteor storm. A barrage of meteors, each dealing 150% damage. Traits. Elemental body. Immune to fire. Burns through anything. Plain spirit. Fire elemental affinity max. Moves freely through lava. Evolvable. Absorb pure fire elements to unlock stronger forms. Contract. Absolute obedience Leon. Description. Plain spirit. An independent life form born after a plane takes shape, but before its will coalesces. It carries the primordial power of the plane, and each one hides the strength to shatter the heavens and destroy the earth. Legendary. The corner of my mouth curled up as elation surged through me. Another legendary. Next time I ran into a demon legion, I wouldn't have to waste so much time. Su Xuangning's eyes went wide. Leon, your luck is unbelievable. This is our shared spoils. I'll make it up to you all. Lilith let out a soft huff and said nothing. She was no longer the only legendary under my command. The fire girl seemed to sense that flicker of displeasure. She raised a hand, and a ball of flame instantly took shape in her palm. We're all on the same side, I said in a low voice. She tilted her head to look at me, then lowered her hand, and the flame dissipated. Okay, Master. She turned away from Lilith, her voice crisp and sweet. Master, what's my name? Naming things. The one thing I was worst at. Fire girl. The moment it left my mouth, I cringed and waved my hands. I frowned. Then I remembered a character from a game I'd played long ago. Annie. Let's go with Annie. Annie. She lowered her head, murmuring it to herself. Her red gold eyes lit up. Thank you, Master. Smiling, I ruffled her hair. At that exact moment, the entire world shuddered violently. The flames roiled, and a rippling gust swept across our faces. Everyone sensed the anomaly. The energy concentration, It's changed, Lilith murmured. It's more active. This world, it's like it's waking up. World announcement. A plain elemental spirit has appeared. The fire elemental spirit has been hatched. Another unhatched spirit exists somewhere in this world. All lords may search for it and hatch it. The successful hatcher will be rewarded with one half plane. A half plane. One of the requirements for advancing to High Lord, something every mid-tier lord scrambled to obtain. Having one meant possessing a small world of your own. That was what made you a true lord. To me, it wasn't worth much, nowhere near as valuable as a spirit. But someone wanted it badly. I turned to look at Su Shuangning. Su Qingxue looked at her too. Why are you both staring at me? What? The demiplane you're after? I paused. I found it. She froze. What? In a few quick steps, she was right in front of me. A demiplane? Where? I told her what the announcement said. Su Shuangning stood there stunned, her hands trembling. So it's true. The oracle was right. There really was word of a demiplane here. Oracle. I frowned. She drew a deep breath and forced her emotions down. Oracles are powerful beings capable of divination and foresight. Some of the great families keep them as patrons. They burn their own life force to divine the secrets of fate and glimpse the laws of the void. Oracle. First time I'd heard the name. Seemed there were plenty of things in this world you couldn't learn at the academy. So from now on, if I want to find something, I could ask an oracle too? You could, she nodded. But besides payment, you'd also need to prepare rare materials to replenish life force. What an oracle spends is their very lifespan. I made a note of it. Leon, help me. Help me get that demiplane. She grabbed my wrist. Whatever the terms, whatever the price, I'll accept it. I looked at her. Relax. If I promise you something, I'll see it through. I don't make friends easily. But once I do, whatever I've promised, I fight to deliver. What matters is that we secure everything first. I turned to Su Qingxue. Search the whole hall. Round up anything of value. And these fire crystals, mine every last one of them. She nodded and left. The orb of light at the center of the altar had vanished, but the crystals were still glowing. Annie, do you know anything about the next Holy Spirit? Her golden eyes met mine as she shook her head. What's a Holy Spirit? Never mind. I turned to Zarin. The next one, where is it? I don't know, my lord. He paused. But I do know there's another demon fortress, heavily guarded. They wouldn't station that many troops there for no reason. So it's probably there. My eyes narrowed slightly. Master, Zarin went on. Demon reinforcements will arrive soon. How soon? 3 days at most. He looked a little embarrassed. The pressure the Blue Star Lords have been putting out exceeded the Demon Lords' expectations. After I reported the situation, they settled on a new strategy. Concentrate their forces to tear open a breach and push a legion through to build a portal. So you were the one who tipped them off. Lilith planted her hands on her hips and glared at him. I wasn't serving you yet at the time, Master. Zarin bowed his head. I let it go and simply nodded. 3 days. Things wouldn't stay quiet for long. I had to make the most of the time and grow my forces. Deep within the ley lines, at the Brotherhood's temporary camp, West sat at the center of the tent, a map spread out before him. Over 500 lords stood in formation, awaiting orders. His face was grim. The ones he'd sent out. 35 scouts were sent to investigate Leon. Not a single one returned. The lieutenant lowered his voice. My lord, the scouts sent back only one final message. Speak. Don't seek revenge. Leon has many epic tier servants. The lieutenant's voice trembled. Then the transmission cut off. West's fingers tightened, knuckles cracking. My lord, the demon kill rankings have updated. He raised a hand and opened the system. First place, Leon Demon Slain, 21,240. Second place, West Demon Slain, 4,020. The gap kept widening. No need to guess. That demon fortress had been wiped out by Leon. The glory that should have been his had been stolen. My lord, why don't we just pull back? West's eyes snapped wide. He drew in a deep breath and forced 2 words through gritted teeth. Leon. Before he could finish, a commotion broke out beyond the tent. A servant hurried in. Chief, a lord from China requests an audience. He says he knows Leon, and that they're mortal enemies. A glint flashed in West's eyes. Bring him in. The tent flap lifted, and a figure stumbled inside. His left arm was severed at the elbow, the stump wrapped in blood-blackened bandages. His right leg dragged with a limp, and every step made the muscles in his face twitch. His lips were pale, his eyes sunken deep. Zhao De, of the Zhao family in Jiangqing, a novice lord. His voice was hoarse. If you can make Leon die, I'll tell you everything I know about him. West signaled for a chair to be brought over. Zhao De sat and got straight to the point. His main force is a skeleton legion. Dark knights, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, plus a destruction knight, and 7 or 8 epic servants. Wrong, West cut in coldly. His forces are far greater than you claim. He has no fewer than 30 epic servants alone. And a bone dragon. Zhao De's whole body went rigid. A bone dragon? The words detonated in his mind. That was his wyvern. Leon had refined it into a bone dragon. That's my dragon, he roared, lurching to his feet, dark red seeping through the bandages on his severed arm. My dragon. His body swayed, and he collapsed back into the chair. With a sharp crack, the armrest shattered completely in his grip. Splinters drove into his palm, but he felt nothing. Zhao De bowed his head, breathing heavily, hatred churning in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and looked up. Then you must not know the other piece of news. What? Lilith, the legendary Tyr succubus queen. He's enslaved her. The tent fell dead silent. The map slipped from the lieutenant's hands and hit the floor with a slap. Legendary Tyr. Isn't he just a novice lord? Enslaving a legendary Tyr? That's impossible. The crowd erupted. Everyone knew that a legendary Tyr servant was among them. The biggest gulf between a journeyman Tyr and an apprentice Tyr lord. Weiss said nothing. The corner of the table already bore several cracks from where his fingers had pressed down. He's got 2 others with him, Zhao De went on. The Su sisters. Su Qingxue is an elf lord, and Su Shuangning. She's a journeyman Tyr lord. A journeyman Tyr lord? How the hell is there a journeyman Tyr lord in a trial plane? That news hit harder than the legendary Tyr bombshell. Shut up. Weiss shot the crowd a cold glare, then turned back to Zhao De. So what you're saying is, he's got at least 3 legendary Tyrs around him. Yes. Zhao De stared at him, his voice raw. That's why we have to join forces. We share a common enemy. I've got more people. Lords from the Zhao family's branch lines, plus some independent lords I've done business with. I'll bring them all in, together with your brotherhood, and we kill him. Weiss lowered his head, fingers drumming against the tabletop. The top spot was hopeless now. Liang had 20,000 points. He only had 4,000. There was no catching up. The real question was this: rallying more than 500 lords. These were the foundation of his future power. Throwing them all in, was it worth it? If he won, what would he actually gain? Just as he hesitated, every lord's bracelet in the tent lit up at once. World announcement. The plane's elemental spirits have appeared. The fire elemental spirit has been hatched. The other spirit lies hidden somewhere in this world. All lords may search for and hatch it. The one who succeeds will be rewarded with 1 half-plane. The tent erupted. A half-plane. That's the requirement to advance to high-tier lord. We have to grab it. Weiss's head snapped up, his eyes blazing. A half-plane. The key to becoming a high-tier lord. With it, you'd essentially possess your own little world. That was what it meant to be a true lord. He hesitated no longer. He stood and looked at Zhao De. Fine. We take down Liang together. Zhao De's face lit up. Good. This time, we're going to finish Liang for good. Then his expression tightened. Epic tier and rare tier minions, I can handle. But the legendary tiers, those I can't deal with. I'll handle them, Weiss said after a moment's thought. But it'll cost you 500,000 magic stones, and I'll arrange for someone to deal with the legendary tiers. 500,000. Zhao De's eyes went wide. You want Liang dead, that's the price. Zhao De ground his teeth hard. Deal. He knew he was being gouged, but he had no choice but to swallow it. Liang had to die on this plane. But we planned first, Weiss said. How to take him out while losing as few of our forces as possible. Follow the announcement, Zhao De said, his gaze vicious. Liang is definitely going after that half-plane, and it'll be guarded by a heavy demon force. We follow behind him. Wait until he and the demons have worn each other down. The mantis stalks the cicada, but the mantis stalking the cicada never sees the oriole behind it. He sneered. However he schemed against me back then, I'll pay it back in kind. Good. It's settled, then. Zhao De rose to his feet, blood seeping again from his severed arm. He turned back. murderous intent surging in his eyes. This time, I'll finish him for sure. After Zhao left, the aide returned to West's side and lowered his voice. Chief, Liang has legendary tier combat power. I'm afraid we can't handle him. Legendary tier is indeed terrifying. West turned, his gaze deep and dark. That's why I'm uniting the lords of every nation. Pull all the strong ones in, and stacking up a few legendary tiers in a short time won't be hard. But the cost is too high. Even if Liang dies, we'll have to pour in a massive amount of resources. Is it worth it? It's worth it. West's tone was calm. He already has legendary tier power now. What about a few more years down the line? A man like that, China can't keep him, the Brotherhood can't keep him, and the family definitely can't keep him. Kill him before he fully matures. The aide stepped forward. Then Zhao, he's not exactly a trustworthy ally either. I know. West sneered. Once Liang dies, don't count on Zhao walking away alive. Let him charge in first. Once he and Liang have worn each other down, we close the net and wipe out the entire Zhao family while we're at it. The aide understood, nodded, and went off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the world announcement blew up the Lord's chat group completely. A half-plane. The requirement to be promoted to high-tier Lord. Find another Holy Spirit, and you get a half-plane. With a half-plane, you're a true Lord. Even if you don't use it yourself, selling it would set you up for life. Count me in. I've got an epic tier servant. Something's off. We're just a trial plane. How could something as game-breaking as a half-plane show up here? The messages scrolled by frantically. At that moment, a paid message with a verification badge forced its way to the top. China Zhao family recruiting lords to join. Generous compensation, plus a special reward for finding a half-plane. Right after that, White Eagle Federation, Brotherhood seeking the strong. Half-plane profits split evenly, legendary tier prioritized. Bear Nation, War Bear Alliance join and receive a full set of polar gear. Everyone gets a share of the half-plane. Holy Alliance, Templar Knights Angel, and Holy Lights Servants prioritized. Island Nation, Black Dragon Society Elite only. Don't waste our time. Lion Alliance, Holy Sword Knights join and be granted a Knight's title. Sand Sea Alliance, Pharaoh's Guard Undead Servants prioritized. One after another, they wouldn't stop coming. All these big families are crawling out of the woodwork. Not one of them made a peep over the mid-tier cores, but the second a half-plane shows up, they all lose their minds. Mid-tier cores are a dime a dozen. How can they compare to a half-plane? That's the foundation of a lifetime. Huagua, White Eagle, Bear Nation, the Holy Alliance, the Island Nation, the Lion, the Sand Sea, top-tier powers that normally kept themselves hidden, appearing and vanishing like dragons, all surfaced at once. Nobody could sit still anymore. A half-plane, the key to ascending to High Lord. Worth every mid-tier lord staking their life on it. Endless Abyss, level 1337. Hall of the Flame Lord. Magma flowed slowly, and the smell of sulfur mixed with rust hung in the air. Abyssal runes on the stone walls seeped a dark red glow, illuminating the massive figure deep within the hall, Sarone. Abyssal Lord. Flame Lord. He sat upon a throne of magma, his colossal body sheathed in flame-scaled armor, every plate like iron seared over and over by molten rock. His enormous claws rested on the armrests, black light glinting at their tips. A legendary tier abyssal mage knelt prostrate on the ground, trembling too hard to stand. Yin Yin is dead, completely dead. Even his soul mark has dissipated. Sarone's fingers went still. Dead. The lingering aura, it's the same one that killed the great bull demon, Tauros, last time. Tauros. Sarone remembered that name. A legendary legion commander under another lord, who had spared no cost hunting a certain someone, only to be brought down. Him again. Sarone shot to his feet. Boom. The entire hall shuddered, debris raining down from the dome, magma bursting out from either side of the throne. That lord from Blue Star. Flames erupted, the air twisting from the heat. I don't care who he is, kill him. Before the words had faded, the hall trembled violently again. The demons froze, assuming it was their master's fury. But Sarone's brow furrowed. This was a different kind of tremor. A demon came scrambling in and threw itself to the floor. Great Master, the plane's Holy Spirit, it's gone. The temperature in the hall spiked. What did you say? The energy transfer from the magma pool has been severed. The formation has lost its light, and the crystal orb can no longer sense the Holy Spirit's mark. Saron's figure flickered. The next instant, he stood at the edge of the underground magma pool. This was the core of the abyss. Molten rock, tens of meters wide, churned slowly, heat rising in waves. The runes along the pool walls should have been pulsing. Now, they had all gone dark. At the center of the pool, where the fire elemental crystal orb had once hovered, there were only a few shattered crystal fragments soaking in the lava, their red light extinguished like burnt-out cinders. The energy transfer had been completely cut off. The Holy Spirit was his food. A plane's Holy Spirit was pure energy, flowing in endlessly through the abyssal contract to feed the Lord. Every fraction of the Holy Spirit that was drained weakened that plane's barrier by an equal measure. Once the Holy Spirit was wrung dry, the plane would fall into the abyss. But now, the Holy Spirit had been stolen. Saron, staring at the pile of crystal shards, the massive claw slowly clenched, and lava began to churn. That Lord, he's not after the Holy Spirits. His voice pressed down so hard the surrounding heat seemed to stutter, his pupils contracting slightly. He's after the abyss. Kelthu, send word. The legendary mage materialized. Summon Malax, Morgan, and Xeris. Sauron lowered his gaze, firelight flickering in his eyes. I want to tear open the rift and build a portal. The Abyssal Legion will drown the dark wastes. The mage shuddered. But forcing the channel open will weaken the seal on the 1337th layer. I don't care. Sauron roared. Anyone who steals my Holy Spirit dies. Deep within the abyss, an enormous fissure stretched across the void. Dark crimson mist churned as countless demons formed ranks along the platform at the fissure's edge. Hellhounds, gargoyles, berserker fiends, serpent demons, and minotaurs crowded together. The platform was covered in scorch marks and bloodstains. Half a bone spike jammed into a crack in the stone. 3 obsidian pillars, 10 meters tall, stood at the center, densely covered in runes, their tops connecting to the depths of the fissure. The first pillar lit up, a column of dark crimson light shooting skyward. The second and third ignited simultaneously, 3 beams converging in the void as space warped violently. The light dispersed, and 3 colossal figures emerged. Death Lord Malax, Dread Demon King Xeris, and Sauron. The blue star ants stole the fire Holy Spirit. They must die. Sauron snarled. To keep them from getting the next Holy Spirit, we need to deploy the Legion. Sauron. Xeris spoke softly, yet it made everyone turn to him. You just want to vent your rage, don't you? You're not doing this for the abyss. You're doing it for your food, your hatred. His fangs glinted faintly. That ant slapped you in the face, and now you want to drag us into the water to get your revenge. The air froze. The flames around Sauron surged. Xeris scoffed coldly, black mist spreading. Enough. Malax cut them both off. He raised a hand and pointed to his own forehead, where a dark crimson star-shaped mark was embedded. It was the mark of an abyssal lord. The more stars, the greater the power. Only by gathering enough stars could one ascend to abyssal overlord. Sacrificing the dark waste concerns all of us. Only by pulling that plane into the abyss can we claim the reward. His gaze swept over the 3 of them. Don't you want to add more stars? Silence. Xeris and Sauron exchanged a look. Xeris spoke first. I never said I disagreed. I just don't like being used as someone's weapon. He licked his lips. But since this is for the plane, count me in. I've been wanting to taste those blue star ants for a long time. The Holy Spirits must be. Hold it. Saruman looked out beyond the rift. It can't fall into that lord's hands. Enough talk. Malak strode toward the platform. The other 2 lords followed, forming a triangle. The ground between the stone pillars began to heat up, and the air grew thick. The runes pulsed, resonating with the energy of the 3 figures. 3 beams of light, red, black, and purple, surged up at once, converging at the center. A piercing shriek rang out. The platform shuddered violently, and the demon soldiers shifted backward in unease. Open! Boom! Space tore apart. A massive rift opened at the center of the platform, its edges crackling with blinding white lightning. Through the gap, A hazy gray sky and vast plains could faintly be seen. The dark wastes. The dark wastes. The great hall of the demon fortress. Firelight flickered. Over 100 lords sat on either side. Some spoke in low voices, some wiped blood from their weapons, and others stared at the mountain of spoils piled in the center of the hall. I stepped into the hall. The scrape of chair legs against stone rang out one after another as everyone rose to their feet, one by one. Chiefly, brotherly, boss, fists clasped in salute, backs bowed, spines instinctively straightening. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned toward me. Not one of them remained seated. I gave a slight nod. Su Qingxue and Su Shuangning sat on either side of the head seat. Seeing me enter, they rose to greet me as well. Liang, the weapons, armor, and mana stones in the fortress have all been counted. Su Qingxue handed me the inventory. Though the coalition was called the Su Family Coalition, everyone now knew who really called the shots. Strength was everything, and I alone was worth the entire coalition. Most of the lords who joined later had come for the name at the top of the rankings. I glanced over the list. Everyone's here, so let's split it up. Conquering this world took everyone's effort. I couldn't hoard it all. Besides, there was plenty here I had no use for. How do you want to divide it? Su Qingxue left the decision to me. I turned to face the crowd, my voice echoing through the hall. Each person may choose 500 mana stones worth of equipment, materials, or weapons. Pick whatever you like. Or you can take 500 mana stones directly, and I'll pay in mana ore. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. 500 mana stones was nothing to me, but for many of the lower-ranked lords, that was half a year's stipend. Brother Li is generous. Fighting under Captain Li, it's more than worth it. Boss, from now on we're with you. The clamor rose all around. If two people want the same item, we'll auction it. Highest bidder wins. I asked, any objections? None. The boss's word is final. Good. Qingxue and her spirits will run the auction shortly. We'll put the valuable pieces up first. I raised a hand to quiet them. One more thing. Servant corpses can be sold to me. I'll settle in mana ore. The lord's eyes lit up. Servant corpses were basically useless anyway. Now they didn't have to lift a finger and could trade them for magic or, refined, that became magic stone. Thanks, boss. Hey, calling her Qingxue already? Looks like Brother Li's landed Miss Su. That's awfully intimate. We'd just been discussing corpse prices when someone steered the conversation off track. I froze, then realized I'd unconsciously dropped the Miss Su. Probably from being around her so much lately. I cleared my throat. So, Qingxue, I'll leave things here to you. I've got something to take care of. Heading out. Su Qingxue stayed perfectly calm and gave a slight nod. Sure, go do what you need to. I stepped into the hall through the side door. A single thought, and my figure vanished. The Calamity Domain. The weather was clear. The spirits cleaned every day, not a trace of rot anywhere. The Elder had converted a mall's underground parking lot into an ice vault dedicated to storing corpses, with undead structures spread between the underground levels and the buildings above. There were skeletons throughout the domain, but it didn't feel like a land of the dead. Ward strode forward and bowed. Master, the corpse inventory has been tallied. 76 epic grade, 262 rare grade, 1,853 elite grade, 6,324 common grade. I nodded. 76 epics. 29 from the encirclement of the Flame Legion on the perimeter, 27 cleared during the fortress breach, plus around 20 from wiping out the Lord who'd tried to ambush us. All epic grade combatants. I raised my hand, and the altar flared to life. Convert the epic undead. A panel popped up. Epic demon corpses detected times 76. Each epic undead conversion requires a large quantity of low-tier corpses as fuel. Base cost. Common times 2,000. Elite times 100. General's corpse is the most intact. Can convert to a Doom Knight. Melee additional elite times 50. Magic stone times 500. Mage's corpse epic skeleton mage. Magic additional elite times 30. Magic stone times 300. Archer's corpse epic skeleton archer. Ranged additional elite times 30. Magic stone times 300. I frowned. 2,000 common corpses each. 6,300 divided by 2,000. Only enough to convert 3. Ward. Master. Convert the mages first. Yes. Ward tapped his bone staff. Several skeletal swordsmen lifted a mage's corpse and carried it into the altar, while common and elite corpses poured in like a flowing stream. Boom. Ghostly green necromantic light erupted, and the altar began to churn. Ward glanced at the piles of corpses behind him. What do we do with the rest? I didn't answer directly. Instead, I asked, how many can the Blood Nightmare kill in a day at Silent Hill? 2 or 300. On a good day, 4 or 500. I shook my head. Too slow. Silent Hill posed no challenge to me now. It was just a level 40 to 80 psychic mutation zone. I could steamroll straight through it. A place like that was nothing but a material warehouse. Time to cash in. Pass the order. All forces, prepare for battle. Yes, Master. I pulled out the blueprint I'd acquired earlier, the Hellfire Forge. A legendary tier facility that could craft, reinforce, and upgrade equipment. Compatible with every class. Let's build it first. Hellfire Forge, Legendary. Construct. Cost. Mana Stone times 10, 000. Obsidian times 10, Abyssal Crystal times 10. Build time. Instant. Obsidian wasn't rare in the Demon Fortress. There were 70 or 80 blocks piled up in the sealed vault. And I had Abyssal Crystals on hand too. I picked an open patch of ground far from the crowds and the undead. Confirm construction. Boom. The ground shook violently. Boom. A massive forge, 3 meters tall, erupted from the earth, a wave of heat rolling out. The body was cast in black iron, crimson veins pulsing slowly like flowing lava. Inside the furnace, a mass of pure scarlet flame suddenly blazed to life. Ripples of crimson energy spread outward, sweeping across the entire Scourge domain. Every undead looked up at once, the soul fire in their eyes flickering wildly. Standing before the forge, I could feel that pure power of flame. Legendary tier construction really was something else. Hellfire Forge. Type, Lord Building. Quality, Legendary. Effect, Craft, Reinforce, and Upgrade equipment. Available to all classes. Equipment crafting requires Blacksmith plus Blueprint. Equipment reinforcement requires Flame Crystal. For now, I can only do reinforcement. I had plenty of flame crystals, scored a huge batch from beneath the Demon Fortress. Footsteps sounded behind me. Annie came trotting over in little steps, her scarlet gold eyes fixed intently on the forge fire. She reached out a hand, and the flames inside the furnace suddenly leaped higher, as if sensing something. A tiny flame sparked to life at her fingertip. The two fires answered each other across the gap, and the forge fire flared brighter still. Annie pressed her palm against the forge and closed her eyes. A golden halo spread from her palm, tracing along the crimson veins to cover the entire forge. The fire shifted from scarlet to a woven golden red, and a holy, scorching aura burst outward. Holy Spirit's blessing. Bless her. Fire Elemental Holy Spirit, Annie. Effect. When reinforcing equipment, reinforcement effect plus 10%, permanent. My pupils contracted. She could bless it too? Annie opened her eyes and tilted her head, the flame at her fingertip a shade brighter than before. Master, the furnace. I added a little. A little? 10 full percentage points, permanently in effect. A legendary forge stacked with a legendary Holy Spirit's blessing. This enhancement capacity far exceeded the blueprint data. Well done. Annie's eyes curved into a smile, and the flames leaped happily twice. Interesting. Serena and Lilith walked over. Lilith stared into the furnace, her eyes full of surprise. This energy, it really is pure. The next second, she was clinging to me again. Master, that's legendary tier. Serena said nothing, her gaze fixed on the furnace, her expression grave. Let me enhance yours first. I raised my hand and pulled several fiery red crystals from the warehouse, tossing them into the furnace. Boom. The flames surged, and crimson light lit up the entire warehouse. Serena, your sword. She drew the angel's sword, its blade shimmering with golden holy light. She glanced at me, then cast the sword into the furnace. Hiss. The crimson flames swallowed the blade. Golden holy light churned within the fire, sacred and blazing intertwining as the blade trembled violently. A moment later, the flames burst open. A new sword flew out, jet black gold all over, crimson fire patterns flowing across it, faint flames dancing along the edge. Angel's sword enhanced. Type, one-handed sword. Quality, epic 3-star. Attack, plus 72, was plus 50. Holy slash next attack deals 150% holy damage, 15-second cooldown. Blazing slash 25% chance to release a flame slash for an extra 60 fire damage. Sacred Flame Resonance plus 30% damage against demon and undead units. Scorching touch attacks apply burning, 10 damage per second for 3 seconds. Divine Protection triggers a holy shield when taking fatal damage, absorbing 200 damage, 60-second cooldown. Serena gripped the hilt with both hands. A halo of dark gold flame burst out. She lowered her head to look at the sword, holy light and flame intertwining, the blade trembling as if sensing her heartbeat. She lifted her head, disbelief swirling in her golden eyes. Commander. She dropped to one knee, cradling the sword in both hands, her voice shaking. Thank you for granting me this power. Serena will follow you to the death. Rise. I helped her up. You followed me for so long. This is what you deserve. What about mine? Master Lilith's eyes lit up, a dark purple whip appearing in her hand. My turn. I took the whip and placed it into the furnace. The whip writhed in the crimson flames, its demonic runes reshaped by the blaze as new flame runes were carved into it. Spikes grew from its length, each tip burning with crimson fire. The firelight intensified, and the whip flew out, flames coiling up her arm. Hell Demon Whip enhanced. Type, whip. Quality, epic 4-star. Attack, plus 130, was plus 90. Blazing coil to 0% chance to trigger flame chains, binding for 2 seconds, and burning. Lash mark detonates when stacked to 3 layers, dealing 120 fire damage. Scorching Touch ignores 15% of the target's physical defense. Enchanting Presence reduces enemy attack power by 10% within 20 meters. Effect doubles against low willpower targets. Bloodflame Resonance restores 5% health when dealing damage. Lilith stared at the whip, her eyes churning with shock. This forge is something else. Even the Abyss's finest smiths couldn't take an epic weapon and make it this powerful all at once. She looked up at me. You Blue Star Lords really do have incredible power. Blue Star Lords have far more where that came from. I glanced at her, then called Ward over. Next one. Keep going. Ward stepped forward quickly and tossed the Lich's bone staff into the furnace. For the next hour, the flames never died. The Doom Knight's abyssal iron greatsword, the skeleton mage's staff, the archer's bone bow, the assassin's bone blades, the flying mount's bone wings. Every weapon in the Legion of Epic tier or above went through the fire. Attack power rose by 20 to 30% across the board. Most gained a burning effect, and a few high-quality weapons picked up penetration or armor breaking on top of that. The fire crystals burned down to almost nothing. But the entire Legion's gear had been forced up an entire tier. The flames gradually settled. I turned around. Lilith was playing with her new whip. Serena gripped the dark gold angel's sword, and Ward examined his staff, occasionally loosing a corrosive fireball. Only Annie crouched beside the furnace, the flames flickering bright and dim at the touch of her fingers. All right, time to work. Everyone stood. Let's go grind some monsters. I flickered into motion, appearing at the edge of the Scourge domain. Bloodwraith had been waiting. He stepped forward and knelt on one knee. Master, you lead the team to Silent Hill. Lilith, Serena, Annie, and the entire Skeleton Legion go with you. I paused. Clear out all of Silent Hill as fast as you can. I want every corpse. Rest assured, Master. Bloodwraith looked up. You're not coming, Master? I have other business. I raised my hand and opened the Scourge gate. Bloodwraith stepped through first, the others close behind, the vast Skeleton Legion filing in one after another. On the other side of the light gate, the gray mist was thick. Collapsed buildings lined both sides of the street, shattered glass covered the pavement, and rusted cars sat sideways in the middle of the road. Deep in the mist, twisted figures moved. Some dragged their legs as they shuffled. Some crawled on all fours, some pressed flat against the walls, their featureless faces turned toward the light gate. Bloodwraith raised his hand. Creak, creak. The Legion pouring out of the gate surged like a bursting black tide. The Dark Knights charged out first, their skeletal warhorses' iron hooves smashing the ground, black armor drawing cold streaks of light through the mist. Screams erupted within the fog. A gray-skinned creature poked its head out, skin pale and gray as if soaked in formalin. Blurred features, fingernails black as razor blades. They hid in every building, lunging out to tear at anything living. But before their claws could even rise, a spear punched through their skulls, skewering them on its tip. The Minotaur's skeleton barreled in behind, its 3-meter frame slamming into the building like a boulder. Crash! Half the building collapsed. A screamer tucked inside had just spread its wings when a bone horn burst through its chest. The wyvern skeleton swept out, diving straight for the banshee in the air. Pale woman from the waist up, misty tendrils below, hair drifting like it was alive. A swipe of the bone claw, crack. Its head exploded, spraying black blood. The remaining banshees shrieked and scattered, only to be torn apart one after another. The skeleton archers formed ranks, bowstrings taut. Twang. Bone arrows poured into the mist like a downpour, and the gray-skinned figures dropped in rows. More monsters surged forward. Crawlers with backward-bent joints skittered along the walls like spiders, hurling themselves down at the archers from above. A skeleton swordsman cleaved one clean in half. An epic tier iron giant rose from the rubble, 3 meters tall, hide like rusted iron, a string of fleshy tumors bulging along its back. It roared and smashed its fist into the ground. 3 doomed knights closed in, greatswords plunging in unison. Boom. The iron giant hit the ground, crushing half a street. The Legion hadn't even fully deployed, and Silent Hill was already a slaughterhouse. Lilith watched the endless flood of skeletons, the corner of her mouth twitching. The Master's planning to tear this whole place down. Not just tear it down, level it. Blood Nightmare raised a hand. Lilith, left flank. Annie, right flank. All forces, roll over them. Heh, he really thinks he's the Master now. Despite the words, Lilith still charged out. To a legendary demon, small fry weren't worth a second glance. She went straight for the epic boss at the very front. A 4-meter-tall triangle head monster, its entire skull hidden beneath a metal helm, dragging a 3-meter cleaver that threw sparks across the ground. They said the thing's gray mist could stun any living person who came near. Under Lilith's whip, it never even got the blade raised. Crack. One lash split it in two. Annie wasn't picky. She casually flung something at the dense mass of monsters. Whoosh. A wall of crimson fire swept across half the street. The gray mist evaporated, and gray skins, screamers, and crawlers all crumbled to ash. Soul EXP plus 40. Soul EXP plus 28. Soul EXP plus 32. I was already back on the Dark Wasteland. The system notifications wouldn't stop popping up, so I just switched on Do Not Disturb. Zarin came out of the Great Hall and knelt on one knee. Master, I found a map and discovered a new demon fortress, Blackstone. It's in the Jagged Mountains, far from us. He paused. It's likely the location of another holy spirit. The Jagged Mountains had no other resources. The only possibility was a holy spirit. I nodded. Notify the. Go, get ready to move out. Yes, sir. Within half a day, the coalition army was fully assembled. I mounted Black Wing, the Bone Dragon, took Su Qingxue with me, and headed straight for Blackstone. The other lords climbed onto their own mounts and followed behind. The coalition raced across the wasteland. A crimson river of lava flowed alongside us, and in the distance, an erupting volcano stained the sky a deep red. The lava river gradually narrowed, then vanished beneath the black rubble. The ground shifted from a hardened lava crust to gray gravel, then to jagged black rock. The volcano fell away behind us, and up ahead, the skyline was cut off by a serrated mountain range. The Jagged Mountains. Not a single blade of grass grew there, just weathered, cracked black boulders, like wounds split open by a giant's axe. Loose stones tumbled into deep ravines, their echoes lingering long after. The coalition slowed, threading its way between the ridges. 5 hours later, golden light burst out of me. Soul EXP plus 330. Soul EXP plus 280. Soul EXP plus 1200. Level increased to 28. Spirit plus 2.0, currently at 77.1. Mana cap increased. Summon cap increased to 781. Su Qingxue whipped her head around. You? Su Shuangning froze too. I didn't so much as blink and just kept writing. Su Qingxue took a deep breath. Leveling up while traveling. I give up. Su Shuangning stared at me for a few seconds, saying nothing, but the shock in her eyes was impossible to hide. It's normal. You'll get used to it. The words had barely left my mouth when a notification popped up in front of me. World announcement. A large-scale demon army invasion has been detected. Phase 1 of the demon leaderboard has ended. Final rankings are locked. Rewards are now being distributed. Boom. A golden fissure tore open across the sky of the dark wasteland. Every lord looked up at the same time. A golden curtain of light descended from the heavens, unfolding before each person's eyes. Demon leaderboard, Phase 1 final rankings. First, Liang, China. Score, 31,240. Second, West, White Eagle Alliance. Score, 6,890. Third, Andre, War Bear League. Score, 6,880. I stared at that string of numbers. 6 times the second place score. The Lord's chat group blew up instantly. Over 30,000 points? Second place is only 6,000. A low-tier Lord scored 30,000. Did he wipe out an entire demon fortress? World announcement. Phase 1 ranking rewards distributed. First, Liang, mid-tier Lord core times 1, soul essence times 20, spirit essence times 10. National ranking, China first. All lords gain plus 20% EXP bonus for 30 days. The group went absolutely wild. Pride of China. Carry us, bro. 30,000 points as a novice lord. Can anyone even break that record? Not unless they wipe out a demon fortress too. Buzz. The band on my wrist vibrated violently, dark gold light seeping through the cracks. A fist-sized dark gold core materialized in my palm. Its surface was etched with dense runes, and inside, a dark gold current slowly swirled. Intermediate Lord Core, Legendary Grade. Requirement: Lord level greater than or equal to 30. Effect: Ascend to Intermediate Lord. Unlock talent. Massive boost to all attributes. Level 30. Just 2 levels short, I muttered. Su Shuangning drifted over and glanced at it. Nice. Didn't you get one of these before? Been stuck at intermediate for 2 years, she sighed. I'm level 28. Catching up to you soon. Her expression turned serious. Hit 30 first, then burn the core. Your power spikes, and taking down another demon fortress gets a lot easier. I nodded. The moment I ascended to Intermediate Lord, all those legendary grade corpses would become usable. I opened the comm to Blood Spectre. Blood Spectre. Master, I'm 2 levels short. Pick up the pace. I need to hit 30 today. Understood. He paused. Silent Hill is being cleared out. Just killed a batch of rare bosses. Push at full force. Leave nothing standing. The comm cut off, and new announcements flooded in. Phase 2, Demon War, officially begins. The Abyssal Legion has poured into the dark wasteland. Kill points: Common plus 10, Elite plus 50, Rare plus 200, Epic plus 1,000, Legendary plus 10,000. First place reward: Advanced Lord Core times 1, Soul Essence times 50, Spirit Essence times 30. Warning: Abyssal Lords far exceed legendary grade demons. Team up before engaging. An Advanced Lord Core. The group chat went wild again. Grab that and you ascend to Advanced Lord. With the Abyssal Legion pouring in, legendaries are everywhere. The point gap's gonna close fast. West is itching to take the lead back. Su Shuangning's face went grim as she looked at me. That Advanced Lord Core, you're not letting it slip, are you? Of course not. I tucked the intermediate core into my spatial ring and pulled out the soul essence first. 20 dark blue orbs of light coalescing in my palm. I crushed the first one. Buzz. Dark blue energy surged into my body. Soul EXP plus 100. Soul EXP plus 100. I crushed all 20, the energy racing through my veins. Level up to 29. Spirit plus 2, currently 79.1. Summon cap, raised to 791. 1 level to go? I took out the spirit essences, 10 of them, glowing silver white. Your turn. I crushed the first one. Silver white energy poured into my brain, like a door being pushed open. Spirit power permanently plus 10. currently 89.1. Summon limit, 891. The second, the third. Spirit power permanently plus 10. Currently 179.1. Summon limit, 1791. One level to go? I gripped that dark gold core. Today, I level up, no matter what. Silent Hill. Gray mist churned. Bloodwraith stood at the center of the ruins, bone wings blotting out the sky behind him. 50 wyvern skeletons circled the heights, their bone wings shrieking as they cut through the air. 60 bull demon skeletons formed ranks up front, their 3-meter frames advancing like a moving wall. Boom. An abandoned building collapsed. The gray-skinned creatures hiding inside were crushed to pulp before they could even crawl out. The dark knights flanked from the sides, black lances reaping the stragglers. Left flank, about 300 left, Lilith said, cracking her whip toward the southeast. Annie, burn them. Annie tilted her head. Grayskins again. So boring. She raised a hand. Dozens of fireballs gathered, and she gave a light push. Boom. Chain explosions of flame ripped open, monsters wailing in the inferno. When they were nearly done, she pulled back just in time. Burned to ash, they'd be useless. There. She dusted off her hands. Bloodwraith was about to nod when his body suddenly went rigid. A moment later, he slowly turned his head, his voice ice cold. Master's orders. Today, we wipe out all of Silent Hill. Silent Hill. Bloodwraith stood atop the highest point of the ruins. Corpses stretched out beneath him, farther than the eye could see. Ward finished the count. Monsters cleared, 99%. Gray-skinned humanoids, roughly 95,000. Aerial screamers, 3,000. Ironhide giants, 2,000. Stitched abominations, 1,000. Mist crawlers, 3,000. Around 100,000 bodies in total. Of those, elite tier and above, about 10,000. But the battle wasn't over. Bloodwraith turned his head. Deep in the gray mist, a clock tower loomed faintly, its spire twisting in the fog. The surface and inner worlds overlapping here. The Lord of the Gray Mist. Everything below epic tier. Fall back, Bloodwraith barked. Epic and above, target the clock tower. Kill it. 27 destruction knights spread their wings at once. Massive skeletal wings tore through the gray mist, fanning out into an arcing encirclement. The gray mist surged around the clock tower. 5 figures rose into view. Epic 1-star guardians, clad in ashen gray carapace, letting out low, guttural roars. Boom. The knight's dove. Graka's greatsword came crashing down, carapace shattering, gray blood spraying. Bowser swept across, sending one guardian flying, smashing through half the clock tower. Margot and Kassa struck from both sides, twin blades running the third through. 5 guardians. They didn't last 3 breaths. Crash. The clock tower collapsed. Gray mist erupted from deep within the ruins, blotting out the sky. In the mist, a 30-meter-tall figure slowly rose. Its body was formed from swirling gray fog, without any fixed shape. Legendary tier. That gray fog wasn't fog at all. It was mental energy given physical form. Countless human faces surfaced, twisted, and screamed across its surface. Devoured souls, trapped in the mist for eternity. Lilith. Blood Nightmare's voice was hoarse. It's legendary tier. Be careful. Lilith beat her bat wings, and a dark purple whip materialized in her hand. She stared at the towering monster, the corner of her mouth curling up. Its mental energy is strong, a whole tier above those trash from before. The Lord of Gray Mist struck first. Boom. Its body suddenly swelled, the gray fog erupting like a tsunami and swallowing the entire ruins. The Doom Knight was blasted backward, its bone wings shaking violently. Annie, draw its attention. Annie conjured a white fireball in her palm, its gold-red core pulsing. Burn. Boom. White flames exploded within the gray fog. The Lord of Gray Mist let out a piercing shriek, and countless faces all turned toward Annie at once. Now, Lilith transformed into a dark purple blur and shot into the fog. The Lord of Gray Mist sensed her. A wave of psychic shock surged forward like a tsunami. A succubus's body was immune to control effects, but a legendary tier's psychic assault was like 10,000 needles stabbing into her brain. Blood seeped from every opening on her face. But her hands didn't stop. She unleashed her mental energy at full power, searching through the fog. Found it. At the densest point of the mist, a fist-sized gray-white crystal. The core. She poured every last shred of strength into it, cracking her whip down hard. Crack. Snap. The crystal shattered. The Lord of Gray Mist let out one final, agonized wail, its body wildly contracting and swelling. Boom. The explosion swept across the entire ruins, and the gray fog vanished completely. Lilith dropped from the air, landing on one knee, her face covered in blood, yet still she smiled. So this is a legendary tier. Nothing special after all. Legendary boss Lord of Gray Mist, slain. Loot. Core of Gray Mist, legendary mental energy plus 30, gain mental resistance. Immune to psychic control, charm, and fear from legendary tier and below. Lord class change tome, Soul Master, legendary mental energy plus 20, command plus 30%, psychic attack plus 25%. Undead altar core, epic undead conversion efficiency plus 50%, chance to produce rare tier or above. Touch of Gray Mist, epic staff comes with skill descent of Gray Mist. Enemy vision minus 50%, accuracy minus 30%, undead gain plus 10% to all stats within the mist. Mental essence times 30, Gray Mist essence times 100. Apocalypse World Silent Hill of Death, conquered. The wristband vibrated. A warm current welled up from the depths of his soul. All the kills Blood Nightmare had made in Silent Hill transformed into experience, flowing in all at once. Level increased to 30. Spirit plus 2, currently 181.1. Summon cap, 1,811. Level 30. A thought flashed through my mind, and I immediately returned to the Blight domain and pulled out that dark gold core. Finally, runes covered its surface, dark gold light swirling slowly. Intermediate Lord core, legendary. Current level, 30, requirement met. Use. From the moment I got my hands on it, I'd been waiting for this. Use it. BZZT. The core burst open. Dark gold light surged into my body, burning. Energy rushed through my veins, spread through my bones, detonated in my mind. Lord promotion. Junior Lord, Intermediate Lord. All stats greatly increased. Spirit plus 10. Currently 191.1. Summon cap, raised to 1,911. Talent unlocked. Undead Sovereign. Undead Sovereign. When your undead are sacrificed or killed, they convert into undead energy that flows into you, granting an all-stat bonus for 24 hours. The dark gold light finally settled deep within me. I slowly opened my eyes. All those legendary corpses I'd been stockpiling could finally be put to use. Power churned inside me. So this was an intermediate lord. It was on a whole different level from a junior lord. My spirit had skyrocketed, and I had a brand new undead talent, Undead Sovereign. The more minions died, the stronger I became. In other words, even if every last one of my minions was wiped out, I myself would be the final, strongest one standing. I pushed the thought aside and took out the Gray Mist core. A fist-sized grayish-white crystal, thick mist roiling inside it. Gray Mist core, legendary, special spirit plus 30, one time only. After use, grants immunity to legendary tier and lower mind control, charm, and fear. Use it. BZZT. The crystal shattered, and gray-white mist poured from my palm into my body, rushing straight to my head. A cool layer of energy spread across the surface of my soul, like an invisible shield. Spirit plus 30. Currently, 221.1. Mind resistance gained. Immune to legendary tier and lower mind control, charm, and fear. 221.1. I clenched my fist. Succubi, psychic monsters. The next time I ran into them, they wouldn't even get a chance to fight back. Good stuff. 30 spirit essences appeared in my palm, each one brimming with pure mental energy. Use them. Silver-white energy burst all at once, flooding into my body. My spirit climbed higher and higher. Spirit plus 300. Currently, 521.1. From 181 to 521, a surge of 340 points in one go. Essence. The energy detonated in my mind, and my vision sharpened several times over. The distant gray fog, the cracks in the ground, the particles drifting through the air. Every detail stood out crisp and clear. Not enough. I pulled out the touch of gray fog. A grayish-white staff, its head set with a pale gray gem. Equip. Willpower plus 15. Current. 536.1. 536.1. Gray fog swirled along the staff's shaft, resonating with the soul energy inside me. Too bad there were no test subjects around. I'd have loved to see what a soul shockwave could do slamming down on one. Ward. A phantom materialized. Master. Build a second undead altar. I took out the building core. Run both in sync. The conversion efficiency stacks. Yes. I lifted my head. The horizon was a dull gray, and Silent Ridge's mist still churned in the distance. 3 legendary grade corpses, Talos, the vampire archduke, and Blaze. From the moment I claimed the first one, I'd been waiting for this day. The day I became a mid-tier lord. Once the altar's done, convert Talos and Blaze immediately. Ward fell silent for a moment. Master, each legendary grade corpse requires 50,000 ordinary corpses as altar material. Is what we cleared from Silent Ridge enough? Roughly 95,000 gray-skinned humanoids, plus the rest, 100,000 total. Enough. I've got the abyssal crystals and demon blood essence right here. Start now. Yes. Boom. At the center of the Calamity Domain, a second altar erupted from the earth, standing beside the altar of the dead. Their runes flared to life at the same instant. Altar of Soul Flame construction complete. 2 altars now running in sync. Conversion efficiency plus 100%. Ward stood between the 2 altars, his soul fire blazing at its peak. Begin. Boom. Dark gold light detonated from both at once. Silent Ridge's 100,000 corpses dissolved into pale gray motes, surging into the altars like a tide. The mountain of bodies shrank rapidly. Gray-skinned humanoids, aerial shriekers, iron-skinned giants, stitched abominations, all rendered down into soul fuel. Talos' corpse was hoisted onto the altar of the dead, a 15-meter minotaur. Blaze's corpse was hoisted onto the altar of soul flame, a flame demon. Dark gold light swallowed both bodies. Abyssal crystals and demon blood essence burst apart, becoming a dark red blood mist that wrapped around each corpse. Bones were reassembling, and the energy of death poured in. Ward raised both hands, his lich power fully unleashed. Undead rise. Boom. The Minotaur's eyes snapped open, sockets ablaze with dark gold soul fire. The 15-meter frame rose slowly to its feet, muscles swelling, bones creaking, dark gold veins spreading across its skin. Legendary grade undead conversion complete. Talos, legendary 2-star, undead minotaur, level 30. Skills: Bold Charge, War Stomp, Frenzied Roar, Blood Shield, all legend. Level class. Traits: Titan Strength, Thick Hide, minus 40% damage taken. Undying Body, physical damage halved. Talos stepped down from the altar, each footfall making the ground tremble. 2 massive horns curved thick as pillars, their tips gleaming with a cold, dark gold light. Old scars crisscrossed his gray-brown skin, muscles bulging like solid rock. The giant axe in his hand dragged across the floor, screeching. At that same moment, Blaze opened its eyes. Legendary Undead transformation complete. Blaze, legendary 1-star, Undead Flame Demon, level 30. Skills: Undead Flame Blade, Firestorm, Body of the Flame Demon, Hellfire Rain, all legendary. Traits: Flame Enhancement, plus 50%, Wings of the Flame Demon, Undying Body. Its enormous wings snapped open with a roar, blotting out the sky. Dark red flames spread up its arms and across its entire body, churning like lava beneath the skin, a fire god stepping straight out of the inferno. Both of them dropped to one knee at the same time. Master. Their deep voices set the air humming. 2 legendary undead. Together with Lilith and Anne, that made 4 legendary combatants. 536 spirit. 5,361 summon cap. I didn't stop there. I pulled out the Soul Sovereign class change book. New function unlocked. Lord class change. Currently available. Soul Sovereign, legendary. Flame Sorcerer, legendary. Soul Sovereign, a soul type specialization. After the class change, my power would rise to legendary tier, plus 30% dominance, plus 25% spiritual attack. The class change book dropped by the Lord of Grey Mist fit my undead build perfectly. Use, Soul Sovereign. Class change successful. Lord class, Soul Sovereign Legendary. Spirit plus 20, Dominance plus 30%, Spiritual Attack plus 25%, Spirit type skill damage plus 10%. Current Spirit, 556.1, Summon Cap, 5,561. Class exclusive skills unlocked. Soul Reaping, passive. Killing enemies reaps their souls, granting plus 0.5% spiritual attack per stack, up to 200 stacks. Attacks deal bonus spiritual damage equal to spirit times 0.5, ignoring physical defense. Soul Blast, active. Deals spirit times 2.5 damage in a 30-meter cone in front of you, with a 30% chance to stun for 2 seconds and have spiritual defense. Soul Shriek, active. Deals spirit times 1.5 damage within a 50-meter radius, inflicting fear, minus 20% attack, minus 30% movement speed. Soul Barrier, active. Immune to 1 legendary tier or lower spiritual attack. The instant my spirit broke past the critical threshold, an invisible membrane tore open. Soul Perception. The location, intensity, and state of every soul flame around me surfaced with perfect clarity in my mind. Far. The consciousness of every undead within the Blight domain rippled outward like a vast net stretched wide, and I was the soul core at its center. It wasn't sight. It was soul touching soul directly. Cold, heavy, yet crystal clear. 556 Spirit. 5,561 Summon Cap. For exclusive skills. This was an intermediate lord. Just then, Silent Hill of Death has been incorporated into your territory. Adjacent plane fragment detected. Triggering special event. Plane fusion. Here it comes. I drew in a deep breath. City of Plague. Rawbone Wastes, Silent Hill of Death, 3 planes fusing. Effect, merging into a large plane fragment. Passage permanently opened. Confirm, confirm, boom. Golden light erupted beneath my feet, a pillar of gold shooting skyward, piercing straight through the clouds. The ground shook violently. The entire Blight domain trembled. The ruins of the City of Plague quaked, the Rotbone Waste split open, and the gray mist of Silent Hill churned. 3 skylines collided at the edges of my vision, pressing and overlapping. Gray mist, blood-red sky, gray wasteland, 3 colors weaving together. The clouds surged, forming an enormous tricolored vortex. Crack! A thunderous roar tore across the heavens. Fissures spread out from beneath my feet, in every direction, golden light pouring through them. 3 lands were reforming, slowly drawing together. 3 planes, becoming 1. Plane fusion complete. New plane, Blight domain, intermediate. Area times 3, resources plus 100%, all undead attributes plus 10%. Unlocked. Lord's Passage, establish portals anywhere within the domain. Fusion reward, spirit plus 10. Cool energy surged from the soles of my feet straight into my mind. Clarity. My head buzzed and trembled, my vision sharpening to its absolute peak in an instant. I could make out even the tiniest particles drifting in the distant gray mist. Power flowed through my limbs and bones, my skeleton warming, my muscles tightening. Spirit plus 10, current, 566.1. Summon cap, 5,661. The summon cap had broken past 5,600. My legion could expand another round. Just then, a new ripple pulsed from the Gate of Calamity. 4th plane fragment unlocked. Gate of Calamity, Doomsday World, Radiation Wasteland. Level, 50 to 80. Type, dual biochemical radiation contamination. Description, a military base released biological weapons, followed by nuclear strikes. The dual contamination spawned mutants far more terrifying than ordinary zombies. Non-undead units take dual radiation and toxic fog damage every second. Undead are immune to Radiation Wasteland. Even higher level than Silent Hill. There was still a vampire archduke's corpse in the warehouse waiting to be transformed, and I was short 50,000 corpses for the offering. Alter material. The radioactive wastelands would fill that need perfectly. Blood Wraith. Master, take Talos and Blaze Flame to conquer the next dimension. I stared at that gray-yellow sky. Corpses. I want more corpses. My summoning cap was 5,661, and my current minions still fell short by over 4,000. Every slot had to be filled with rare-grade corpses, or better. I temporarily summoned a batch of elite minions to reinforce the Legion. Even if they died, I wouldn't feel a thing. Yes. The gate of the Scourge opened once more. Blood Wraith stepped out first, bone wings unfurling amid the radioactive dust. Talos and Blaze Flame followed close behind, soul fire burning beneath the gray-yellow sky. The radioactive wastelands were lethal to living things. I left Lilith and the others behind. All forces, heed my command. The Skeleton Legion poured out of the gate. Dark Knights formed ranks. Minotaur skeletons pushed forward. Wyvern skeletons took to the air, and skeleton archers drew their bows. 27 Doom Knights spread their wings and shot skyward. The Bone Dragon spread its massive black skeletal wings, blotting out the sun. Talos and Blaze Flame stepped onto the battlefield at the same moment, their legendary grade auras sweeping across the ruins. Kill. Leave nothing alive. Boom. The Legion surged toward the ruins like a black tide. Deep within the ruins, swarms of monsters clawed their way out. Dwarf zombies, their skin gray, pale, and festering, radiation burns crawling across their bodies, heads grotesquely swollen, limbs thin as dead branches. Nothing but two black holes where their eyes should be. At least 1,000 of them, all rare grade. Using both hands and feet, they scrambled through the ruins at incredible speed, their chittering shrieks merging into an ear-splitting din. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear. Too bad they were facing my legion. Shadow Charge. The Dark Knights became a black torrent and slammed into the horde of zombies. Crash. The front row of zombies was sent flying, bone swords slashing across, green blood spraying. The chittering instantly turned to screams. The back row tried to flee, but their retreat was cut off by the comrades still surging forward. The Dark Knights ground through them like a meat grinder, carving out a path of blood. Deep in the ruins, over a dozen 10-foot-tall green giants burst forth. Their dark green skin was cracked, oozing thick green pus from the fissures, muscles bulging like boulders. With every step, the ground split apart. Talos charged to meet them. Bull rush. Boom. 3 green giants were sent flying, tumbling through the air a good 30 feet before crashing down. War Stomp. The ground exploded, the shockwave rippling outward, throwing the green giants off balance. Talos threw a punch and crushed one skull outright, green blood mixed with brain matter spraying everywhere. Standing before the 16-foot Minotaur, the 10-foot green giants looked like flimsy paper toys. Blaze Flame raised both hands, 2 dark red fireballs gathering in his palms. Hellfire Rain. Fire poured down. The green giants were engulfed, their muscles melting in the searing heat, their blood evaporating before it could even spill. They shrieked and flailed their arms, skin charring and peeling away to expose glowing red bone, collapsing one after another. Along the flank of the ruins, hundreds of hunters came crawling down the walls. Their forelimbs' 5 fingers had fused into 3 bone blades, gleaming with a cold, dark green light. Spikes lined their spines like saw teeth, and their heads split all the way to the ears, packed with jagged fangs. They were blindingly fast, bone blades scraping the walls, throwing off showers of sparks. Doom Knights. 27 Doom Knights spread their wings and charged out. Graka's blade swept sideways, cleaving 3 hunters clean in half. Their upper bodies kept crawling, screeching in despair. Bowser's greatsword came crashing down, pounding a hunter into pulp. The speed they took such pride in was nothing but a crawl before the Doom Knights. And the greatswords were faster still. 1 strike, 1 kill, severed limbs flying everywhere. The screeches turned to wails. From the shadows of the ruins, poison-spewing smoke wraiths emerged. Their upper bodies were bloated like balloons, skin transparent enough to reveal the churning dark green venom inside. They opened their mouths and belched out toxic mist that rolled forward like a tide. Too bad. The undead don't need to breathe. Skeleton archers. 80 archers drew their bows and rained down arrows. The smoke wraiths were skewered, their swollen bodies rapidly deflating, venom spraying from the puncture holes and burning craters into the ground. On the ground floor of a leaning tower, a female monster slowly rose. Ashen gray hair veiled her face, her fingers stretched to half a meter, nails twisted into hooked claws. Below the knees, her flesh had peeled away, exposing dark red tendons. A hag. Once provoked, she'd go berserk, triple attack power. I raised my hand. Blaze. Finish her. A dark red fireball shot out. The hag's head snapped up, empty eye sockets locking onto the flames, her whimper rising into a scream. The fireball had already smashed into her face. Boom. The tower blew apart, and the hag evaporated in the flames. Berserk? No time. Keep pushing. The skeleton legion rolled forward, crushing everything. The dwarf zombies were slaughtered, the green giants reduced to ash, the hunters snapped like twigs, the smoke wraiths shot full of holes. The monsters of the irradiated waste were rare tier at the very least. To anyone else, this was hell. To me, it was all raw material. Every time a batch fell, Ward activated the altar of the undead, converting the corpses on the spot. The Dark Knights swelled from 40 to 120. The Doom Knights broke from 27 to 50. The numbers snowballed, steamrolling straight across the entire wasteland. The Blood Nightmare provided support from the rear, while I commanded from the center. The Plague Lich never stopped brewing potions, sending batch after batch to the front lines. Annie and Lilith joined the fray too, blades flashing, flames surging. Not a single monster lasted more than a minute. The bracelet kept vibrating. Soul Harvest triggered. Soul Harvest triggered. With every kill, soul energy gathered inside me, my psychic attack power climbing higher and higher. Soul Harvest stacks, 87, 15, 200. Mental attack power plus 100%. Maxed out. I could feel the soul energy churning inside me, like a boiling sea. The more I killed, the stronger I became. This was fighting to feed fighting. Keep pushing forward. Find the Titan behemoth. At the edge of the nuclear blast crater, a 10-meter-tall behemoth slowly rose to its feet. Its dark green skin was covered in scorch marks, its muscles swollen to the point of bursting. Tumors on its back constantly spewed green mist, its arms thick as tree trunks, half-meter bone spikes protruding from its fingertips. A dark red core was embedded in the center of its chest, pulsing like a heart. The Titan behemoth. Legendary 3-star, level 55. I smiled. Right on time. Talos, blaze flame, surround and kill. Talos charged head-on, his 5-meter body slamming forward. Blaze flame beat his wings and dove in from the left. The Doom Knight flanked from the right. The wyvern skeleton swooped down from above, and the archers pulled back to blanket the area with a rain of arrows. Bull rush. Boom. Talos struck its left knee, dislocating the joint. Dark green blood splattered everywhere. The Titan behemoth staggered, the tiny eyes in its sockets going wide. A 5-meter skeleton dared to meet it head-on? Hellfire rain. Fireball slammed into its right shoulder, skin bursting open, muscles searing black. It roared and lifted a foot to stomp Talos, but Blaze Flame's fire whip lashed across its face. Crack. The skin split open, revealing writhing muscle beneath. It reeled backward. Roar. The tumors on its back exploded, green mist surging out like a tsunami, covering 100 meters in every direction. The ground corroded into countless pits. But my legion didn't budge an inch. Poison mist. Immune. Talos delivered one final charge, smashing into its knee. Crunch. The joint shattered completely. The 10-meter body crashed to the ground, the impact making the earth tremble, radioactive dust billowing into the sky. Within the Doomsday domain, my bracelet vibrated. Soul experience plus 120,000. Killed legendary 3-star, Titan Behemoth. Drops. Titan Core times 1, Epic 2-star. Dark Green Titan Marrow times 3, Minion Strength plus 20%. Radiation Crystal times 5, 000. The experience surged, but I was still a ways from level 31. After level 30, every single level was a chasm. But I didn't care. What I wanted was this corpse. Another legendary 3-star. With it, my legion's strength would climb to another tier. Woad stepped forward. Master, 40% of the radioactive wasteland has been cleared. Approximately 30,000 rare-grade corpses, 170 epic grade. The conversion materials for the vampire archduke are sufficient. Recover them all. Begin the conversion. Yes. The two undead altars ran in sync, doubling the efficiency. Piles of rare corpses arranged themselves into a circular ring formation around the altars. A few rare ones are worth 100 common ones. Much more efficient. The vampire duke's corpse was lifted onto the altar of the dead. Abyssal crystals and demon blood essence detonated, erupting into a dark red mist that wrapped around the body. At the edge of another altar lay the Titan behemoth. Dark gold light flared, and the corpse trembled as it dissolved. I raised the gray mist touch staff. Rise, undead. Boom. The vampire duke's eyes snapped open, dark red soul fire igniting within the sockets. His crimson robe snapped and billowed, fangs flashing in and out of sight, and bat wings unfurled from his back with a thunderous crack. Legendary undead transformation complete. Bloodmark quality, legendary 1-star. HP 3200, attack 380, extremely fast. Bloodmark domain enemies within the domain take continuous shadow damage. Allied lifesteal plus 15%. Vampiric curse reduces enemy attack and defense, deals continuous shadow damage. Shadow wings flight, greatly increased speed. Blood burst detonates the target's blood, unleashing shadow damage. Vampiric body attacks restore health. Undying body physical damage halved, immune to instant death. Bloodmark dropped to 1 knee. Master. At the other altar, dark gold light erupted. The Titan opened its eyes, dark green soul fire blazing in its sockets, its massive frame rising slowly. Under the flood of death energy, its skin turned an ashen black, the tumors on its back hardening into rows of bone-white spikes. Radioactive toxic mist gushed from between the spikes, coalescing into a dark green aura that coiled around its body. Legendary undead transformation complete. Titan quality, legendary 3-star. HP 5200, attack 350, defense 420. Radiation shockwave cone-shaped radiation damage. Toxic mist domain continuous corrosion within the domain. Behemoth stomp area stun. Radiant body corrodes enemy life by 3% per second. Behemoth frame size plus 30%, strength plus 50%. The Titan knelt on 1 knee, the ground trembling. Master. I looked at the 4 legendary undead before me. Talos, Blaze, Bloodmark, and Titan. Plus Lilith and Annie. 6 legendary class fighters. After advancing to Intermediate Lord, epic corpses could be summoned directly, no altar required. 170 epic corpses, added to what I'd already accumulated, doubled my epic tier forces outright. My old elite and common skeletons had all been upgraded to rare. Now the weakest thing under my command started at rare. From those first few dozen skeletons to an army of nearly 5,000 undead. From a despised F-rank talent to 6 legendary units in hand. How long had it taken? The corner of my mouth curled up. Some are born noble. Others crawl up out of the mud. The only difference is whether you're trampled to death, or whether you climb a mountain of corpses to stand on top. Ward, hand this army over to Bloodwraith. Within 1 day, clear out the radioactive waste. Earth. Yes, Master. Ward mounted his skeletal flying beast and led the legion into the dimensional passage. Bones clattered, soul fire blazed. Iron hooves struck the ground, together forming a symphony of death. 5,000 undead surged into the wasteland like a black tide, leaving nothing living in their wake. The radioactive fog scattered before the legion's presence, and the earth trembled beneath 5,000 skeletal feet. The surviving monsters in the depths let out terrified shrieks. They had once been the overlords of this wasteland, but now they were nothing more than prey waiting for slaughter. I pulled my gaze back, opened the Scourge Gate, and slipped into the dark wilderness. The dark wilderness. 5 days now. I stood in the shadows outside the Coalition's main tent, listening to the argument inside. On the Abyss Legion's side, the rifts have expanded to 17. The demons have broken 50,000, and they're still climbing. Blackrock Fortress is being held by the 3rd Legion's deputy commander. At least 4 legendary tier. A sharp intake of breath. And us? How many legendary tier do we have? No one answered. I knew the answer. Counting my subordinates, only 4. And during the 5 days I'd been out of contact, only 2 remained. Let's pull out, someone in the corner said quietly. Pull out to where? The dark wilderness is only so big. Once the Abyss Legion bears down on us, no one escapes. For legendary tier, going head-on is just suicide. Su Qingshue's voice cut through the chaos. Quiet. What's the rush? Liang won't abandon our Scourge Guild. The Scourge Guild. The Su family coalition had already changed its name. In these 5 days, more than 300 lords had come to join of their own accord, all of them for me. They shared only one thing in common. They believed I was China's hope. The point is, even if Lord Liang were here, he couldn't handle 6 legendary tier. Dead silence fell over the tent again. Let's pull out, the bearded lord rasped. The brothers can't just throw their lives away for nothing. As long as we survive. Pull out? Pull out to where? I threw open the tent flap and walked in. Everyone turned at once. Liang. Su Qingshue's pupils shrank. The bearded lord shot to his feet, his chair toppling over. Lord Liang. More than 20 lords rose in unison, their faces filled with shock and elation. I walked to the long table and glanced at the map. Who said anything about pulling out? But, for legendary tier from the Abyss Legion, I said nothing. The aura around me churned, and an invisible pressure suddenly erupted, bearing down directly on the very source of the soul. Everyone in the tent shuddered at once. Su Qingshue's expression changed instantly, her voice cracking. Mid-tier lord. The tent erupted. Lord Liang has advanced to mid-tier lord. 5 days ago he was still a low-tier lord. Level 30. Mid-tier lord. In the corner, Su Shuangning slowly rose to her feet, studying me with a complicated expression. Your class seems pretty impressive too. Soul Sovereign. She shivered. With you, that makes 5 legendary ranks. She shook her head, her tone calm. But even with a mid-tier lord and 12,000 men, we shouldn't go head-to-head with the Abyss Legion. Those 6 Legion commanders are no pushovers. Conserve our strength. There's always another day. That's the smart play. I looked at her, my expression unchanged. You're right. 5 against 6, the odds aren't good. The corner of my mouth curled up. But what if it were 6 against 6? I raised my hand. Lilith and appeared. Everyone in the tent took a step back, the color draining from their faces. A succubus queen. Legendary rank. Lilith folded her bat wings and gave a lazy smile. Master, these little ones don't seem to believe you. A third figure stepped forward. Dark red flames wreathed its entire body, black fire flickering in the sockets of its skull, its bone wings spread wide. Legendary 1-star. Undead fire fiend. Blaze flame. That fire elemental lord. He turned it into an undead. Su Shuangning stared into those black flaming eyes, her voice dry. You converted him? The fire lord from the last fortress, I said flatly. He's mine now. I raised my hand again. The gate of calamity tore open. A dark red robe billowed, bat wings unfurled, and a field of blood runes spread out beneath its feet. Legendary 1-star. Undead vampire archduke. A vampire archduke. You can even convert vampires. Leon, counting you. That makes 7 legendary ranks. Su Qingshue's voice trembled. Su Shuangning drew a deep breath, light rekindling in her eyes. If we go all in, we might actually stand a chance. Might. I raised an eyebrow and lifted my hand once more. Just might. My expression stayed composed as I raised my hand. Boom. The gate of calamity widened. A 5-meter-tall figure stepped through, dark golden soul fire burning in its eye sockets, the tips of its horns glowing a deep red. Each step made the ground tremble. Legendary 2-star. Undead Minotaur Fiend. Su Shuangning took half a step back, her voice cracking. Where are you getting all these corpses? Late-game conversions need an insane number of bodies. I looked at her. So what do you think our odds are now? She let out a long breath. 70% at least. Only 70. I shook my head. Then let me add a little more fuel to the fire. The gate of calamity ripped open to its limit. A 10-meter-tall figure of ashen gray stepped out, bone spikes bristling along its back, a dark green aura of toxic mist erupting outward. Legendary 3-star. Undead Titan Beast. The tent fell dead silent. The bearded lord's legs gave out, and he dropped to the ground with a thud. Another lord's cup shattered to pieces. He didn't even have the presence of mind to look down. 6 of them, legendary rank. Plus Lord Leon. That's 7. I don't even have a single one. Su Shuangning swallowed hard. 6 legendary servants right after reaching intermediate lord status. So this is the power of a necromancer lord? Leon, what exactly did you do? That's not your concern, I said flatly. Is it enough? Her mouth opened, but not a single word came out. 5 days. I'd come back with 6 legendary rank servants. The way the lords looked at me had completely changed. It was no longer fear, it was fanaticism. The bearded lord dropped to his knees, his voice hoarse. I swear to follow you to the death. Calamity, calamity, calamity. More than 20 people knelt in unison, their cries shaking the heavens. I raised a hand, and the shouting cut off instantly. I won't waste words, I said calmly, yet every syllable drove itself into their hearts. Everyone go back and prepare. In half a day, we attack Blackstone Fortress. We'll turn everything they own into our mana stones. Yes, Lord Leon. Deep in the jagged mountains, Blackstone Fortress stood at the far end of the valley. Built from black stone, its walls rose 30 meters high, and abyssal demon flames burned along the battlements. Movement. The sentry in the watchtower narrowed his eyes. At the mouth of the valley, a black tide surged forward. The dense clatter of clashing bones rang out like 10,000 galloping horses. It's an undead legion. Wait, what is that? Within the black tide, a 10-meter-tall ash-gray behemoth advanced with heavy footfalls, each step trembling the earth. Beside it strode a massive bull demon with glowing red horns. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Horns tore through the valley. Demon guards flooded the battlements. The fortress commander, Mar, gripped a burning great axe, his face full of contempt. Legendary 1-star, level 50. His adjutant leaned in. Sir, a legendary rank behemoth. Should we report this to Lord Barrett first? Report what? Mar shoved him aside, his great axe smashing into the parapet. I'm a legion commander too. A pack of undead, just a heap of animated bone scraps. Since when have demons ever been afraid? Open the gates. Form ranks. Meet them in the field. Sir, we'd be better off holding the walls. Out of my way. The adjutant took a kick and stumbled aside. The gates ground open, and 8,000 elite demons marched out in formation. The front rank, abyssal heavy infantry, 3 meters tall, clad in dark red armor, wielding great axes. The middle rank, archers, arrowheads burning with demon flame. The rear rank, mages, dark purple energy gathering in the air. This is the frontline command post of the 3rd Abyssal Legion, and a bunch of undead dares to attack. Mar raised his great axe. Archers loose. Abyssal flame arrows poured down like a torrential rain, blotting out the sky. I sat astride Blackwing, my skeletal dragon, gazing down at the incoming storm of arrows. Annie, burn them. Them. A wave of white fireballs shot out. Boom. The arrow storm exploded in midair. The abyssal flames were swallowed by white fire, not even ash remaining. Another legendary class. Mal's pupils contracted sharply. The arrow storm was destroyed, but the 8,000 elites had already charged out of the city. There was no calling them back now. Demons were never an army that obeyed orders on command. Once they charged, they descended into frenzy. Crush them. I raised my hand. Fire. Twang. Hundreds of skeletal archers drew their bows in unison. All rare class, their arrows infused with shadow energy, their piercing power far beyond ordinary. The front row of heavy infantry had their armor punched through, screaming as they collapsed in droves. Charge! Mal roared. The 10-foot-tall heavy infantry pushed forward through the arrow storm, their footsteps making the earth tremble. Demonic flame arrows carved arcs through the air. Shields up. 100 elite skeleton shield guards advanced, their 10-foot bone shields slamming into the ground, interlocking into an impenetrable wall of bone. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic flames burst against the bone shields, but the wall didn't budge an inch. Spears thrust through the gaps in the bone shields. 10-foot bone spears suddenly stabbed out, piercing straight through the heavy infantry's armor as dark red blood sprayed. The spears behind the shield wall struck like vipers, in and out, each thrust claiming a life. Cavalry charge. Rumble. Over 100 dark knights swept in from both flanks, two black torrents that carved the demon legion to pieces. The flanks. The flanks. The abyssal commander screamed frantically, but the formation had already collapsed. That was when. Kill. The Calamity Guild alliance forces poured out from the valleys on both sides. 12,000 minions flooded onto the battlefield. Fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, lightning chains, brilliant magic slammed into the demon ranks. The abyssal heavy infantry were blasted head over heels, their armor shattering under the bombardment. No. I watched the demon commander Mal stare helplessly as his 8,000 elites crumbled. Dark Knights pierced through the flanks. Doom Knights dove from above. The skeleton shield wall advanced step by step, and spears thrust relentlessly through the gaps. Retreat. Fall back to the fortress. Mal roared. The abyssal remnants abandoned their corpse-strewn ground and swarmed back into Blackstone Fortress. The gates slammed shut with a thunderous crash. The valley was a sea of bodies. Of the 8,000 elites, less than 1 in 10 made it back. Not bad. I sat atop my bone dragon, gazing down at the sealed gates. Talos. The giant minotaur strode out from the legion, each step making the ground quake. Break down the gates. Yes, master. It bent down and slammed both fists into the ground. Boom. The earth exploded, the shockwave spreading outward, sending the front row abyssal heavy infantry flying. Blaze, clear out the defenses on the walls. As you command. Blaze's twin. He raised his arm. Two spheres of black flame gathered in his palms, then erupted as twin pillars of fire. Boom. Two black mushroom clouds bloomed in the enemy ranks. Dark red armor melted in the flames. I lifted my hand. All forces, crush them. The Doom Knight burst forward on spread wings, swinging his massive bone sword. The abyssal armor might as well have been made of paper. One strike, one kill. The Dark Knights followed close behind, iron hooves trampling everything in their path. Skeletal minotaurs rolled forward like moving walls. Skeletal wyverns dove from the sky, bone claws tearing out archers' throats. Skeleton archers drew their bows, and a rain of arrows pinned the abyssal mages to the walls. Mal spun and bolted into the fortress. Lord Barrett, we're under attack. The undead legion is here. The great hall of the fortress. A 5-meter demon sat upon a black iron throne, his body clad in dark red scales, 3 curved horns jutting from his forehead. Barrett, deputy commander of the 3rd Abyssal Legion. 3-star legendary, level 52. He was tearing into a roasted lamb, demonic fire burning in his dark red pupils. Mal stumbled to his knees, drenched in blood. An undead lord. For legendary class, and a titan minotaur. Barrett rose slowly. Each step made the hall tremble. He reached out, and a greatsword wreathed in demonic flames slid from the void. For legendary class? Now that's interesting. A black-robed mage stepped forward. My lord, perhaps we should hold the fortress and wait for Lord Ares' reinforcements. Barrett seized him by the throat, lifted him, and slammed him into the wall. Stone shattered and scattered. Since when do demons fear the undead? Open the gates. Crush them. Outside the fortress, half of the 8,000 elite troops had already been slaughtered. Lilith cracked her whip, sending the fleeing Mal flying, pinning him into the wall. Where do you think you're going? Her voice was lazy as she folded her bat wings. Master said no survivors. Boom. The fortress gates blew open. Barrett stepped out, his scales gleaming in the demonic fire. He swept his gaze across the chaotic battlefield. Useless. He raised his greatsword. Leon, show yourself. The bone dragon landed. I looked down at him. 3-star legendary. Barrett's pupils narrowed slightly. That aura around you. An intermediate lord? My tone was flat. You're sharper than the other demons. If you're afraid, I could take you on as a servant. Arrogant. The demonic fire surged. A freshly promoted intermediate lord dares to attack my Blackstone fortress? Talos. The Titan Minotaur stepped forward, his massive frame towering over Barrett. Barrett's pupils contracted violently. Talos. Impossible, you're dead. Talos ignored him. Dark gold light gathered at his knuckles, and he brought his fist crashing down. Boom. Barrett swung his sword horizontally to block. Demonic fire clashed with dark gold, and the shockwave sent ruins within 100 meters flying. The flagstones beneath his feet exploded, but he held. One step. He wasn't backing down. That's it. He sneered and swung his massive blade. Talos was blown back, sent flying by a single strike, slamming hard into the city wall. I frowned slightly. A 3-star legendary. Talos really couldn't take him on alone. Blaze. A pillar of black flame erupted, swallowing Barrett whole. The next second, demonic fire exploded from within the blaze, forcefully scattering the black flames. He stepped out unharmed, his scale armor bearing only a few scorch marks. Another legendary? Too weak. He raised his sword and charged straight at Blaze. Annie. Coming. Annie tilted her head, a white fireball forming in her palm. Big guy's fire is black, mine's white. She gave it a gentle push. Boom. The white fireball exploded against Barrett's chest. He froze mid-step, looking down to see his scale armor had actually split open. White flames seeped into the cracks, searing his flesh. This flame can hurt me? A grave look flashed through his eyes. Lilith. Crack. The whip lashed down on the crown of his head, dark purple energy piercing through his skull. Barrett staggered and dropped to his knees, the scales atop his head shattering, dark red blood streaming down his cheeks. 5 legendaries. He looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. A mid-tier lord. How could you have 5 legendaries? I leapt down from the bone dragon and walked up to him. Your fortress. It's mine now. Kill me, and Lord Ares himself will come for you. I'll be waiting. I raised my hand. Kill. Yes. All 5 legendaries answered at once. 5 figures surged forward simultaneously. Talos' dark gold fist came crashing down from the front. Blaze's black fire sealed off his retreat. Annie's white fireball chased his back, and Lilith's whip snapped toward the back of his head. Barrett raised his sword to block, but he couldn't guard against every direction at once. The whip drove through his skull, the mental shock leaving his consciousness reeling. He dropped to one knee, his greatsword stabbed into the ground, barely holding him up. A newly promoted mid-tier lord. How could this be happening? I waved my hand. Kill. The dark gold fist shattered his breastbone. The pillar of black flame consumed his left arm, melting the scale armor, his blood evaporating into mist. The white fireball burned clean through his right wing. The whip coiled around his neck, snuffing out the last flicker of his consciousness. Boom. His massive body hit the ground, blasting out a crater 10 meters deep. 2 of his 3 curved horns snapped off. Lord Ares won't let you get away with this. The voice faded. Slain 3-star legendary demon Barrett, level 52. Level increased to 31. Spirit +3, now at 569.1. Mana cap raised to 5,691. Summon limit raised to 5,691. Loot. Abyssal Demon Flame Greatsword, legendary. Attacks carry demonic flame, ignores 30% defense. Blackstone Core, legendary. User, Abyssal Iron times 200, Abyssal Crystal times 30. I collected the loot into my ring, my gaze falling on the corpse. Legendary 3-star. If I could convert him, the Scourge Legion would gain another warrior. I waved my hand, and the body was absorbed into the Scourge domain. At that moment, a dark figure shot out from atop the city wall, fleeing south. Mal legendary 1-star, level 50. He'd quietly slipped to the edge of the wall the moment Barrett was surrounded and cut down. If even Barrett couldn't hold his ground, Mal wasn't about to stick around. Lilith. On it, a dark purple figure gave chase, with Talos and Annie right behind. 3 presences moved to surround him from all sides. Mal glanced back, terrified out of his wits. No. Let me go? I surrender. Crack. The whip lashed down through the air, and his body burst apart in midair, the corpse crashing into the ruins below. Slain, legendary 1-star Demon Mal, level 50. Loot, legendary Demon Core times 1. Skill Stone Shadow Burst. Skill Stone Abyssal Flame Slash. Black Flame Armor, legendary. Defense plus 30%. Immunity to fire below epic tier. Reflects 20% demonic flame damage in melee. 2 legendaries. Blackstone Fortress. This trip was worth it. Ward, clear the battlefield and convert Barrett. As you command. Within the Scourge domain, the undead altar lit up. The conversion had begun. I turned and walked into the Great Hall. The allied forces were resting. Su Shuangning leaned against a stone pillar with her eyes closed, opening them at the sound of my footsteps. Done. Yeah. How many now? 7. She fell silent for a moment. You really are a monster. Master. Annie stepped out from behind me, her golden eyes fixed on the depths of the fortress. There's something down there. It's very warm, like coming home. Coming from the mouth of a fire elemental sacred spirit. What did those words mean? Lead the way. Annie went ahead, and I followed. Su Shuangning didn't hesitate. She drew her sword and kept pace, and Su Qingxue hurried after us as well. The rock passage wound downward, the air growing drier and drier. Ancient runes were carved into the walls, not abyssal ones, but some kind of primordial seal. At the end of the passage, a massive stone door stood tightly shut, its runes glowing a dull earthen yellow. Annie stepped forward and pressed her small hand against the door. Golden red flames spread along the runes, and the earthen yellow markings lit up one by one, the two forces resonating with each other. Boom, boom, boom. The entire fortress shook violently, and the walls began to crack. A temple that had slumbered for 1,000 years was awakening. The stone door slowly opened. Beyond it lay an enormous rock temple, its domed ceiling dozens of meters high. The central altar was covered in ancient magic arrays, and within them, a young woman was bound by chains. Her body was formed from the purest earth crystal, her skin giving off a faint amber glow. Light, long hair like flowing golden sand, spilling across the entire altar. I shut tight. 6 abyssal chains pierced through her limbs, burning with dark crimson hellfire, sunk deep into the rock. Annie tilted her head. One of her kind, an imprisoned kindred. Sister. She reached out, red gold flames crashing against the chains. Hiss. The hellfire surged, devouring the flames completely. Annie stepped back, frowning. It wouldn't open. I walked forward. A system prompt popped up. Detected. Sealed planar elemental spirit, Earth, legendary 1-star. Status. Bound by 6 layers of abyssal chains, which drain the spirit's power to feed the abyss. Cannot break free without external force. 1. Force break. Consume 5,000 mana to shatter the chains. 2. Contract resonance. Consume 3,000 mana plus 1 drop of blood essence. Combined internal and external force greatly increases success rate. I didn't hesitate. Contract resonance. I sliced my fingertip. A drop of blood essence flew out and landed on a chain. The instant it fused. Earth and yellow light exploded from within the girl. The abyssal chains trembled violently. The dark crimson flames began to die out. The spirit was striking the seal from the inside. The chain's power was crumbling. I raised my hand and pressed it against the nearest chain. Mana poured in like a tide. Crack. The first one shattered. The fragments turned to dust in the air. Crack. 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 All 6 abyssal chains snapped. The girl's body slowly rose from the altar. Earth and yellow light surged out of her, washing over the entire temple like a flood. Her amber hair danced in the light, turning into streams of solid sand. She opened her eyes. In those amber irises, the memories of an ancient earth were reflected. 1,000 years of imprisonment, an eternity of abyssal torment. All of it ended in this moment. She looked at Annie, the corners of her mouth curving up. Fire. Her voice was low and gentle. An echo rose from deep within the earth. Annie reached out, red gold flames leaping at her fingertips. Sister. The girl descended from the air and set her bare feet on the rock. The ground of the entire temple trembled. The stone came alive, submitting beneath her feet. She turned to me, her amber eyes flashing. The scent of the undead. She paused. And on you, there's the scent of an emperor. Emperor. That word shouldn't have appeared here. My heart tightened. But before I could press further, the earthen yellow light had already surged forth, and the contract completed in resonance. Contract complete. Planar elemental spirit, Earth, legendary 1-star, Gaia. Level, 30. Loyalty, 80%. Skills. Earth Dominion control earth elements to reshape terrain, create stone walls, and summon stone golems. Quicksand trap turn the ground into quicksand. Area control. Rock crystal shield grants an earth shield to an ally, plus 50% defense. Seismic slam triggers a seismic wave, times 3 earth damage. Passive. Earth affinity while standing on the ground, plus 20% to all stats. Does not take up a summon slot. Elemental Resonance, Molten Guard when fielded alongside the Fire Spirit. Both spirits gain plus 30% to all stats and can unleash the fusion skill, Lava Inferno. Gaia stood beside Annie, reaching out to stroke her sister's hair. From now on, we're sisters. Ruddy gold and amber light wove together, and the entire temple resonated. Quest complete. Twin spirits. Reward obtained. Half plane times 1. I raised my hand, light gathering in my palm. A fist-sized orb of amber light appeared. Faint radiance swirled within, like a sleeping land drawing breath. The half-plane core. The very thing Su Shuangning had been searching for since the day she entered the plane battlefield. I turned around. She was leaning against a stone pillar, sword in her arms. The moment her gaze landed on the orb of light, her fingers clenched hard. She recognized it. Su Shuangning. I raised my hand, and the core streamed toward her as a ribbon of light. She caught it on instinct. Warm light spilled through the gaps between her fingers. Her pupils shrank, and her hands trembled. It really is a half-plane. You're really giving it to me? She'd assumed I would hedge, negotiate terms, demand something in exchange, at the very least. But I didn't hesitate. I made you a promise. Her mouth opened, but the words caught in her throat. A half-plane. How long had she searched for it? She'd burned through every suppression talisman, fought Lilith to mutual ruin, come within an inch of dying out there more than once, all for this one thing. And now it lay in her palm. Warm. Real. She drew a deep breath, chest heaving, eyes reddening. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking for this? The next instant, she stepped forward and threw her arms around me. Tilting her face up, she planted a firm kiss on my cheek. I love you so much. Her voice rang out crisp and clear, echoing through the temple. Dead silence. She froze for a second, then her face flushed red. She stepped back twice, turning away, the tips of her ears burning scarlet. Ahem, In the corner, Su Qingxue stood with her mouth open, unable to close it for the longest time. Sis. Her voice drifted, dreamlike. Su Shuangning composed her expression and turned back around. I don't have any other way to repay you. She paused. I'll just have to give myself to you. Her tone feigned nonchalance, but her ears were still red. No way. Su Qingxue snapped out of it, her voice cracking. A dozen pairs of eyes swept toward her. Her face went crimson in an instant. Sis, you can't do that. Why not? Su Shuangning tilted her head. Su Qingxue glanced at me, then quickly looked away. It's a no anyway. Just no. Su Shuangning wore a knowing half-smile, but didn't call her out. She pulled her gaze back to me, her tone growing heavier. Liang, you can ask for any reward you want. Each word deliberate. Any way at all. The last 3 words dropped low, the final syllable curling with intent. Lilith burst out laughing, her dark purple eyes brimming with amusement. Oh my master is truly blessed. She drew out the words, her gaze drifting back and forth between the two sisters. Shut up. Su Qingxue's face flushed even redder. Su Shuangning ignored her, still gripping the core, waiting for my answer. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. A destruction knight strode into the hall and dropped to one knee. Master, a massive legion has been spotted outside the fortress. 20,000 to the east, 20,000 to the west. They're closing in. There's a legendary tier aura among them. My eyes narrowed. Perfect timing. Barrett had just been transformed. Gaia had just been bound by contract. 8 legendary tier fighters at my command. Whoever comes dies.